Well, hello, folks. How's it going? This is, of course, the MCU'S Bleeding Edge YouTube channel and podcast, which, of course, I say quick as fuck if you haven't noticed. I say it so many times every day. We're back to do the finale of The Last of Us. We're doing our recap. It was an outstanding episode. And to start it off, before I introduce my guests, I'm going to go ahead and play the episode 8 preview and then episode 9 promo trailer, and then we'll get into it.
You won't survive for long out there. There's room for you in our group if you want.
I don't mean to question your sense of mercy, David. She's just another mouth to feed.
If we leave her out here, she'll die.
Maybe that's God's will.
If the others want to kill you, let me protect you.
That is a short one. Very short.
It was just for the episode, right? And that was for like the episode before.
Episode 8. Yeah, that was episode 8. Yep. And what's up, Joss? Good to see you, hon. Now, this one, I believe, this is the HBO Max official episode 9 promo or preview.
After all we've been through, it can't be for nothing. There's no halfway with this. We finished what we started.
I wish those were longer. I do. HBO keeps them very short.
I mean, you don't really need it that long, right? I mean, it's
no.
Teaser.
They're smart. No, they're actually smart. They do the opposite of everybody else. They only give you a little bit. It's an actual teaser, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I like how they do it. They do the opposite of everybody else. They don't give you all of it. They'll give you the best of it, the best of the episode right there in the trailer.
There's that hospital the Firefly mentioned. This is where we get off.
We finished what we started.
In the series, man.
Welcome to the Fireflies.
Score.
Let me see her, please.
She's being prepped for surgery. I knew her since she was born. I promised her mother I would look after her.
Where was the operating?
There's no halfway with this. After all we've been through, it can't be for nothing.
Oh, yeah. There you go, folks. Now, wasn't that interesting? The wonders of technology right in front of you. Given to you by, as Andrew calls me, TrueKnowledge. He's the only person allowed to actually call me that. That doesn't make me feel uncomfortable or like weird when I hear
uncomfortable.
I feel awkward when people call me TrueKnowledge. It's kind of weird. It's like an awkward title.
Yeah, that's what you call yourself.
But it's just a pseudonym. It's just supposed to be something to like, so I don't have to use my full name.
Okay.
That's all. Because, Andrew, you understand how it is. Like, I don't mind being a public person, but at some point when you get to a certain level in the content creation game, you don't want your full name out there anymore.
Sure.
I don't. You know what I mean? I'd rather just go with Jeff S. So at that point, I'm like, okay, well, I need a title too. Right? Along with Jeff S. So I came up with TrueKnowledge. I should have went up with Hammer, but I fucked up, man.
True Hammer, maybe.
True Hammer, baby. What do you think about that, Jazz? Would that would have worked? True Hammer?
You guys are dorks.
True Hammer sounds like a superhero Skinemax film. That's like a title for that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
A whole new meaning to bringing the hammer down.
Hammer. And his like mutant ability is to straight like beat chase to death in the bedroom. You know what I'm saying? Like beat it to death for real, literally. You know what I'm saying?
You have that awkward line. If you ever seen the Fantastic Four movie, the second one, The Rise of the Silver Surfer, when Mr. Fantastic is getting married, and like
I had that wiped from my mind. To tell you the truth, already.
Have you never seen that one, Jeff?
Well, yeah, but I had it wiped from my mind. By the same dude over there in Mandalorian episode 3, from season 3 and whatnot. That mind wiped the dude. Yep, he mind wiped me, so I wouldn't have to remember that shit.
With the women, he's at a club and the women are like, "So is it true you can stretch any part of your body?" You know, like,
I think the Fox fight. I'm sorry, Cyber. I hope you aren't hearing this. I think the Fantastic Four Fox S-Men films are straight hot garbage.
they're funny. I think they're funny.
Okay, well, you find it. You find something positive everything, Andrew.
That is true. That is true.
You find which one's bad?
The Fox Fantastic Four films. I
Uh,
know you agree, Jazz. You don't think they're hot garbage. You know they're not that good.
I like the original ones with Chris Evans and Jessica Alba. Those are the ones I enjoyed.
That's the one. That's the one we're talking about.
There are no other ones. There's nothing to
Yeah, there are. There's the Forecastic or whatever. That one was bad, but the original ones aren't bad. They're
Wait a minute.
campy and silly.
Are you talking about the one they made in like the late 80s or the early 90s?
No, I'm talking about Forecastic. You know,
the one from 2017 or 2016 or whatever with the Doctor Doom that just like
2000. It was 2004 and 2006.
where they straight up went like rated R with
Doctor Doom. He just looked
that
like
was
a
the
big
only
flat-
cool part of the movie was that him killing everybody in the hallway was the only cool thing.
It wasn't even Doctor Doom. He had no costume. He was just some dude who was all black.
He was
all
kind of
metal.
like, yeah, he was all melted metal and meteor rock, like as if he was melted together by vibranium. That's what it looked like to me, personally.
I think that it's very possible that our hero, our champion, right here, cast that movie. I do. It's very possible that she was
leave her alone.
was the casting of that film without question. I hate to say it, folks. Anyways, folks, no, we are here at the MCU'S Bleeding Edge YouTube channel podcast. We have some stragglers coming on the panel, so we'll have some people dropping in. But even if we aren't, Cyberneticshark is, of course, on holiday. We want to celebrate and thank him and whatnot for all his contributions to the MCU'S Bleeding Edge and celebrate his anniversary. I believe his 10th anniversary.
Cool.
Yep. So happy anniversary to you, Cyber, and Cyber's wife, who I firmly believe calls Cyber.
Really?
Not
That's
wrong.
funny.
I do.
That's funny. I hope
But I'm
so.
just joking though. I asked him the other day. I'm like, tell me the truth, Cyber. Does Cyber wife call you Cyber?
Cyber wife.
No, I don't know her name. I forget it.
Her name's already picked out. If she ever like,
I mean, if I thought about it, I could remember her name probably, but like, I know it. But I've talked to her before. She knows who I am. How could she not?
Cyber wife. I like.
She's
I
there.
like
A lot of times when him and I are talking and whatnot and StreamYard after shows, she's right there.
I like that
laughing
name though.
and
Cyber
whatnot
wife.
in the background. Yeah, when I crack jokes in the shit in the studio after the show, she's in there like laughing. Like I'll say something, but also I hear in the background, I hear her crack up. That's okay. I'm a little funny sometimes here, folks. But no, we're here to do a recap of the finale of The Last of Us. Of course, I have with me a full regular guest at the MCU'S Bleeding Edge, a reliable, punitive, solid contributor on the panel in Jasmine. Jasmine, thank you very much for gracing us with your presence.
Hi.
Hi, hey girl. Anyways, and you said, I mean, if I've got Andrew from GNN and Jasmine, that's all I need, baby. That's all the panel I gotta have. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. So now Cyber's not here, so this show's not going to be probably quite as serious as it might typically be. But hey, that's either good or bad, I guess, depending on how you feel in the audience. We'll see how the numbers are. At some point, me and Cyber are going to start comparing numbers analytically and see who's doing better and whatnot when we moderate. We're going to go to that level. No, we're not going to. But no, Andrew's back. Andrew from GNN. Those of you haven't seen him in so long, you forgot about him. No, I'm just kidding. When was the last time you were on, Andrew?
We did. I think it was. We did the Andor finale.
Ah, yes.
With what's his name? Fuent, right? Fuent?
With Fuent and Matthew from Australia. Yeah.
Yes.
Matthew's good people. He is. Shout out to Matthew.
I liked him. I didn't talk to him that much, but I liked it. He seemed to be sending out good vibes. So yeah.
I talk to him all the time. Yeah, we talk. We bounce ideas off each other and whatnot. We bullshit more than we ever record because he's in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough to record with people in Australia. My good friend Biz from the Podcast of Champions is like one of my best friends over there. And he's only been on the Bleeding Edge twice in 2 years because it's just because of the time zone conflict.
Mm-hmm.
It's not because he doesn't want to be on. It's just it doesn't really work with his schedule.
Right.
But when he does come on, though, we live stream for like 4 or 5 hours at a time. So
I think
Just
last
being-
time we were on really late. Like after we finished the episode, we were on for like another hour. Just
Oh
shooting.
yeah, we went for like 3.5 hours total. Just me, you, and
Yeah.
Matthew did an hour
Yeah.
after the show. I'm doing that now, folks. And Jasmine, I think you know about this now. I have a new thing now where at the 2-hour mark or so, if I'm moderating, I just ask people if they want to stay at the end of the show. If we've got something good to talk about or a good topic or something side topic, you know, to rub into, I'll just ask people if they want to stay on or leave.
It's like the bleeding edge at night or something.
Yeah.
Okay, because like y'all,
Late
you'd
night.
be running long, and I'd be like, I'm tired.
Jasmine, come on now. Hey, listen, when you decide that you want to be a part of the dedicated core team at the Bleeding Edge, you have to be prepared for the Jeff S. True Knowledge potential 4-hour live stream show occasionally.
Oh my
It's
god.
going to happen, right? You got to tough it out. If you got to piss in a bottle or whatever while you're doing it, you got to do it.
You
know? You got to be prepared. Andrew's already got his bottle. It's right next to him, just in case. Yep, there you go. He's got the can.
I'm not going to comment on how small that hole is. So you know.
This is an aluminum can versus a typical plastic soda bottle is about the same.
As
it
I
really?
said,
Yeah, I've done it. and
no
it's about the
comment.
same. Yep. Yep. See, I remember, folks, I'm from upstate New York. I'm from farm country. So there are occasions where you piss in bottles and stuff like that. It's a part of your life.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even the
I
women.
thought you were in Florida, Jeff. Or did you go back to New York?
Well, no, actually, I mean, honestly, I'm in Tatooine right now. To tell you the truth, this is just like my green screen studio effect of like my actual room studio. I'm on Tatooine right now.
Your moisture farming
as a part of my my Sand People translation training.
Are you selling spice?
Yes. Yep. I'm also side hustling. I'm selling spice too, of course, while I'm there. You know, and of course I'm fucking with Boba.
And you left me.
Yeah,
and you left me here.
I didn't
That
think you
is
want to go.
rude.
I didn't think you want
Really,
to go.
Obi-Wan is daddy. You can't leave me here.
Obi-Wan's on Tatooine. He's smarter than that. He's on a better. He's on a
He
better
was on
planet than that.
Tatooine last time I checked on the TV show.
Well, I don't know why. I'd be on a better planet than that. Tatooine sucks.
He doesn't need. He doesn't need to be on a wetter climate. I'll help him with that.
There's nothing positive about living on Tatooine at all, other than the Jawas and the Sand People. Depending on your attitude, I guess, towards them, whether or not you like them or not. Anyways, folks, I do plan, and I will, of course, be in full Tusken Raider costume for the Mandalorian season 3, episode 4 review next Wednesday. I'm gonna have my Gaffy stick with me. I've got one finally. I found one that was suitable, that I thought was Tusken level.
Is it a Tusken Raider outfit or a Jawa outfit? Because it looked like a Jawa outfit.
It's Tusken Raider, baby. I mean, hey.
Did you have like the face mask with the metal?
I got
breather thing?
It was on Jit Me, man. You know what I'm saying? For my, you know how much I paid for that thing? Like $120.
Okay.
Well, you saw it, Jazz. Did that like it was value like worth it was $120?
Jazz like, muted.
Jazz likes to pause purposely.
Oh yeah.
As like an introductory thing, you know, so that she can really isolate herself. Go ahead, Jazz. No, would you look at that as a good value for $120?
Yes.
You would?
Yeah. She said, yeah.
I don't know. I didn't think so.
I'm still laughing about the can pissing bottle.
All I can tell you is that when I opened up that package finally with everything that was in it, at first it looked impressive. But then when I actually started unfolding it and seeing what was in it, I was like, wait a minute, are you kidding me?
That's every woman on the night she's having her first time with a new man.
I was 2 hours, baby. Nope, not with me.
There's so much innuendo.
Nope, not with me, baby. With me, they come in the door, and all they're thinking, the person when I walk in is, I want that dick in my mouth, baby. That's all they're thinking. Sorry about that, folks.
We started about Last of Us and ended with dick and mouth. I
There you
have
go.
no words.
We're going to take
Where
off.
did we
Someone
go?
gonna bomb.
Just like they've bombed in the comics.
What about
I
this
mean-
guy? You think this guy can make it for the Avengers?
One Diamond Days, a ninja teaching flicks. Honey, let me see the sign there, honey. Come on in here, ninja. Here's my ninja at Diamond Days Ninja School. Come on down. What we're gonna teach you, hold that, Lord, and what
Play that whole video, but I'm telling you right now, folks, Andrew's face at the end of that video is freaking classic. It is classic Andrew.
I like that clip. I had like a lot of facial hair back then in that clip.
Oh, you like that clip? Did you like that one?
Well, I just like seeing myself in it. That's the way.
Oh, I see. Okay. Andrew, are you one of those people that actually like goes back, or do you go back and watch the shows to see how you're doing the panel and all that?
No, I don't really do that. I don't like listening to my own voice. I don't
Some
like
people
that.
do that.
I know my cousin, when we do our video game podcast, he says he goes back and listens to see if he sounds articulate or not. And I'm like, I don't like doing that.
Jazz, did you do that? Do you go back and rewatch the shows to see how you do on the panel?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I know.
I know what I sound like. I don't need to go back.
I know why. Jazzy doesn't do it because she doesn't want to see. She doesn't want to hear herself.
Nope, not even a little bit. I'm good.
The only times I've gone back is when someone's said that I said something, and I go like, "Did I really say that?" And I'll go check, and I'm like, "Oh, I did," or "Oh, no, I didn't." That's
Like, what kind of thing did they said you said?
Supposedly I badmouthed somebody, and I go back and I was like, "Yeah," but it was a joke. I wasn't like I was joking.
Hot D.
That's for all the people who said that to Andrew.
Hot D,
You're
really?
questioning his personal integrity and shit. Andrew's never attacked anybody on the show.
That's okay. That's all right.
Right? No, but you have dropped some bombs here and there. You have taught some shit occasionally here and there. You just pick your spots.
I don't remember doing that, but probably. I don't know.
You've set me up a couple times pretty good.
One of my favorite ones, and this will be the last segue before we actually finally start talking about the show, was I remember that one time there was a moment where you're about to start making one of your sex jokes, and then you just disappeared. And it was Alexis and somebody else and I, and we're like we're waiting. Like, 'cause you just disappeared.
In mid-joke?
Mid-joke. You're about to nail the punchline, and then it was when you had like that weird, like stormy weather kind of thing going on.
Oh. Yeah.
And like the stream just like dropped you, and you're like, oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
It was David Lozano.
That was when I actually woke up one morning in the Multiverse of Madness, right? And I was in a reality where it's Twister, movie Twister, 24/7.
Great movie.
Yep. So that's why I dropped off like that, because I was in Twister literally every second, right, during the show. That was my reality at the time. Wouldn't that be interesting? Reality, Twister, 24/7, 365.
I don't know if interesting would be the right word.
I'll tell you right now, insurance companies would run out of money really quickly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? With all the damage that would come from the 24/7, 365.
Or they would find a loophole where you're like, oh, you weren't covered for that or something.
Yep. You live in the Twister 365 24/7 clause. Yep. Absolutely. Anyways, folks, no. As we regress back into the actual finale recap of The Last of Us, which was powerful, emotional, and probably one of the best finales I've seen of a actual TV series in years, honestly. It was absolutely the bow on top. If you want to phrase it like that, it literally tied up the season perfectly. And that's not easy to do. We know that from covering all the Disney Plus series and whatnot, and all the finales we've seen that were a little bit weak, unfortunately, and kind of dropped off compared to the bulk of the series themselves. They seem to have a problem with that, but the Andor finale was pretty solid, but it still was a little bit of a drop off compared to some of the other previous episodes. There were people who had a little bit of they felt like it was a little bit of a slowdown.
Okay.
Right. Or a declination to the, as opposed to like a, of a bow. They didn't think it was terrible, but they thought it was like a little anticlimactic.
I disagree, but okay. Yeah.
I disagree too. I think what it was probably the series was so damn good that they expected like Endgame.
Yeah. I think the episode right before the last one, I think was really, really strong. So anything that followed up after was going to feel kind of a letdown. So
again, it's that short-term, attention span type deal that's becoming like a clear societal thing where it's not just young people anymore. It's like everybody almost. It's that crackhead reality that's not going on. But either way, no. Listen, this was a great series. if anything, I don't think that in between, personally, privately, in between Jazz and me and Andrew, they know that I have some memory issues and whatnot and everything. And sometimes it takes a while before I really get the full effects of things or they hit me. So, like after watching the finale right now, I'm like, wow, it was great. But in a day or two, I'm gonna look back at it and be like, wow, that was fucking outstanding. Like that was mind blowing. Now I'm just gonna start off right off the bat. Ladies first, Jazz, then you, Andrew. Did you anticipate and expect going into the finale that they deliver, HBO Studios would deliver a finale that would fit the series and cap it off in a way that was effective and would be something positive that the audience would enjoy, Jazz, and that people would be happy with? That, there wouldn't be a lot of complaints or people, saying, oh, the finale killed, it died. It was, it was garbage. Did you go in expecting something, decent to be given from HBO?
Decent, yeah. Completely accurate. Somewhat a little bit off for me as a game player. The entire series as a whole feels more like an interconnected emotional journey.
It is.
For you to be able to care and understand the perspectives of every character you come across, than opposed to in the game where there was a lot of action. And I feel like the show did at times lack a lot of the thriller aspects of the game that really had me on edge when it came to the monster zombification of everything. I feel like it lacked a lot of that for me. I feel like I needed a little bit more of the where the hell are they moments for me, because it felt more of us trying to understand them as a society in this post-apocalyptic era than it was us going through a you can be infected at any time type of post-apocalyptic era. That's what it felt like for me. Well, but overall, it was great. I thought they did an amazing job overall anyway. Even without that, it's still to make me care for characters or even be like wanting to hate someone that's a really good actor just because they played something means they did a really good job. So overall, they did an amazing job. The writing is top tier, and this episode was spectacular. And they got the visual points from the game so well that it was just like I didn't care that they didn't put in the parts that I loved about that part of the game. I didn't even care. Like, even though I was like, oh, I remember this part. Oh, I remember that part. Oh God. They did a really good job. They made me want to play the game again. Mm-hmm. And that is what you call good directing and writing. If you can make me want to go back to something and revisit it with new eyes, kudos to you. I applaud you.
Well, you can thank Neil Druckmann for working with Craig Mazin, right, for the story, for the writing. Mazin said himself that like without Druckmann, he doesn't think that he would have been able to put together a script, a story, like write a story and whatnot for the series that at a level that we've ended up with, right? Based off his, on his own. That without Druckmann, without that element, he's not sure that like he basically when I saw an interview with him was that he's really happy with how things came out because of Druckmann's involvement in the production, basically.
I can completely understand that because sometimes, especially me as a writer, sometimes you need an outwards perspective to help encapsulate a part of the story that you can't fulfill on your own just due to your own barrier in understanding. Sometimes you need an outward source so that they can help and give you something that's monumentous, which was the show. So kudos, and I'm glad he got the help.
No, and Andrew, you got to give credit to Mazin, honestly, at HBO Studios for pairing them together, right? Mm-hmm. Because if you think about it, if he wanted to, considering how massively big a hit the video game was, right, and the loyalty there is in the fandom, as Jasmine mentioned right off the bat, basically. Mm-hmm. Although I do believe that after the season's now that the season's over, I believe there's going to be a softening. in the fandom as far as their harshment maybe with some of the series and whatnot, their critiques. I want to believe over time that they'll start to maybe appreciate the TV show more for what it is. But we'll see. I could be wrong, and I don't blame them if they don't. I get it. The video game is different and everything and whatnot. I didn't play it, and I support and applaud people that are dedicated to it and to that story. But at the same time, though, Andrew, you know as well as I do that there are people out there that like Mason, that unlike Mason, if they had wrote if they created that story and those characters in that video game the way that he did, they would have wanted to write that script. They would have wanted to write the story for the series. They wouldn't have wanted Druckmann or anybody in there but them. Or if they had somebody else in there, it would be their own people. You know it.
Yeah.
No, you know I'm right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you guys talked. I haven't listened to the rest of your guys' episodes, but if you knew that the only reason why the show happened was because there was a mutual friend between Mason and Neil Druckmann who put the two in contact, and like they just started they just hanging out and talking, and then that's where like the idea sparked. It wasn't like, oh, the Naughty Dog Studios and HBO came together. It was just like, here's a creative director, the creator of this video game, and here's like one of the minds behind the Chernobyl over at HBO, and like it had to happen that way for this to turn out so well.
See, folks, that's why Andrew from GNN is so damn good on the panel, because I forgot that. I did write that down in my initial show research, which I did a ton of it. I'm talking like probably 20 plus pages of straight notebook research. I did, Andrew, before the first episode review.
Wow.
I did a lot of back research. I did.
That's dedication.
A lot of stuff I didn't even use during the show. It just didn't fit. But I wanted to understand the game and the story. Okay. So the best way for me to do it was to just research the shit out of it. So I did. I felt like I owed it to the people who played the game, like Jazz, on the shows, and people who in the audience who played the games. I do care about that stuff. So, but no, you reminded me of that. All right. And that is integral. Think about it. That a friend put them together like that and whatnot. And look what we got out of them. Mm-hmm. Right. A gift to HBO Studios at the HBO Max, right? That is going to end up making them a lot of damn money, because they're going to stretch. They're going to
it surpassed whatchamacallit for like the highest like episode, right? It was the House of the Dragon, right? I think it was like the.
Has it set the record for the
I think it did for first week viewings. Like for each episode for first week viewings.
Jazz, we talked about this already. I brought this up. I remember on the show. They set the record for not total viewers, but the best viewership for the first episode of a series.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, but that's still very important. Mm-hmm. I think if anything, probably too, that for people that didn't play the video game, you have no idea what the hell The Last of Us is, right? I mean, honestly, if you didn't know shit about it, and you just heard what some people say out there in the background or online or whatever, and then you watch the trailer, you might have people that might get convinced, oh, this is just going to be a Walking Dead ripoff. HBO's just trying to make money. You know what I mean? Like, but it's not.
Nowhere near the same.
No, totally different series, totally different characters, totally different atmosphere, totally different everything. Right.
And I'm so glad it's not just that, because I was listening. Like, I do agree with Jasmine to an extent. I do think we could have used more clickers and more of like the infected, but I didn't want it to be like The Walking Dead, where like that's always the thing. Like it's the show's not just about the cordyceps. It's about these people, about kind of finding something to live for after your world is gone, basically, right? It like the way Joel finds Ellie, and she goes from being cargo to baby girl, right? Like it's not, the clickers are integral, but they're kind of more like a vehicle to kind of move the story along. They're not really like, I think the central
well, that's the thing. That's the thing, Jasmine, too, is that, again, and you know this, Jazz, they had to fill in that gap that playing the game with the action would normally give someone the entertainment value out of. Mm-hmm. They had to fill that with something. And so instead of just going with tons of clickers and like killing the infected, they instead focused on the relationship between Ellie and Joel, right? And flushing it out. You know what I'm saying? And watching it evolve in front of us. And then, like you said, they threw in on these side characters and these secondary characters, but only in bits and pieces in one episode shots, right? And still squarely focused on Ellie and Joel no matter what.
I never complained about that. I just
No.
felt like I feel like they needed a little bit of more of us feeling like the world was in a post-apocalyptic era, not a post-humanity era. Because that's what it felt like for me. It felt like humanity was missing, not we were in a cordyceps zombie apocalypse. You know, like I just wanted to see them about. You didn't have to deal with them. Like, just to know that they're there.
I said the same thing too. I wrote a season finale review for GNN, and I said the same thing too. We're like, we could have had like clicker bodies on the floor in the background.
It's a visuals,
or like just to see like more of the fungus growing like on buildings and stuff. Like we didn't need, because there's a couple episodes where you don't even see a single clicker, but like we could have. Yeah, I think I agree with Jasmine where there's not enough stuff in the environment to tell you what's going on. And I wish there was like, maybe like, oh, some people came through here recently. That's why there's all these clickers dead on the floor. Or like, oh, we see more of the fungus growing. Like when they go to the university and they see like the monkeys all over the place and stuff, right? Like we don't see anything related to like the clicker. There's no clicker bodies. There's no parasite or fungus. There's like no visual cue that this thing happened. So like, you kind of just forget about it. Like it's kind of just out of your mind until like you remember like, oh yeah, randomly like, oh yeah, that's right. It's this way because of the cordyceps like outbreak.
But it's deep. No, it's deep. The reason is because in order for us to be able to understand and grasp the involvement of Joel and Ellie's relationship and the love that they develop for each other, because they do love each other by the finale. They're love. You can tell they love each other.
Oh my god, yeah.
They do, right? And it's pure and it's beautiful. It is
that line when she says like, oh, like time.
Oh,
like
God,
time.
wait a minute, please don't
Nope.
wait.
Okay.
I'm gonna get to it in just a minute. Wait.
Okay. All
right. But no. Honestly, I think we're gonna get more clickers, and we're gonna get more of the different infected in season 2. I do.
Yes. Yeah.
I think
for
we
sure.
will. I think HBO Studios, Jazz, Andrew, I think they know that they've got to bring it with that more in season 2. They have to. But in season 1, I feel like they had to have them Joel and Ellie killing human beings. There had to be human death and carnage in order to really, really, really have it connect and bring the depth of the violence, right? That's possible in human beings in this situation, and how love can still exist in this dystopian, apocalyptic reality society type spot. It's just a different, distorted, fucking kind of violent love, a desperation kind of love, but it's still love. Yeah. And killing infected would not relate or connect right to the emotional bond between Joel and Ellie in the same way that killing human beings does. Does that make sense, Jazz?
It makes perfectly good sense, and I was amazed at how they made me feel for these characters that were initially nothing more than side characters, which is nice.
Well, hello there, Mr. Ron. Ooh. That's right, I called you Ron just to bust your balls, because I don't call you Ron. Cyber, what up, Cyber? Folks, this of course would be the always entertaining and wonderful co-host and moderator at the MCU'S Bleeding Edge, the talented veteran content creator YouTuber, Cyberneticshark. What up, Cyberneticshark? I hope you're enjoying your holiday and happy anniversary, brother. We love you. And Andrew was talking shit about you in the studio, just so you know.
What? That's not true.
Yeah. He said, man, I'm glad Cyber ain't here.
That's a lie. That's a bull.
I'm just joking, Cyber. Come on, everybody loves you. Right? Everybody loves you. Even Kevin loves you, man. Our favorite guest. But anyways, but Sean doesn't like you, though. He doesn't like anybody. But anyways, no. But Andrew, does that make sense, though? You get where I'm going? Can you kind of articulate better what I just said as far as the fact that if you just had them shooting the clickers, there wouldn't be the same connective tissue that would help and shape the evolution and give us the background and whatnot, and this type of violence that is necessary, I feel like, to flush out this relationship between Ellie and Joel the way it is. You need that You need Joel and Ellie killing other people.
No, yeah, I agree. I mean, this is 9 episodes long, probably like around an hour each, except for like the premiere, which was an hour and a half. Like, they do a good job of having very little filler, if any at all. Like, it's all just like everything happens with a purpose or for a reason. And I think, yeah, I guess it's true that having more action or more clickers or just the infected in general would kind of like be like, okay, this is just Walking Dead, right? Like, this is like the battle of the week kind of thing, right? Like, we don't really need that. I understand what you're trying to say, where like we don't have that much time. We got to build this relationship. We got to make the audience believe that you're just cargo is going to become, baby girl later on. And like we see that with like the puns and the jokes she makes with her little joke book, and like the way she's kind of like they kind of delve into each other's like past, talking about like the scar on his head, and then like we see more of why she is the way she is when we get the flashback to like the mall, right, with Riley and all that.
Oh yeah, last episode.
And, yeah, that was DLC for the game. Like, that's not included in the game. That comes after, actually.
That is from the DLC.
That whole episode is basically just the DLC for the game.
Now Jasmine, that's important. I think that's important, and it's no big deal, Jazz. Like, I wouldn't expect you to mention or think on the spot every time during an episode, like, hey, you know what?
I actually did say that a while ago. I said that they were going to do it.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear.
I did, because I believe I was having a conversation with one of them saying that there are DLCs that is, there is referring to her relationship and about her being queer, and then you have the part where they did go around just as Ellie.
Is the main element called what? Left Behind?
Left Behind, yeah.
Yes, Left Behind.
Sorry about that, folks.
Which is basically the entire episode of them being at the mall, essentially.
Is that all the expensive packages?
I mean, it's longer in game form because there's more like it takes them a while to turn on everything with like the lights and the power in the mall. I mean, they do things for gameplay purposes, like you kind of spend more time wandering around. They just cut that unneeded stuff in the show, but
okay, so it's part 2. It's the second game where they introduced like the hybrid infected that we haven't even discussed yet or anything like that. When I mentioned, I think in the first episode review, that at some point I would talk about them.
There's more infected variety in the second game, with the reasoning being that more time has passed by, so therefore there's more of these different variants kind of popping up, kind of thing.
Yeah, and you know what, Jazz? Honestly, in episode 8, I felt like that one infected reminded me of one of the type of the infected hybrids that they have in the second game. The one that actually does like grow on walls and shit like that and whatnot, and spreads out like roots and shit. Right? You know what I'm talking about?
I did enjoy seeing that, the cordyceps playing out and encasing them into the wall. And yes, that is one like more common in the second game, especially when you have to deal with a certain very hated character. When you have to play said character, I do not like that character. I am very much opposed to that character for a lot of reasons. That I probably
don't give too much away yet, Jasmine.
I don't have the notebook in front of me.
I probably have to play that game again to see maybe if my mind has changed on her, but I particularly doubt it.
I don't have the notebook in front of me where I did all my research because I'm TrueKnowledge baby, so of course I didn't get that and have that here for the show. But it's probably a good idea though. Anyway, either way, that's where I put all the descriptions of the different clickers, the different versions, and like what the name is for that kind. That's what's pissing me off, is I can't remember the name for the one that grows on walls and stuff like that, and the ground and whatnot, and then expands.
I think that's a clicker though. They're most in the game. The clickers are the ones that are normally stuck to the wall. I know my man always happens to make jokes of Pirates of the Caribbean of Davy Jones' locker when they're
yeah.
That's a good comparison. Yeah.
No, but they have a title for it. They do. They have a name for that one. They do.
Yeah,
I did the research. They have a name.
I hated them in the game.
They have a name for all the stages. They do. There's a name for every stage. What is the bloaters are the ones that come after the clickers.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that have been infected and are still going after the full 20 years.
Yeah.
Right. And those are the super strong ones that we saw, like,
he rips the guy's head off. Yeah.
Yeah. All that. Yeah. They're freaking intense, man. Those are the armored ones where, like, basically the protrusion and pushing out of like the infection mushroom shit, the fungus out of them becomes hardened and then becomes armored to where even when you shoot bullets at it just bounces off of them.
Yeah, you'll hear like that loud like clack, like clash.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Like you're lucky if you can get one in there. You know,
yeah.
I mean, and like it takes a lot to kill them too, from my research.
And they throw like spore bombs at you, which
I think that's
they don't have in the show. They don't have spores.
No, that's why we don't see a lot of them, because they're so powerful. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they'd be a lot to take on, right? Especially a lot of them. You know, like the clickers are easier to kill. You know, and then of course the immediately infected during that, you know, immediate process after those first 2 days, they can be put down pretty quickly. Just one good shot or two, you know.
Yeah, they're just basic people. Yeah,
they're human beings at that point. Yeah, so if you shoot them 3 or 4 times and then we're in the body, they're just going to die.
I did hate the fact that they took the spores out, though, because I get it for cinematic purposes. They needed to, so that they didn't have to constantly keep putting it on. But
in the air,
it was because for the most part, that is what had initially.
That's how it spreads.
That's how it spreads. But initially, that's how Joel found out. He was like, "Bitch."
I thought it was because some dude fucked a clicker.
You're such a dork.
Or whatever, you know?
But like, it's really integral with the spores in the second game.
Mm-hmm.
That, you know,
especially the second.
Yeah, especially with like certain scenes where I'm not going to spoil anything, but if they don't have the spores for that particular scene, I don't really know what they're going to do. Like,
like how are we going to get that reveal? I know what you're talking about, Jasmine. I know.
Yeah, I'm like, what are they going to do? Dog walk? I'm like, what's going to happen here? I'm like,
I promise, Jazz, when we do season 2, episode 1 recap, I will actually have spores. I'll create spores in the air with a fan and shit during the episode while I moderate, and there'll be spores and shit.
No comment.
It'll be crack rocks.
We'll all look like this.
Yep. They'll be crack rocks like cut up into tiny pieces. So if they're like light enough to fly in the air, it'll be crack spores. Right? There you go.
No comment.
I know it's a waste of crack, right? Come on now. Tyrone Biggs is
my
waste of crack. Tyrone be like, baby, come on now. You know we don't waste crack like that. Obviously, folks, I don't give very good impressions, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry, no. Tyrone. I feel like I just let you down right there. I'm sorry about that, Tyrone. You know, you deserve better for your legacy.
Call Tyrone.
You better call Tyrone for some crack.
Oh no.
Anyways, but no, folks. So no, on a serious note, the episode starts with, of course, an epic scene, a cute scene, and one that once again throughout the series parallels and contrasts things we've seen before with other characters, right? Which is another thing they do really, really freaking well in this series, is paralleling, contrasting, connecting, like different combinations of people, different situations, yet they all end up, well, however they shake down, however they're articulated, they're all basically the same. It's the same concept of love, of emotion, of attachment, of friendship that's impacted and affected by living in this post-apocalyptic society with the infected there at all times, and having to deal with situations where you got to freaking kill your best friend all of a sudden, or kill somebody that you love, you know, because they want to be killed.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. You know, I mean, seriously, like that's rough. And I'll tell you, I thought about it earlier today a little bit. And I know I've mentioned it in the show before and whatnot, that like, I think I would survive in this situation. Personally, I would be one of the ones still kicking it and whatnot, like Joel, because I do have that kind of violence in me. I know it. Like, I know that I'd be able to let it out and whatnot and everything. But I will tell you this, though. I thought about it. I don't know how I'd be able to handle killing a woman. I think it would be very difficult for me. That would be very tough to do.
Not me.
Well, one time I had a knife, a crazy woman pull a knife on me for no reason. and I did not even protect myself. I did not even act. I didn't know. I just froze.
In a post-apocalyptic world, just take that hoe out.
No, this is just in the bedroom.
Oh, bro.
No, this is just in my bedroom. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I didn't know what to do. I froze because it was a woman.
Was the D not up to par?
Yeah, that's why she pulled the knife. Because
my God.
Yep, because I didn't last my usual 47 seconds, 47.25 minutes long in the bedroom. I was like 45 minutes, so I was 2 minutes short. So she knifed me. Yep, she was not happy. She was like, "Yo, you guaranteed me 48 minutes." So you know what? I fucked up, I guess. But no, honestly, I didn't know what to do. I froze because I did not know how to react. Again, that's just my natural inclination. I'm not saying I do that in another situation, but I'd like to think that if it really boiled down to it and I feel like my life was in danger, I would fight back. But in that situation, I did not know what to do. But no, that would really be difficult for me. But I think, again, once I did it that first or second time, I'd be okay with it and be fine with it probably. I think it's interesting, to tell you the truth. But either way, now, the actress that plays Ellie's mother, that gives birth in the opening scene, of course, now is the voice actor for Ellie in the game. And honestly, for her short scene that she gets in the episode, I felt like she did a wonderful job. A wonderful job.
It was so jarring for me to hear her, because as soon as she started speaking, I'm like, that's Ellie from the game. So it was hard for me to like separate that she's supposed to be her mom, because in my head I'm like no, that's Ellie talking right now. So like it was so hard for me to perceive her as like the mom in the show.
What a great way to start the episode. I mean, I knew it was going to happen because I won't lie, folks. I did sneak peek and watch the director's 9-minute thing or whatever. I didn't
watch those. Yeah.
I watched it. Yeah, I did before the episode. And I was like, oh, okay. So we're going to finally see the birth of Ellie. Well, either way, we get this opening scene, right? Real quick description. Essentially, we get the mother right to her right off the bat. She's running. She's like, she's running from an infected. And now, if I remember correctly, was that a clicker, or was that one of the berserker right off the bat? Like
that's the initial infected. Yeah, she wasn't a clicker yet.
Yeah, the crazy ones where they're just like, just trying to spread the infection at all costs, like whatever, just bite. Whatever. Yeah. No, she's being attacked. Right, she's up against the wall, and there's a lot of anticipation. You can't tell how many infected are coming. It sounds like there's multiple ones at first. You hear multiple steps. I thought there were like 4 or 5 of them, like a group of them.
Yeah, so like more than a pair of feet.
I'm like, oh shit, this is about to get bad. But it turns out to be one. There's a struggle. All she has for a weapon is, I believe, like a switch knife.
Mm-hmm.
And she kills it, but unfortunately, I think she gets bit. Doesn't she basically, or wounded or cut?
She gets bit on her like thigh or on her leg.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere.
Yeah, her like almost in her thigh, she gets bit, and I was just kind of like, damn.
And in the struggle, the exertion and the effort of it forces her to then deliver and pop out Ellie right there. So she gets done killing an infected, looks down, and there's her baby. She immediately her mom mindset kicks in, and her reality of where they are living in this whole collective world kicks in, and she immediately cuts that umbilical cord, right? Because she knows she's infected, and her first instinct is to protect her child, right? To make sure her child lives and survives. And again, this is what this series is all about: is seeing the sheer, pure core of human beings, right? What we're made of, right? Because only in these moments, in this type of atmosphere, are you going to bring that out of people. Our base level as human beings and whatnot exerted in today's world. And there it is right in front of you all through the series. And that's what makes it interesting is to see love, friendships, relationships, and what it's like to have them in this environment, in this type of world with these pressures, the constant fear of being killed. It's interesting. It really is. It's deep. It really is. It changes the entire dynamic of what love would be like with another person and what a relationship would be like with another person, a bond. That's why I thought episode 3 was so interesting and so great. But either way, basically at that point, Marlene comes in from the Fireflies, and if I'm correct, Jasmine, are they just friends, Ellie's mom and her, or are they partners?
They're friends, I believe.
What I was kind of getting out of that was they were like really not, I wouldn't say friends. I was thinking more like family.
Yeah,
Because
close.
that looked more like seeing a sister
Yeah.
get mortally wounded. That's
Yeah.
immediately what I thought.
They're just tight.
At the end, at the very end of the show, Marlene mentions that like that
my best friend.
That she basically grew up with Ellie's mom before like this stuff went down. It sounds like.
And that's the thing, folks. That's this apocalyptic, scenario where you can't tell sometimes in these scenes the emotions between people. You can't tell if there's a love or romantic interest there because, again, think about what they're living in. What a bond would be like in this situation. What a friendship would be like. How valuable it would be.
It blurs, yeah.
How real it would be, right? How deep it would be. I mean, seriously, it's one thing to live in our current present day society and not have any friends or only have one friend. But in this kind of world, having a friend becomes this whole different entity, right? Having a good friend becomes a weapon, a backup, right? A safety valve, right? A second set of eyes so that you don't get killed,
right?
Or so that you have somebody to kill you when you get bit.
Well said.
Yeah. You not to kill yourself if you can't do it, right? So either way, Marlene comes in, and it's just another one of those connected, parallel scenes again. Similar to episode 8, right? How things ended there with Ellie, and I forget her name there, her friend, Riley, right? Similar kind of deal. Again, similar to Tess and, the scenario with Tess and Ellie and Joel, right? And I swear, I'm telling you, Tess's lines were so good. Some of her dialogue was so good in the beginning. I was so pissed we lost her so quick. I hope we get flashbacks and we do get to see her again. I do. But either way, we get a scenario where so well played by the actress, that plays Ellie's mom, and I'll find her name in just a second.
Ashley Johnson.
Ashley Johnson, so well played. The emotion felt so authentic. And Marlene can't kill her. She says, "You need to take my baby. Her name is Ellie, and take her to Boston. I never asked you for anything." It was very similar to Joel and Tess.
Yeah.
Very similar. These contrasts are unbelievable, these parallels. Either way, Marlene says, I can't do it. Again, just like in other situations, you see Ellie's mom be the strong one and say, you're going to do it. Right? You know what I'm saying? You are going to do it. And at that point, she asked her to kill her, which Marlene cannot do. And you cannot blame her for that. And so Ellie's mom takes her own life, which had to be difficult, I'd have to imagine. And those moments are very powerful. I did almost tear up a little bit during that. I did for the first time in the series, and for the first time probably in, I don't even know, years. But either way, Jazz, I'll go to you first, and I'll go to you, Andrew. Jazz, what did you take on that? What's your overall thoughts on that whole opening scene?
The moment I saw her, I was like, "Hey, it's Ellie!" So the way that they brought in the voices from the game and had them play either their own character or another character that wasn't even introduced in the game is amazing. They are spot on with the acting, the delivery, the emotion, and her coming in pregnant and just the sense of urgency you immediately get just from her immediate presence as she's scurrying up those stairs and the panic in her eyes. And you can feel for this character for the short amount of time you're introduced to it. You're immediately a part of her world. And just watching her scurry up the stairs and then get through that door and close it and lock it and then panicking. And it's just, and calling for her friends. I was just on the edge of my seat, just like, oh my God. It's bad when you're on the edge of the seat while you're on your bed. Like, But I think their delivery was amazing, and the zombie scared the crap out of me. I was just like, oh god, and I hate seeing the cordyceps coming out of the mouth. It's the way they've done the sort of zombies infected from the game in the show made it so much more horrifying, to the point that it's just like I can't unsee it, because like if I close my eyes right now, I see the cordyceps coming out the mouth. It fucking creep me out, looking like mushrooms, the expensive mushrooms you get at restaurants.
They kind of look like roots. I think they kind of remind me of roots or like hair.
No, but see again though, Jazz. That's another, and Andrew, that's another reason why they didn't want to be another Walking Dead show. That's another reason why they didn't go with as many of the infected and the killing the infected was to stay away from the zombie, popularity era that we had.
I get what they were trying to do, but they forget that it is a zombie game. Like initially, it's a zombie game, and taking that environment away from the show made it seem less hectic, and it felt more like the humans were the problem, not the infected. Okay. And now going back to what I was saying about the opening, her pushing out that baby mid stab, not me squealing. Like I was
very quick too. It was like,
yeah, I was like, that pussy game on point, because she
for real.
She that baby right out.
I'm telling you. I'll tell you right now. Next time I talk to my ex-wife, I'll be like, yo, you should watch the finale of The Last of Us. The next time you be talking about what you want a shot before you give birth to a baby.
But technically she did have a shot. She stabbed. But anyway, I did find it interesting because if you pay attention just enough, when she got bitten and gave birth to that baby, technically some of the infection did go to Ellie, hence giving her the immunity. Because I did notice with the umbilical cord, there were some of those infected roots going towards the umbilical cord. So there's no way she was able to cut through that before at least some of it got to her.
So it was spreading that quickly?
Yes, it was spreading that quickly. Those are it takes over time for it to really infect a person, but like it does go through the body pretty fast depending on like the person. And I think just because she was pregnant, it was trying to spread along that length of her body, because I guess going towards a baby was a lot easier than trying to go across the whole the grown woman, because it was going through the umbilical cord just a little bit, and I noticed it, and that's why she was immediately started cutting the damn cord.
It would be all the blood.
Yeah,
that's a lot of blood in the umbilical cord.
Yeah, and so I thought that was really cool, a nice little detail that I saw. I just like seeing more of what Ellie went through prior to being born, like seeing the actress that played her, and then like her being the mom, and just showing that Ellie had it hard from get-go.
Okay, I thought you were talking about what Ellie's life was like in utero.
No, I mean like I meant like the fact that she never had like a moment of peace even as a baby. Like birth.
I was about to say, how did the clickers mess with her when she was like in utero? Like,
well, obviously, because the mom was, panicking and running. That's stress on the baby. But anyway, but I really was amazed that they were able to take something that wasn't even part of the game and add that into it. And I thought they did a really good job.
Most definitely, and it's good to know. And I had no idea that it was actually that it was medically possible for babies in utero to even have thoughts or like know what was going on. But it's good to know, Jasmine, that you've clarified.
You're
that
a dork.
And
Not know. What I meant. I meant the actress.
Now I know that those movies with Bruce Willis back in the day or whatever and whatnot, with the babies in utero talking and shit and whatnot, that's all real.
I'm so done with you.
Yeah. Right, Andrew?
Are you talking about look who's talking?
Those were actual real life stories, like real, like tangible. You know what I'm saying? Factual. Yep. And Jazz just told me. Jazz explained that to us. Thank you, Jasmine. I'm sorry, Jazz. Jazz knows I'm just messing with her. But no, Andrew. Besides the spectacular news that Ellie actually was aware of what was going on while being inside of her mother. What were your thoughts on the initial scene?
I liked it. I liked all the stuff they added in between, like as extra context for the show. I like how, because in the game you never find out why she's immune. It's never explained to you. It's never even brought up how she possibly could be immune. So for them to go and like, here's like the reason, or here's like an explanation for why she could be immune, I thought that was really cool. It was just nice to see Ashley Johnson to like be part of the show. And then getting the context of why Marlene, because we know, like, if you guys remember back to the first episode, Ellie asked Marlene when they have her like chained up against the wall, like why are you always like looking after me and stuff like that? And she's like, why do you think? And she's like you're my mom. And she's like do we even do we look the same? Like, no, right? So she doesn't even know like that her mom kind of basically put this burden on Marlene to like always look out for Ellie. Like she has, so we kind of see that here where she tells her like basically, take her to Boston and like do this one thing for me. And like, so we know now, I mean, we always knew that she was friends with her mom, but now we have more context as to what that relationship was like before Ellie was around. So I like the extra, like all the stuff they changed from the game for the show. I've loved so far because it makes way more sense and adds more like, it's more exposition for us. So I like that scene. I wasn't sure, again, like kind of like how Jasmine, you mentioned, is it just one infected chasing her? Because it sounds like a whole storm of them coming. And it's like all of this for just one of them. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. But no, yeah, I like the scene. I thought it was kind of odd though. I don't know if anyone else noticed when Marlene tells like the other dude that's with her, like, here, like cover her ears, and then she goes to shoot. Like he doesn't do anything. He doesn't cover her ears at all. He kind of just holds her own. Like clearly this guy doesn't follow directions. I'm like, oh,
that's how cold things are.
Ellie's gonna have tinnitus for the rest of her life or something.
Honestly, that's how cold shit gets. In this type of deal, right? Mm-hmm. Like you don't even care. Some people, they just don't even care anymore.
She's like, cover her ears, and goes and shoot, and he just stands there. He doesn't do anything.
No, you probably get to a point where, I mean, you become so desensitized. Mm-hmm. People even having emotions, right? Or even caring about like
maybe.
You know what I'm saying? To where you're just like, fuck it, cover your ears. Yeah, right. Who cares? Yeah. No, I'm just saying. I mean, look, I could be wrong, but just so I understand, Andrew, because I might have missed this. Did they explain something right? Was there something I missed with that and everything that explained exactly how Ellie is capable of not being infected? Yeah,
later on in the episode, the Marlene's explained.
What Marlene says with the premise of the doctor says.
Yeah, and it makes sense tied to what we saw with the infection in her mom and like, where she has enough of the. Essentially the cells, they kind of mimic or at least give off the same signal as like, oh, we're already infected, so like there's no need to spread here, kind of thing. Those messenger, she called them like messenger cells or something like that.
That's right, because Marlene was there. Mm-hmm. So you'd have
she saw her mom and when she's like I promise I cut the cord, this happened after, right?
The doctor would never be able to formulate that thesis without Marlene's feedback.
And Marlene's kind of like not sure if she believes her or not when she's like, I cut it before I got bitten. And she's kind of like, because it's very imperative that she believes her so that she won't just abandon the baby for dead. So she's like, I cut it. Like I cut it before. And like, she's lying, but like Marlene's like okay.
I'll trust you. If this is where they're at, with the friendship that they have.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You would only in this situation probably, right? With Marlene,
there would be no hope for that baby.
For that Ellie's mom would never lie to her.
Right.
Like that. You know what I'm saying? About anything like that. She never would. You know what I mean? Like, where they're at and how things are, if anything, she would have wanted to kill the baby.
Probably, yeah.
Right? Yeah. She probably would have been like, will you kill my baby? Which now that would have been fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I would have been like, all right, I don't know about all that. You know what I'm saying? I don't be watching babies getting killed and all that shit. Like, we can't be doing all that with HBO. That might set me the bed. I don't be having bad dreams tonight and all that. Come on now, but no, but I think that's what she would have done, Jazz. Right? I mean, were the mentality of them both, Marlene's and the mom's, is one of like they've been living this. They know what's up. So if
but she did lie though.
Well, I mean, hey,
so, but that's why she had this rapport for never lying.
It's human nature to lie. And sometimes when people
She
watch,
lied to save that baby, and I was smart.
that's right. And you know what? But that's her baby, right, Andrew?
Yeah.
It's her baby. That's her child. Wouldn't you lie for the life of your own child?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you do. I mean, the whole purpose of this show is how you would do anything for your
I was
child,
about to say lying. What are you kidding me? I'd kill someone if
or multiple people
you know what I'm saying?
in a hospital.
Like, lying? Come on now, shit. I don't like to lie at all, but I'd lie for my kids if I had to.
Or
I'd
even
somebody.
or kill multiple people in a
Yeah,
hospital.
I kill people. Oh, I kill people. Yep, I'd pull some Joel shit, kill people that save my damn daughter or my son, whatnot. You know, I don't know how well I do. I'm not Joel. I can't. I mean, he was like that was like some commando shit. You know what I mean? But it was well done though, well shot. I'll tell you that. But no. So basically, folks, powerful scene, very powerful, great setup for the episode. I think that's a key with the finale, right? It's key that you hook it in right off the bat. You got to sell it right there in that first 5, 7, 10 minutes. It's got to sell it, right? If you flatline right there, it's going to throw off the whole finale to me. And the finale is an important. It's a different episode than any other episode in the series. It is.
Yeah.
Right.
I thought it was going to be longer. Honestly, I was surprised when I found it was only 40 minutes.
I liked it.
What?
I liked it. The length of it. I did. I thought it was perfect.
No, yeah, but I remember before we even saw the episode, because I'm thinking of like all the stuff that has to happen in the finale. I'm like, is 40 minutes going to be enough? Because like they still have to see the giraffe, they still have to get ambushed, they still have to explain, and then have the shootout and the driving away, all the stuff that happens in the game that still had to happen in the show. I wasn't sure if they're going to pull it off in just 40 minutes.
And folks, just to be clear here, we have a serious what's it called, Lethal Weapon partner up here with Andrew and Jasmine, that they both played the game and know about the game and have watched the show. So right there, they're actually both true knowledges tonight. I'm not. I'm just Jeff. That's some Jeff S. dude.
Can I also put True Knowledge in my name now?
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do it before you. I'm actually gonna change mine to Jeff S. Hammer.
Not the hammer.
Right? And then I'm gonna switch you over to Andrew G. True Knowledge, GNN.
I get to inherit the title.
Why don't we just switch, brother? I'll go back to GNN real quick. Right? I'll call Dave, right? And be like, Dave, look, I got an idea, bro. He's gonna become True Knowledge and start moderating shows with the bleeding edge and talking like me. Right? And saying, how should I say? Which would be great.
I have to buy a lot of Daredevil hats.
Hey, listen, brother, I would pay to see you say some of the shit I say on shows. You say that shit.
I need to get some Marvel ball caps first.
Jazz, could you imagine Andrew saying some of the shit I say? No. Could you imagine what his facial expressions would be like if he had to push out some of those words? It'd be like a metamorphosis for you, baby.
I don't know if I can make that many sexual references. I don't know, man.
It'd be a transition for you. It'd be like an evolution for you, bro. It'd be like the high evolution, baby, to connect to the MCU and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Shout out to Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, baby. You know, we'll be reviewing it on the Bleeding Edge, folks. It's coming soon, too. It better be damn good. I'll tell you right now, I ain't playing. Come on, James Gunn. Drop something good on us, motherfucker. Anyways, folks, I am, of course, I'm going to be changing my name based off the opinion from Jasmine and Andrew in the studio before the show that I'm going to be calling myself Hammer now. Just Hammer. No more Jeff S. True now, just Hammer. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how the stats look after that. It might be a game changer for us, Andrew. Mm-hmm. Yep. And at the same time, too, I'm also going to copyright True Hammer, just in case somebody steals it tonight and whatnot, to go ahead and use it for a title for a Skin and Max software movie, right? And that makes much money off that shit. Like, True Hammer, I gotta watch that. Anyways, thank you, Andrew, for providing that nugget to me. Also, folks, just so you know, we're going to have an illegal immigrant on later on the panel, who also caught the Last of Us finale. While he was crossing the border, right? Like he was watching on his cell phone while he was crossing the border. And so he's gonna bring that whole experience over to us, like what that's like to actually like cross the border while watching the finale of The Last of Us. There you go. Think about that adds to like the whole impact of the finale. But no, folks. After that, we end up getting really a great contrast in scene and whatnot before the drafts, which I'm assuming are in the game, right? The drafts.
Yeah.
Okay. I knew we were going to end up getting zoo animals. I knew it. I didn't know about from the game, but I'm like, God, they're going to show us freed zoo animals at some point, besides the monkeys, right? They were for the lab. But no, so after that, we get this really, really dope right off the bat, start with Joel and Ellie, where Joel is like bubbly. If you want to imagine a bubbly version of Joel, we get bubbly Joel, right? Like he is like Ellie's best buddy now all of a sudden and whatnot, right? After the events that have occurred throughout episodes 1 through 8, to where he sounds like he's just like freaking on crack. He sounds like I did when I did my first show after I got into my really bad patch of insomnia and I couldn't stop talking. And I was in the private chat the whole time talking, and when I wasn't talking during the show, I was so excited to be on the show and feel good and have fun again, That's how he was. Like, it's almost like, he's never going to be able to get his daughter back, but Ellie has given him something to protect again that he loves, purely loves, for the right reasons, right? For good reasons. Ellie has proven herself to him. You know what I mean? Like, she's saved his life, right? Had his back, been willing to sacrifice her own life for him. And again, in a world like this, it doesn't matter if you're 16 and the other person's 50. Who cares anymore about age and shit like that and whatnot? It's what you do. It's your actions in this world, right? That are your worth, that are your value, and the measure of who you are. Not a title or like a certificate or or whatever. You get where I'm going, Andrew, Jasmine. This is a different world, right? These things are all gone, and these are the kind of things that Joel's trying to tell Ellie about, teach Ellie about. Remember the football? That was so cute. Teaching Ellie about football, telling her what football is about, which is so cool and funny to think of. Imagine trying to tell a kid how to describe what football is like. It would be boring as shit. If I'd never seen it, I'd be like, I don't want to watch that. That sounds stupid. They just push the ball up the field every 10 yards. Okay, whatever. Either way, though, no, he's all bubbly, and he actually brings up on his own his daughter's death. He doesn't break down. He doesn't cry, right? There's a reason for it. It's a premise in doing it, but he does it openly and doesn't seem to have a problem with it. It was almost like one of those situations where I almost felt like there was like a 5-year time jump, but there wasn't. This was a natural evolution of their relationship that is occurring because of events that are happening, trauma, things they're doing for each other and whatnot. So, Andrew, this time then you, Jazz, that section we get where we get the drabs, right? And then we get the pack of drabs, which was beautiful, beautiful. And that open shot of that field, I don't know where that was exactly. I wasn't sure where they were at that point, what city or whatever that they were at. And that actually bothered me that I didn't know what it was. Because the way they talked about it was like they really this was a goal for them to go there. So, anybody out there, I can see you on Twitter Live right now, on Twitch and Rumble. You can happily join in and let us know. But either way, Andrew, what'd you take out of all that? I mean, you know what all happened. A lot of it was just dialogue. If you want to go ahead and you want to flush out real quick that scene with Ellie now and Joel and what she says to him, feel free.
Yeah, we have they're coming into what used to be like one of the first or the earliest like Fedra camps, right? Like the ones they set up like within the first few days of the outbreak, right? And Joel's kind of giving her the history of he's like, oh yeah, I was actually in here, like I was placed in one of these, like within the first week of the outbreak or whatever, and he's explaining how they were like poorly brought together and like how he was there because he was getting treated for a wound or something, and then Ellie asked him like, oh, was this like with Sarah? And he's like no, like this is after that. And I was surprised, like she mentioned Sarah and like he kind of just rolled with it, like he didn't have a reaction really to it, because if you remember back when they were in the Jackson, where he said like never bring her up again kind of thing. And like now, like the relationship has clearly transformed now where they're way more open with each other. And they're kind of just talking about things that would have been taboo like a few episodes earlier and stuff. And he mentions about like, oh, that's like when he says that's when the guy missed. And then he comes clean about like the guy who missed was him, basically he tried to execute himself. He had like nothing to live for, and he tried to kill himself, and he got, I guess, scared at the very last split second, but just enough to graze the side of his face to make him bleed. And so, and he talks about like how he doesn't feel that way anymore, that he like, you have to keep living on, you have to find something to live for. And then Ellie says like, oh, so like time healed that, like time heals everything. And he's like, it wasn't time that did it. And they just have that unspoken silence of like mutual understanding that basically he found something to live for again. It wasn't just time. It was like, because he was still broken.
If he couldn't vocalize, he felt weird, awkward.
Yeah.
Or that it was her.
He didn't want to. It would have been, I think, which was a good choice, because it would have been really cheesy. I think if he had said like, "Oh, like because of you" or something like that, it was just like, I think it's much more like, I like how it's kind of just left in the air and just understood without saying like further words, just understood that like he's basically saying that he found a new purpose in her to kind of keep living, like something to live for. So I love that line. I love the delivery of it. And Ellie doesn't say anything. She kind of just like nods, but she understands what he means by that. Like, it wasn't time that did it, but like he's like, you just find a new thing to live for, like, because that's kind of what this world is for them. Like, they lose things and then they just find something else to live for, and then lose things and just keep it going, right? Ellie talks about how she lost Riley, how she lost Tess, how she lost, right? She kind of lists off things, and then she explains, I think this is the part, right, where she finally explains about Riley, about how she's like, the first time I killed somebody, like she's like, it was like my best friend, basically. And I think that's why they start talking about their losses, is because she feels guilty about that. She feels bad. And so I love that moment. I love how they break the tension where he asks for her to pull out the pun joke and start making more jokes and stuff. Like, I love, right before they're unceremoniously separated again by the flashbang and stuff. So
Jasmine, was it really, I mean, did you feel like, was it maybe the most powerful, or the second most powerful scene or like dialogue that you heard maybe in the episode, like it was for me when Ellie said what she said to Joel?
For me, I guess it would have been the third most.
Okay.
Because the ending of the episode for me is the top. And then we have to go to the one where the love episode, that one was second for me. I mean, third for me. No, second. And then this one would be third, because each one of them are impactful in different ways, but this one isn't as impactful as the end of the episode for me.
Okay, that's fair. And I'm sorry, folks, I'm not actually texting or like talking to anybody right now. I'm sending links to friends and people that I bumped into today publicly, because believe it or not, what a shock, when I go out in public in stores and whatnot and everything, I'm just like I am here in the show. I'm extroverted as hell. I'm wide open and I talk to everybody. So like, at that point, I end up meeting people that end up wanting to watch the show, believe it or not, and like ask me to give them, a card. And I don't have one, of course, because I'm TrueKnowledge, baby. So I don't have a business card. You know me? You know what I'm saying, Andrew?
Kind of.
Yeah, that's how TrueKnowledge I am, baby. Ain't even got a business card. I just got to write some shit down with a pen and on a scrap of paper and whatnot, and be like, yo, here you go. That's some real TrueKnowledge type professionality. But no, what about you, Andrew? I felt like right there, personally for me, if you want to encapsulate, basically, just and say to somebody, hey, I don't care if you want to watch the Lyanna Mormont Game of Thrones scenes with her, with the actress who plays Ellie. I don't care, if you didn't think her acting and her ability to play the character throughout episodes 1 through 8 was anything spectacular, or it was whatever. Well, I'll tell you what, if you play them that clip of what she said to Joel right there, her facial expression during it, how authentic she is, how she delivers it, the pace of it, right? And the change in her voice when she says to him, I can't have this all be for nothing, right?
Right.
Yeah, then flips it around and says, after that, Joel, I'll go wherever you want. Wherever you tell me we're going to go, we're going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That is a real, true, genuine equality in a relationship. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a marriage, a girlfriend and boyfriend, a friendship, a gay friendship, a gay relationship, a transgender, relationship, me fucking an alien relationship, right? Me with some alien chick. right, or a sand person woman relationship. At that point, well, I'm sorry, folks, I shouldn't have added that in there, but I don't like to bad about the Tuscans. Sorry about that, sand people. But no, basically, no. Think about it. Again, in this dynamic, in this world, it doesn't have to be about romanticism or sex anymore.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
You can have a deep type of emotion and love and connection with someone without any of those things. Age doesn't matter. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? Like, the piece that Joel needed, the missing piece, wasn't his daughter. It wasn't nothing could replace what he lost with that. It was enthusiasm and purpose in life to drive forward. That's what it was. It was a reason to fucking live. Because if he continued on his path with his demons, he was going to kill himself. At some point, he would eventually committed suicide, I believe, or put himself in a situation to get killed.
Yeah, I think that's more likely is the situation getting killed.
Yeah. He couldn't do it himself.
Because I feel like he still had at least had his brother. He at least had Tommy, I think.
Yeah, but come on, he's so haunted. But again, you get my point, though, right? You agree, Jazz? Ellie didn't replace Sarah. It's that he now has a reason to move forward and enthusiasm to actually do it in a good way for a reason.
No, yeah, I immediately never assumed that, especially in the game, you get a lot more time with them over the span of the game than you do with the show. But you can tell how much time has passed in the show that equals out to the same amount of time during the game.
Yeah, they have the different seasons throughout the game.
Well, if I sit down and play the game for like 4 days straight, right? Like on like a meth binge, of course I'm going to see a lot of Joel and Ellie compared to the show, right? I mean, come on now, isn't that? That's not what you meant, Jazz, right? You're talking about there's more to work with in terms of actual.
There's definitely more banter. More banter.
There's more talking. There's more time together in between their little missions and stuff during the gameplay, because even when they're just scounging for stuff or before they come against more clickers or a herd of infected, they actually have banter. You could just hear Ellie in the background saying some stupid shit. And you're just like, and sometimes in the game, I literally stop just to hear this bitch. I'm like, what are you saying?
But again, that's where I applaud them. That's where I applaud Druckmann, and that's why I applaud Craig Mazin.
Craig Mazin.
Craig Mazin. That's why I applaud
Mazin? Yeah,
the way that they went about this, because they knew that they were going to take flack from fans of the game by the way that they were going to handle this first season. They knew no matter what they did, they were going to get shit on stuff, right? But they knew right from jump when they decided to go in the direction they did and focus squarely on they did the way they did on Joel and Ellie in the story, the way they did when they presented the way they did, without as much banter, so much banter in the first couple episodes and letting it build and escalate. I'm sure they knew right there, oh shit, we're going to take the fans off from the game big time. They're not going to like this. But they didn't care because they were trying to produce something for TV, for a TV series that was beautiful and emotional and powerful, yet scary and horrific too. That gave you all kinds of different elements to work with, right? You know, beautiful shots, landscapes, beautiful. The scenes of them on horseback, right? Oh my God, were some of the best shots in the series. The snow, seeing the different seasons, winter with snow, summer, you know, the woods in spring and fall. You know, shout out right now, I'll tell you right now, shout out and high praise to Gustavo Santiago Ilya.
Oh, the composer for the show.
Because I'm telling you, Jazz, Andrew, what do you think? I think the score of this show is really award-winning. Like, he should have, like, I'm assuming that if anything, he'll probably get nominated next year, right? For something for his score for this series.
Maybe, probably. He also composed both of the games too. He did both of the games as well. So like he's very familiar with. Yeah, he's done a couple of TV shows. I forgot. He's done a handful of movies, but he's done, I think, more games than anything else. And he did both Last of Us and Last of Us Part 2. So he's very at home with this series. And like some of the tracks you do hear, I recognize from like the first game. So like whenever it's like kind of like that somber guitar kind of in the background, like that's like pulled straight from the game. So, oh, okay. Someone missed out on something. Oh, that's our Australian friend, Matt, right?
That's Matthew.
I remember.
Daddy, what up, man? I hit him up. I messaged him, Andrew, to let him know that you mentioned him.
Yeah, I listened to some of his podcasts. Like they review different older movies and stuff. He's a cool guy.
Did you hear that, Matthew? Andrew's been checking out your pod.
But
right?
yeah, the music is phenomenal. I absolutely love.
I'm glad you did that, Andrew, because I never listened to any of that garbage. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just joking. I'm kidding, man. I'm playing with you, Matthew. Come on. I checked out your pod, man. I did. I checked it out. I'm going out. I'm coming down there. I'm just waiting for them to review Bloodsport, right? Or Commando. Commando or Bloodsport, I'm on.
That movie, because I think of when he gets the sand in his eyes.
Yeah. And I'm bringing Jazz, too. Jazz, you're with me to review Bloodsport. Okay? I've never seen it before. I'm telling you, you'll love it.
That movie's so funny.
Jazz, did you ever see Bloodsport?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Oh, okay.
So you know what I'm talking about, right, Jasmine?
Andrew, yes, I do. Andrew has had me watching this movie insanely.
Oh, God.
He loves Bloodsport. It's one of his favorite movies. Yes.
Oh, God. That's awesome. I didn't even know
so
there was
I think we watched it like last week.
Bloodsport was their favorite movie. I didn't know it was possible.
I actually enjoyed Bloodsport. I think
Bloodsport's awesome.
If I'm thinking it's the right movie, him dancing in the bar is iconic.
Yeah, no, that's Kickboxer.
That's Kickboxer? Oh, my bad.
No. Oh, Kickboxer is fucking awesome too.
Okay, so I saw that one too.
Well, everything John Connor did back then was fucking dope. What, are you kidding me? What was that Cyborg one, Andrew?
Time something, right?
No. The Cyborg one where they're in that dystopian reality, similar to like Last of Us, kind of in a way, but not with the infected.
I don't remember.
Either way, no. But Kickboxer is a whole nother conversation here. Jasmine.
Bloodsport is funny just because like it's cringy at times. Like the guy's like America, A-OK.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's like every like horrible racist like stereotype for Asians or whatever is used at some point or dropped.
The line delivery is just so funny. Yeah.
And then you've got the like typical John Claude actress they put in the film as like his love interest, just some chicky bangs or whatever, she's doing or whatever, whatnot. She has no dimensional, she has no real like no good seat. She doesn't really have much dialogue, doesn't really do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, doesn't save the day or some shit or become Thor. Like, the mighty Thor, like Love and Thunder or whatever. She's just there to like show her tits and like have sex.
I love Love and Thunder. Don't come for my movie.
I know, my bad. I'm sorry. I know you do. The goats.
I love the goats.
The goats, yes. I like the goats too. I do. The goats are better than Love and Thunder. But no, folks.
I can listen to them scream all day. They were everything.
I think you should change your title to Love and Thunder, Andrew.
Oh.
Yep. Andrew.
Wait, here, Jasmine.
Andrew, aka Love and Thunder.
I don't even like that movie. Why would you do that?
Change it up. You can change it up and make it one big word. Love and Thunder, one word. To like separate yourself from the movie. Or just add like a little thing at the end that says, but I'm not talking about the fucking movie.
Can I just put LT so you think it's Love and Thunder, but like as like Lieutenant or something?
No.
Yep.
No, you must survive.
I'm wearing my Love and Thunder t-shirt on Sunday for the show. I'm just because of this conversation, I'm gonna wear my Love and Thunder t-shirt.
I love Love and Thunder.
We'll preview What If season 2, baby.
I like the little bow god, the little cute thing, the little bow, the little I think it's called bow, but it's like that little like dumpling thing, the little dumpling god.
Oh yeah, the dumpling.
That's funny.
Can you imagine? I'm telling you. Can you imagine, like in Shang-Chi, right? When friggin' when what's his name, the actor, the actor that
Trevor
played,
Slattery.
Oh god,
the Mandarin guy, right?
My brain fog, the Mandarin guy, yeah. When Ben Kingsley walks into the set, on the set to go film, and he's told that he has to act with some fucking butt-faced creature or some shit or whatever.
You don't like Morris?
And he partnered with that for the whole film or whatnot. That's his deal in the film.
I love Morris.
I bet Ben Kingsley was probably like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Like, look, I have a clause in my contract that says I can't be doing stupid shit. No, I'm just kidding. No.
I like it. Looks like a footstool with wings.
Of course, and Jazz, you probably love the butt-faced animal thing too, right?
Morris, yeah, Morris.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I love.
All right, Jazz. Jazz, did you love the butt
I
face thing?
like the goats. The goats are my
Ah.
icon.
No,
yeah,
that stopped
yeah.
being funny after the second time they screamed.
Not for me. I loved them because I knew when they were coming. It was like a ringtone. I was so happy.
For the
I
witcher,
love
whisper
them.
Heather.
We will, Matthew. We will. I'm telling you, and I know. And you already reviewed Bloodsport. You told me that. I know. I'm sorry about that. I forgot.
Cyborg was called Cyborg.
Cyborg. Hey, folks, look. You see how good Matthew is? He's not even on the panel, and he's outperforming me, right, on the show right now. Like he's more true knowledge than I am.
That's truly
Thank
awful.
you, Matthew.
What's
I
awful?
Appreciate you, man.
Henry brings reporters an amazingly bad gratuitous.
Making me look bad and everything and whatnot.
GCVD.
You say here, Entry Banks reporter, there is an amazingly bad gratuitous art shot of John Claude. Yeah, he does have that full nude shot where you see his ass and everything and whatnot.
Oh,
yeah.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
that kept
no,
me
John Claude looked good
captivated.
naked. He did that. He looked good naked. Even I can say that.
Well,
Hey
he's
guys,
like
hey
it.
guys, guess what? You don't have to be gay to like know what a guy's attractive naked. Come on now, Matthew. You know that, Andrew. What up, Alan? How you doing, bro? What up, man? Alan, of course, Mr. Coyer, is from the Black Link Collective podcast. My boys over there, Matt and Freddie. What up, Alan? Good to see you, brother. Thanks for calling me earlier, asshole, when you said you would. Appreciate you. No, I'm just kidding, man. You're good. No. But so from there, we get the draft scene, right? And then the group draft scene, which was beautiful to see them together as a pack and whatnot and everything. And again, I just, Jasmine, Andrew, the contrast of how they jump from these stunningly beautiful, soft, almost loving, kind of lighthearted scenes, and then they jump right from that over in a minute, and you're back to the reality of, wait a minute, I can be killed at any given second right now if I don't pay attention to what's going on, my surroundings, whatever, right? What did you think of that, Jazz? What did you think of that contrast of some of those shots, and then what comes afterwards?
Well, I think they did an amazing job. I was actually really surprised because, of course, Twitter ruins everything. I found out before I watched the episode that the giraffe was real.
Yeah,
I was like, fucking Twitter, because I block everybody on Twitter so I don't have to deal with it. But I always end up getting somebody that's just like, no spoiler alerts, just post the video, and I'm like, fuck you. But yeah, I think the fact that they actually had the giraffe, which was like right from the game, amazing. I really wish they would have done the part where they actually go through the city part and come across some infected, at least for the end of the last episode. Like, come on, at least some infected. Yeah, I think they did a really amazing job. I have no complaints at all.
Well, the reason I asked you guys is because I really haven't directly talked to you or asked you at all during the whole series what you thought of the visuals, besides you critiquing like the lack of the game related type stuff earlier, right? And the difference in the depiction. That you have to admit, at least I would hope, right, that there are some great cinematic shots in almost all the
shots
episodes.
are amazing. I just feel like they lack the thriller aspect of it. Even if they didn't bring the infected in, they should at least have them going through a dark room with their flashlights or something, giving you that feeling that something might pop out or something, just to give that anticipation up, because I feel like it lacked a lot of that for me, but visually it was stunning. They did a really good job. I mean, how do you make infected that already looked badass in a game more badass? Like, their visuals are amazing. I think whoever did the visual needs a raise.
Well, hey, at the same time, and I'm not trying to take anything away from anybody in the cinematic department or whatnot with HBO Studios, in terms, of course, of, Ksenia Sereda, Eben Bolter, Christine A. Mayer, Nadeem Carlson, who did the cinematography. Of course, the producers were Greg Spence and Cecil O'Connor. The executive producers were Craig Mazin, Druckmann, Carolyn Strauss, Rose Lamb, Evan Wells, Carter Schwann, and Assad Quiz Elizabeth. And then, of course, as I said, composers, Gustavo Santaolalla and David Fleming. And now I believe David Fleming also composed Deadwood. And there's heavy Deadwood activity to like
That's
a lot
of the cowboy show, right?
Yes, that's that. It's a classic. It's epic. Like it's one of my dad's favorite TV shows, and honestly, he's right on it. He is my dad on that one. That one is great. I didn't even know the movie came out. They released the movie in 2019, I think, that kind of finished off. So you know, they did it in 3 seasons, and then they didn't give us anything else. They ended it.
It's on HBO too, right? I think.
Is it? I see. I don't have regular TV anymore.
Or is that AMC? I'm thinking of.
No, it's on HBO.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't watch regular TV anymore. I'm all Roku now. So I don't even have, unless I go on, what's it called? That one platform, Vudu or whatever it's called, where they actually have TV, like a layout with channels.
Oh, it's got Timothy Oliphant.
Vudu
Okay.
or whatever. I forget what it's called. Yeah, Timothy Oliphant's in it. I mean, it's a great cast, honestly. It's a great show. Classic. Great
check it out.
Well written. Great story. Timothy Oliphant is like a goat in that series. It's just as good as The Wire, as far as I'm concerned, and The Wire is pretty damn good. Some of these HBO Studio series are so well produced and so well done. I wouldn't mind going back and reviewing them just for fun.
Oh, it's got the dude from John Wick, Ian McShane. Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? He's actually the biggest. He's the second biggest, most important character in the entire series.
I gotta watch this. It sounds cool.
He's the nemesis. He's the villain of the show. He's like the dirty, completely, totally beyond unethical bartender / owner of the saloon hotel, where he runs all the prostitution game and all that and whatnot in the city of Deadwood during the gold rush.
Okay.
Right. And like, he is the most ruthless, cold-blooded, like piece of garbage type dude you could possibly have. But the way he does it is just outstanding.
Okay.
And you want to talk about swearing? You think I swear? Watch Deadwood. Watch him. He says fuck every other word.
Swears like a sailor.
Cunt, fuck constantly. He says cunt all the time. Cunt face this. Jeff, where do you think I got cunt face Kit from? I got that from him. The guy from Deadwood.
You are a dork.
Yeah, that's where I got it from. I brought
You
it from
will
him.
swing your way around to Willow anytime you can.
I love it. I love it. Hey, it's all about the MCU, baby. We're the MCU's bleeding edge. So whenever I can connect that tissue, I like to do it. Anyways, Andrew from GNN, Jasmine. As far as the actual, I guess you could say before the ending, but I guess the sort of end of the second quarter, then the full third quarter of the episode where we have the smoke grenade dropped right by the Fireflies. And oh god, we're getting now. It's kitty time. It's kitty time.
Those are cute.
Kitty time.
Oh, there's 2 of them. Cute.
Anyways, but no. So what do you call it? So from there, we get a smoke grenade, a smoke bomb, and I didn't know what the hell was happening at that point. I thought they were going to get attacked. I thought they were going to get shot. I thought it was going to be a shootout or whatever and whatnot. There's total confusion, right? And basically the Fireflies nab Joel and Ellie completely. And when Joel wakes up, Marlene's there. She's back. Episode 1. We knew she'd come back. She's back. You don't see many characters pop back up in this series after that one episode that they're in. They don't.
Well, remember they were supposed to catch up with her there. She was gonna.
That's right.
She was gonna go where they were going
That's
to.
why they were there. That's why they're there for the draft. They were there to go to the lab, the Fireflies lab. That's right. So Joel wakes up, right? Sees Marlene, and immediately all he thinks about is bring me to Ellie.
Right.
Where is she? Bring her to me. Bring me to her. Right there, you basically know at that point. It doesn't matter what they say to him. What Marlene says, it doesn't matter. It makes no difference. He's coming to that girl no matter what. Right? He's going to fucking push through hell. Anything at this point to reconnect with her. Just having her, not knowing where she is and that she's not safe is something he can't even deal with. He can't take. And that's the effect of the environment they're in. What a relationship like that would be like in this type of world. It'd be that powerful, that connection, the desire to protect others, to know that they're safe, right? Because you live in fear constantly. So basically, as Andrew explained earlier, Marlene just explains to him very simply and in a very measured, said civil way, right? A very logical way, almost like not pleading with him, but like trying to get him to understand the need of what they end up doing, which is, as Andrew explained, she tells him, look, the doctor we have here, his premise or whatever, his understanding of this is that yada, 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 what happened with, the initial scene with Ellie's mom cutting the umbilical cord in some way caused her to become immune. We then find out and are told, Joel even says it, that, so it starts in the mind. It's in the mind, right? For the first time in the series, we actually have it put out there and vocalized that this is something that now they're coming to the realization, this starts in the brain. Yeah. That's the key. And at that point, even before she says it, Joel knows that means that, like, when she says surgery, she's being prepped for surgery. That means killing her, right? Yeah. That means death. So right there, you can see it in his face. You can see
if not death, and some kind of like lobotomy or something that's just as bad.
When she says it, you can see it in his face right there, that he knows immediately that means that they're going to have to go in her head or something like that, right? That means that there's a potential harm to her that could kill her. Yeah. That's enough right there. He's ready. He already knows at that point, I think, what's about to go down. Right. And he's ready to kill probably right there, I think. But he plays it out very smartly. He's very patient, right? He controls himself. Because when he does retaliate and be like, fuck that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't killing her. Bring me to her or whatever. She kicks him or whatever while he gets his ass beat. And she tells some of her thugs, give him a knife, set him loose in the street. As like a mercy deal. And like a thanks for doing what he did and bringing her over there. And at that point, of course, we know what happens. Joel does what Joel does. And we get some great scene, a great extended scene where they slow motion some of it, of him just straight killing dudes, killing people left and right. Just any human being that's in his way. No difference. Armed, unarmed, who gives a fuck? They're dead. They're being killed. That's it. You stand near me, I'm killing you.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I want to say, not only does he not just kill the people in his way, he kind of goes out of his way to kill other people.
You're alive. Yep.
Like there's a couple people who get downed and they're not dead yet, and he goes and he just finishes them off. I think there's like one of the guards behind like a desk or something, like behind like a little front desk shop area. And he goes around and no, like, you're still not dead. Like, let me finish.
That's tactful though. That's just him being tactful and effective, because you know what I'm saying? Like, just because somebody's wounded doesn't mean that they can't shoot you from behind.
Right. Yeah. But he purposely like seeks them out. It's not like he's just taking the most direct way, which he kind of is taking the most direct way. But
again, Andrew,
he hangs back.
He's not doing it because he loves killing people. Right.
Right.
He's not doing it because he gets something out of it.
No, I get it. It's efficiency. I get it.
You have to think long term in this world. At that point, you never know. That person that you leave alive laying on the ground could be the one right when you leave that shoots you in the back.
Well, she does mention at the end with Marlene again. He has mentioned that. Yeah.
There you go. So at that point, that's why he did. It's just pure efficiency. It's a logical thing to do. I do the same.
You would just keep coming after us. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I do the same exact thing. Why would you leave a wounded person there like that with a gun and not just put one in their head real quick? I do it. It makes common sense. Plus, you know what? The person could die and become infected somehow. You never know. Who knows? If they're dead, they can't be infected. Right? Yeah. You gotta think about that. Yeah. So no, at that point, they drown out and they eliminate the audio of the gunshots at some points. Right.
And the song's playing over. Yeah.
With music, with the score played over. And it's very poetic. It's very beautiful. It's beautiful in a killing way, in a horrendous way, in a purely violent way,
dramatic and emotional. Yeah.
Yes, it's a interesting contradictive contrast, right? That blends in a way, if it makes sense. Beauty out of carnage, essentially, and he just straight mows down everybody. I mean, he is like straight now. I wish Joey from Podcast Odyssey was on right now, Jazz, because Joey did not at all feel that it was authentic that Joel was able to wake up from his infection, right? At all. And I guess I think it was episode 8. It was episode 7 with the friend.
Yeah, with Riley.
Yeah. No, he didn't. He just thought it was not very authentic in real life that Joel would be able to get up the way he did after he did get the medicine.
It is kind of quick.
Well, in the game, it's a lot longer. It's a whole day, but they hasten it because, you know, it's a show. But in the game, it's a lot longer. It's not like, he has a whole day and then he wakes up and he's still groggy at the time. And the whole like town's taken over with them looking for his ass. So you got to think of it kind of like that. You know, the way they pace it, it's more of a everything's happened at that moment instead of, you know, happening within a time span of a couple of days.
And see, honestly, I felt that scene was authentic. Now I'm going to watch the episode again, but from the first time, my first view of it, his shooting, his accuracy in the scenes, with the killing and whatnot and everything and all that, it just looks like typical Joel to me. He's very good at what he does, right?
He waits for the pauses. He waits for the reloads. Yeah.
No, I mean, listen, and that's the thing. He was never in the military, right? His training.
No, who was? If you remember the first episode, he has the Iraq bumper sticker on his truck.
He is a vet. He is a vet. Okay, so he is military trained. He does have military training.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So that's why
it's like desert. It says Desert Storm or Iraqi. One of those two. Yeah.
That's why he knows how to use guns so effectively. He's so deadly accurate with guns and whatnot and everything. That makes perfect sense. You know what? I'm sorry about that, Andrew. I honestly, I don't know why I thought he wasn't a veteran. It wouldn't even make any sense that anybody would be that efficient.
Well, I can also just chalk it up to the 20 years of surviving.
But you already said it though. The timing, right? The knowing to react in a certain way, knowing the blind spots where to hide in certain spots, the timing of things after being shot at and whatnot to shoot back and all that. You can only be drilled into you if you're in the military. Really, you can't get that without combat, right? You know, and whatnot and everything, and being drilled. Unless you're John Claude, right, or Arnold in Commando, where like you can just like shoot at the sky at like 7 dudes at the ground. Like
he just walks around casually. Arnold in that movie, he's just walking around casually, shooting from the hip, like not even just.
And the dudes are dying. They're jumping and leaping and shit while they're dying and whatnot, everything. And Arnold's not even aiming at them. He's aiming like 50 feet away from them to the left.
Doesn't he throw a knife at somebody like absurdly far or something?
I don't know. I think his bullets were curving and shit. Like,
I'm thinking of Predator. I'm thinking of Predator when he throws a knife.
He went. The Predator was in the movie too.
He does that in the Predator too, where he's just kind of just shooting from the hip wildly.
Listen, I'm sorry, but the killing, the shooting of the people indiscriminately, them dying in Predator, is pretty comical at times, but it's not as bad as Commando. That final scene in Commando is just goddamn laughable. Not for me now.
That's all where there's a dude with the rocket launcher on the roof, right? I think so, right?
Andrew, you're too much, man. I'm telling you, dude. I'm over here. Look, folks, you don't understand.
All right.
I'm telling you right now. Andrew comes out here purposely just to see how long he can make me not get through a review or whatever and whatnot. Just because I enjoy recording with him so much, Jasmine. He does this on purpose, right? Just to fuck me up and get me in trouble with cyber. So I have to get Wait a minute, Alan. How you gonna be? Wait a minute, Matthew. How you gonna talk shit about Cyborg, man? Come on now. Look now. Hey, Al, Matthew, you're my boy, man. But Cyborg was dope. There you go with Cyborg, Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I can't. I can remember the actress in that one too. I forgot her name.
The little girl.
No, the older one, the one that was like his love interest or whatever.
Oh,
yeah, that was a weird movie, man. I can't remember what the fuck it was about. I mean, seriously, it didn't even make any sense. I wasn't even sure what the hell was even going on when I watched it. He kills people with saw blades. Commando. He does. He goes in the shed and he starts pulling out like garden tools and shit, like shears and shit and whatnot, and like a hoe and like a rake and shit, and starts killing people and shit.
Wait, Alyssa Milano was the daughter in that movie?
Yeah. You remember when he goes in the shed? Jess, did you see Commando?
I forgot that.
No, I don't think I've seen.
Oh man, you missed out. Holy shit, you don't even know about Commando. I'm telling you. You want to react to something, Jazz, on your YouTube channel? react to Commando, baby. That will that will go viral.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? Because Commando is such a big hit with the kids these days, right, Andrew? I'm sure they're all about it. I can see my daughter actually being willing to if I paid my daughter to watch Commando, she would.
I think you're referring to the wrong Commando.
I swear to God, I'm not joking, Andrew. If I tried to pay my 18-year-old daughter to watch Commando, she still would not watch it.
No, really, that's easy money.
If I said,
I watch it on TikTok all the time. Oh, wait, you're talking about the movie?
Shut up, Jasmine. No, seriously, don't disrespect Commando, baby. Come on now, we're talking about Arnold here.
No,
right?
I love a man in Commando. Yeah.
Okay, you can say what you want about Arnold during there are many decades, but during the 80s and the 90s, you could not say anything negative or bad about Arnold at those periods. Right, Andrew?
Great Sweatpants season is the best.
I love him in Kindergarten Cop.
Oh my God. Yeah, Kindergarten
Jingle All the Way? Come on.
Kindergarten Cop was actually pretty good. It was.
Jingle All the Way? I love it.
Was better than Twins. At least it was much more entertaining than Twins.
I've never seen Twins.
Although Danny DeVito makes pretty much anything good. I gotta love to get Danny DeVito on the panel sometime, man. Can you imagine how funny he'd be? He loves all kinds of raunchy fucking humor.
It's funny.
Yeah, he's all about it. The nastier, the nastier, the better with him. It's unfortunate that he gets curtailed by ratings and whatnot. Killing people with saw blades in Commando. Alan, you're right. Just like the dude in Hellraiser 3 that had a saw blade for a head or whatever, or like a record or a CD or whatever in his head. It's not a tumor. Oh my God, Alan, you're killing me. But no, folks, Andrew comes on here. No. And I enjoy recording with him so much, and Jasmine, that it gets hard to stay focused on the recap. But no, folks, the way they do this action scene is great. And it's very efficient. It's not super long, but it's not super short. They also kind of throw some smoke in there a little bit too. They throw a little shade in there too. So some of the scenes are a little grainy, I think. Visually, they kind of do some different stuff to filter things to where things look different visually as he's going through the hallways and whatnot and going through rooms and killing people on his way, figuring out, where Ellie's at. Now, of course, he finds Ellie, straight just fucking kills the doctors and shit and whatnot and everything. Doesn't matter what they say. They're going to die anyway, no matter what. Right? He's going to kill them no matter what they say.
You're not leaving with her or something.
Instantly. And then they said it wouldn't matter. They would have been killed. He would have killed them anyway. Just for the fact that they touched her like that and whatnot, and then she would have died at that point.
I still feel like that scene though, and in the episode was like he just walked out. He walked out. Like he didn't just walk out in the game. It just
You mean walk out the way he walked out with Ellie?
Yeah, just like
untouched or whatever.
It was anticlimactic for me. And then they were like, "Oh, we're just fucking with you. Here's a little something at the end." Here's a little flashback, forward, flashback. I was like, "Oh, okay, that makes up for it."
Go ahead, Andrew.
Are you talking about the little thing at the end? Or are you talking about with Marlene showing up?
The fact that he manages to walk through that gunfight unscathed the way he does, walking.
No, I mean the way, just in general, how he just. It seems like when he has to do gunfight scenes,
casual. How casual it is?
It seems so casual. It doesn't seem so, but they turn it around on your ass. Like when you think it's anticlimactic, and all of a sudden you're like, "Oh, okay."
Well, Jasmine, I mean it's all strategic. It's all logical.
I know, but it's just like I always feel like it should be more of a struggle for him. Like I mean, because in the game, know how intimidating it feels to get killed a bunch of times, right? Because some bastard shot your ass.
You might have put hours into that game.
Yeah, but in the show, they make it seem so effortless and so easy for him.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah,
and that's what I'm missing for it. It's like I want to see him struggle a little bit more, not too much.
Maybe get winged in the shoulder or something.
He got stabbed and shit by fucking what was like a broken piece of football bat or some shit.
Yeah, but that's scripted in the game. I mean, the game he has the same thing happen.
He was shot and stabbed.
I mean, that wound looked pretty nasty to me. So I don't think he was like that. I mean, that was some serious shit. It could have killed him. No, but seriously though, Andrew, you get where I'm coming from on this. I know you know what I mean.
I understand what both of you are saying. I understand what both of you are saying.
It's like when I told you before, Jasmine, or I mentioned to other people before that, like, not that I'm bragging or anything like that and whatnot, but when you fight multiple combatants or whatnot in hand-to-hand combat, which I have done a couple times and whatnot when I was younger and shit and whatnot, and I've been in situations, of course, before in the past where I've had to do it, right? I had, go one-on, whatever, you know what I mean? Because I had to. And I'm not getting into that and whatnot. That's, again, a personal thing, but either way, and I'm not glorifying violence or anything like that or promoting it at all. I don't even like violence. I don't enjoy committing it at all. It's not fun for me. Like, I'm saying, if anything, I feel repentant afterwards. I mean, I am a Christian. Like, I'm not supposed to harm other people. It's supposed to be like, part of my faith. But no, in general, I don't like hurting people. I don't. But in reality, I have done it though. I've hurt lots of people physically and whatnot, not emotionally, really, but physically. And when you fight multiple combatants, you have to be able to think preemptively, and you have to be able to think on your feet and think ahead a couple of milliseconds, or you won't win. Like, you can't be effective against two other dudes in a fight if you can't actually be able to think ahead of the game the whole time and sort of perceive or grasp what direction they might go or what counter they might give you. If you take
that's not what I mean, though. That's
no, but it's all a part of it, though. It's all a part. That's why Joel is so casual. You have to slow
no. I mean, like, even in that scenario, he should at least get winged by a bullet or something, because it feels like.
How many Fireflies were there, do you think?
I think it was like at least, I think he killed at least 8 or 9 people.
10 of them or so?
Yeah, but in the game, there's like 20, 30 of them. So, like,
wait
a minute, though. If that's different, Jazz, if they had Fireflies,
what I'm saying is, even in that scenario in the game, he didn't get winged or shot or to push the story along. It's unrealistic even in a game standpoint, let alone them trying to make it realistic and him still not getting more. I mean, he's already wounded. There's no way he's that badass while wounded. I'm sorry.
Well, I think he was healed, but we don't know how much time has passed.
I disagree.
And infected too, like coming over that.
Yeah, but honestly, if they were more numbers, it'd be different for me. But I think what he faced, right, in the environment he was in, right, in a building like that and whatnot, right, with sort of like cover and be able to come around corners and whatnot, right, on people and all that, in that kind of environment, instead of like an open field type deal or a forest or something like that, that type of situation, where strategy can really be used and employed. Right, because you have corridors, you have corners, you have walls, right, closets, things like that, furniture. My point is simply that in that scene, to me, everything he pulled off, all he killed and whatnot, and everything, it all seemed plausible to me.
He did, he killed a few people by surprise, right? I think there was a couple he fired on them from behind, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, like, visually, I feel like, just like in the game, you know how many times this man went inside buildings, hid behind walls, and you had to see a motherfucker standing behind, like, be on the other side. Like,
it was like the radar vision thing to see.
It was at least having him have to peer over some shit periodically to try to get these people. Oh my God, and the dogs and.
Look. Jazz, you got to give HBO. I don't care. I give
them their props for what they did.
You're making a good point, and I understand that. But Andrew, you know how it is with HBO Studios. You're not going to find any other studios out there that's willing to do authentic killing and violence and sex and shit and whatnot the way they do. There's nobody else out there that does it but HBO.
I think they actually restrain themselves a lot with the violence. I think.
No, but I'm saying the authenticity.
Sure.
Like when you watch their series. And you see violence, and you see fighting and warfare.
Well, if you're going to go authenticity, you have to talk about the fact that they did hold themselves back quite a bit for a game that is very particularly violent.
Oh yeah, but no, at the same time though, you don't know. I mean, maybe those Fireflies that were there were not very battle tested. Maybe they hadn't had much actual combat experience.
I mean, Marlene mentions when she like half of her group didn't even survive the trip. She says like half of us barely even made it, like the long trek or whatever. Like they lost a lot of soldiers on the way.
I mean, just because you joined the Firefly doesn't mean that you're that you have any, you're actually skilled at killing people or that you're fucking badass. It just means
because they're not even proper. They're not even proper military. They're just like militia. I
know,
just randos.
Yeah, I mean, you got random crackheads up in there probably that just got lost one day and whatnot, ended up in the Firefly. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
remember that crackhead died in the very first episode. He didn't make
He
it.
got beat to death.
That could be a side series for HBO. That a random crackhead that joins the Fireflies one day while he's on crack or whatever, whatnot.
Where do they get it though? Like they growing that in a field somewhere, trying to keep the zombies away from it. Like
they mentioned that episode that it's hard to come by this stuff. They mentioned like, oh, there's like a place out north that's like a factory or something where they're like making drugs. They mentioned it in the first episode.
Oh, okay, because I was like, how the hell are they even staying high in this situation? I mean, like,
honestly, they don't really do much drinking or like smoking or doing drugs or anything really in the series. I didn't think about that until now, but you don't really see much
can you
alcohol
imagine
or
a
like
post-apocalyptic brothel?
I mean, you can make Pruno's
well, no, I mean, honestly, if it was me, if I was in that kind of world, if I was living in a world like that, I would probably drink a lot more than I do.
Alcohol is not that hard to make, yeah.
No, I would drink because I mean, I'd be bored. You got no TV, no power in certain situations, right? You got no entertainment really, right? Out there.
I love that part where they showed like all the people in one building like watching that movie on the projector. Like I love that. Like, and to Ellie, it's like the most like what is this kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, man, it's like I mean, seriously, it's boring. So at that point, what else are you gonna do? You could either like, I mean, you can either drink, or you can basically just like jerk off 17 times a day or whatever, like some dudes do, right? How I don't know, but they sometimes do. So, or you can basically just watch. You can somehow create a world where you can watch Bloodsport and Commando over and over again, back to back every day of your life, 365. That's one of the other
man in Commando.
That's possible. Andrew, can you imagine that dimension? The dimension, the multiverse dimension where like you watch Commando and Bloodsport. No, you're in Bloodsport and Commando as a life. Like you imagine if your life was Commando or Bloodsport and that was your life.
That would be cool because that means I'd be invincible and I could just shoot whatever and still get like kills.
Oh man, me and Jazz were joking the other night about in Bloodsport that fucking little African guy that like does that like little roll and shit and whatnot. And splits the coconut and shit with the karate chop.
Yeah.
That shit is funny. Oh man, that shit is funny. I gotta get that clip and play that. I gotta get that, Jazz.
There's an idea, Jeff, right there. Bloodsport in review. There you go.
Oh, I gotta write that down.
Bloodsport in review.
Now. This is very important, folks. This is important, official, professional, true knowledge, bleeding edge research going on here. All right.
Join us next week where we get the panel to review Bloodsport on here.
Kickboxer. No, wait a minute. That's Bloodsport. Bloodsport, dude.
We'll do the Jean-Claude cinematic universe.
Coconut karate chop clip. There you go. That's how I'm gonna title it. Dude, coconut karate chop chick. Okay,
I'm telling you, Jeff, the JCVD universe.
I'm telling you, man. Just wait, Jazz. I'm gonna drop that clip soon on the MCU's Bleeding Edge, and I'm gonna add an inscription to it. Donate for you, Andrew. It's gonna be for you. I'm gonna have on the bottom in remembrance of Andrew from GNN. Since I probably won't see him on the panel for 4 months.
I'm like, did I die in this scenario?
Yeah, you died during the finale, bro.
As long as you include the America A-OK. As long as you include that part.
No, you know what? Jazz was so pissed that like Joel didn't get killed or whatever, or get shot or anything like that during that firefight that now you're dead. Okay, Jazz, sweetie, I'm sorry that you're tired. I apologize.
Me too.
I know that I'm running real late, but that's the thing, sweetie. Honestly, I'm well intentioned because I'm just having fun with y'all. It's a good conversation. It's a great topic, right? And Andrew is somebody. One of the things I love about Andrew is that he's not just a good friend. He's one of the people who I really, really fucking love to record with. I just really do.
Thank you.
I just really fucking enjoy it. I look forward to it for when shows when I know he's in the panel. I'm like, fucking A, man. Like how I feel internally going into the show. I'm just like, yeah, baby.
Thanks.
It's like a good feeling, It's like okay, I'm gonna have fun with my friend tonight.
It's nice to feel wanted. So thank you.
Hey, it's nice to be appreciated, right? You know what I'm saying? And you know that I appreciate you on the panel. Yeah. You do a good job. You're a great guest. You really are. You're a shitty host and co-host on your podcast and whatnot, unfortunately, but. No, I'm just kidding. I'm fucking around, folks. Come on now. and was a great host. So Jasmine, will you please explain really quick to close things out and whatnot for the review? Or we can just get it up, flush out real quick how things end in the ending segment, or like the ending of the episode. Before we then get our who knows how long break before they actually wrap up production of season 2, which I think they already started. I do think, if I'm correctly, I believe they already started production on season 2.
Well, with coming to the end of the episode, basically he threatens to pop off the dude's kneecap. He tells him, he stabs him, and then he goes to go confront the other guy, and the other guy's like, I'm not telling you shit. He told you what you wanted to know. And he's like, oh, don't worry. I believe him, and then hits him in the head with a lead pipe. Very clue of him. And we move forth to Ellie, who is captured in a cage with pedophile McGee, who has her locked up in this like makeshift jail cell situation.
Wait, are we talking about episode 8 now?
I'll go episode 8. Jasmine, I'm talking about the end of episode 9, the finale. What happens?
Yeah, am I on the right one? Oh God! Wow!
Oh
my God!
You're talking about David and everything that happened in episode 8.
Oh my God!
Jasmine, listen, I'm sorry, but I am gonna have to edit out that clip, and I'm gonna have to put that out there and play it, just because that is so hilarious. You literally forgot what fucking episode we're even talking about.
I am tired.
Clearly,
the last episode.
Oh my God! Okay,
I thought I was living in the fucking Bloodsport dimension there for a minute.
I was so confused, Jeff. I was like,
so bad. I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. So basically,
you have been demoted. You're a regular guest, but you're gonna have to wear one of those patches, like the fucking.
Oh, shut up. Okay, yeah. So basically, he exits the. He has to deal with the fact that Marlene had told him that they're going to have surgery on Ellie and he can't see her right now. He freaks out and basically threatens her and says, show me where she is. And then, they refuse. And she says, you can give him back his gun after you walk him all the way.
We got through that part.
Oh, I know. I'm just recapping.
What part? What happens
after? And then we get to the part where basically he kills the doctor, which apparently there was an Easter egg of Abby being in the background helping with the surgery.
Laura Bailey, she's one of the nurses.
Yeah. And then he walks out. He goes down. He meets Marlene down there waiting with a gun. He shoots her. He puts Ellie in the car, lies to her like he usually does, especially in the game. And they drive off, and initially he tells her that basically there are more immune people out there, and there was no cure. They're no longer looking for one. Mm-hmm. They skip ahead a little bit, which was initially, I believe, a flashback scene in part 2. And they basically have the confrontation of where she asks, what you told me about the fireflies, is that true? And
swear to me that it's true.
Yeah, and he lies straight to her face. And
that's why I said earlier that you look, there's sometimes you have to lie, right? For certain reasons. Like, no, we all. Oh no,
she knows he's lying. Like she looks at him dead in the eye, and he can't lie well.
Yeah.
That okay, she says at the end, is not a convinced okay.
No, Joel, you're right. Joel's not a very good liar.
He's not, and he says, "Yeah." He's like, "I promise," and she looks at him like, "Mm-hmm."
That okay.
Yeah,
I can. Okay with it. Mm-hmm.
I have that in common with Joel. I do. I don't know. I don't know what it would be like, but I'd imagine if I tried to lie to people to their face, they would just laugh at me.
I think it's because he's trying to lie to someone he cares about. Yeah. And when you're trying to lie to somebody you care about, it's a lot harder to convincingly lie.
I think he knows that she doesn't really believe him, because he comes up with so many excuses. She's like, why am I still like in the hospital gown? Like, where's my clothes? And he's like, it got attacked by raiders. It got attacked by raiders.
She's really smart. She logically puts it together on her own.
Yeah.
But like at the same, and her questions are probed. They're like specific for a reason. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like she's looking for certain answers. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And you can see it. She's being strategic. That's one of the things I think that he admires about her. That's one of the qualities about her that he connects with is that she has that in her, that same capability in her, that killer capability, I think, that spirit, that ability. So where with the training, she could be very effective in combat herself.
Yeah, like remember when she talks to David, where she like cuts his hands, right? Like she pretends to believe him, and then she does like the thing where she like breaks his like finger or whatever, right? Like
no, they just play it.
She knows how to play people pretty well.
They show it throughout the episodes that like with the right training, as she's older and more matures and whatnot and everything, and then you see her that she has a natural tendency towards violence, just like Joel does, right? That they've always had. Like Joel's always been violent. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like
I feel like if you're born in that kind of chaos ensues into you.
Oh no,
So
well,
that
Joel's
is
always
something
been violent though. He wasn't like in the series. I don't know about the game, but in the series, he was violent in his regular life, just not in this way.
He wasn't violent in the game per se when he didn't need to be. He was more reserved. He didn't talk much. It was something that Ellie had to get out of him and kind of warm him up to actually being a normal human being. There was instances where he'd be very violent, and it always came down to somebody trying to hurt somebody he cared about.
Well, remember, they've already said that like the stuff he's doing now doesn't even come close to the kind of fucking crazy shit, the crazy evil shit he was doing to people back in the day.
Yeah, during
Right?
when he
Like,
was with his brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, violence is natural to him. All I'm saying is that in his older life before the infection, Jasmine, he had no problem with violence then either.
Well,
Like,
yeah, he was a
if you crossed the
soldier.
line with him, just like me, he'd be fighting you. He would be punching you right in the face.
Well, I think
That's
it's more
no fault.
because he was a soldier and he saw war. There's
Yeah.
a difference. I don't think it's him being a violent person.
No,
that
no.
would-
Again,
I believe
in his everyday life, I
I'm
don't
not
think he
saying he's a
was.
violent person. That's not my point. What I'm saying is that in situations, logically to him, where it's necessary in his regular life, he was the type that had no problem committing violence to another man.
No, I believe that was his brother, especially in the show because
Yeah,
he
I think
kept
that was
going to
more
jail.
Tommy.
Yeah,
Because remember, he goes to the prison. He goes to jail to pick up Tommy from because he's like, oh, he got into another fight again. He like when he leaves in the first episode to go pick up his brother from jail.
Yeah, but I think Tommy's weak though. Yeah,
no.
in reality, like the way he came off in the episode he was in, he's like a dude that I beat his ass in less than 10 seconds.
No, it's because he's a family man now. He's got a kid on the way. That's the reason why he's being the way he is. It's not because he's weak. It's because he knows there's other things he needs to be fighting
Oh,
for.
I get that. That's logical. What I'm saying is he comes off like a pussy to me. Like he ain't Joel.
He's really not though, especially in the game. He's fucking badass.
Now that dude that we saw, the way Tommy was portrayed in the episode he was in, he ain't nothing like Joel.
No, he was portrayed the same way he was in the game, though, especially when you come across him again. So basically, he doesn't toughen up until about the second game because he gets to a point where he has to, he's broken, and when you're broken, you get chaotic. He's happy right now. He has the family he wants. He doesn't have to keep fighting. He has a whole town of people that are keeping the ground safe, and it's far enough away from people they don't have to worry about raiders. So it's not really him being weak, it's him being content and not looking for the chaos that he once was searching for. He found something else
with Jasmine.
He found something else to live for, and that's
again,
what I love
having not played the game. I never played the game. The way that they showed me, the way that they displayed him, his character, that all they gave us was the scenes of the one episode. Was that he gave off the impression to me that when they were together as a trio, it was Tess and Joel that ran the show and did the real dirty shit, right? And Tommy was just kind of there. He was like the third part of the team. You know what I'm saying? Like he wasn't leading missions and shit and whatnot, and like really,
Well, no, I mean, Joel tells Ellie, like when he's giving like background about Tommy, he says like, oh, like all three of us, we were tight. Like we did like stuff that, like we did bad stuff before, but Tommy was the one who wanted to be a hero. He was the more like optimistic. Yeah. He went to join the Fireflies thinking, I can do some good in this world. Yeah. So he's a little more, I wouldn't say naive, but he's a little more like he wants to be the hero kind of person. But it sounded like he was in the thick of it with Tess and Joel doing bad stuff before that.
And that's all I'm trying to note is that I'm not trying to say that I believe that Joel is a violent man in general. I'm not a violent man myself, right? I don't like conflict, and I try whatever possible to try to not have things ever become a bad situation like that with anybody. It's not good. It's not productive. I'm a parent. I don't want to set that kind of example in front of my children. But at the end of the day, though, All I'm saying is that some of us inherently have the ability to commit violence at certain rates or in better and more effective ways than others. It's just part of life. And like for some people, it's just a natural inclination, you know, to play football or wherever in high school or college or whatnot and be violent as fuck as just a natural thing. And I think Joel's one of those type of people. I know, Jazz, I know it's getting late. So basically, you know, at the end of the series, you know, at the end of the episode, as Jazz said, you know, Joel just lies to her. Essentially, we don't really get any kind of inclinations. I saw, guys, you tell me, of what direction that we're going to go into season 2. They don't give us any kind of like clear signal or step, right, into anything and whatnot, everything where you're like, oh, okay, now I see the direction of season 2 right now, right? Andrew, I didn't catch anything like that towards the end of the episode. I didn't see anything that said to me like, oh, okay, this is a premise or this is a tie to season 2.
I'm sorry. I was it's getting late. Sorry, I was distracted by a phone call.
No. Last question. I didn't see anything at the end there that really, to me, connected anything to season 2. Like where I was like, oh, okay, now I see a premise for season 2, or I see like where they might go. They didn't really did they say anything, or was there, I can't remember them anything really happening.
No, that's how the game is too. Like the way the first game ends, there's nothing that leads you to believe there's going to be a sequel because it feels like everything's kind of just neatly, tightly, kind of just ended there and stuff. Like he takes out everybody, right? He takes out everybody in the hospital. I mean, or in the lab or whatever. Like there's really no loose ends. So it feels like a tight, like we kind of wrapped everything up. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? And listen, folks. I think what we're going to end up probably doing down the road is probably pretty soon. We're probably going to actually do some after the Last of Us shows. I'll try to get Jazz in on them too, see if I can get Andrew in, where we flush out some of the stuff that we couldn't do in these reviews, right? Stuff that we noticed, you know, maybe we're thinking about more later after early episodes. And we'll have some after like the series shows. But just to wrap this up, okay, first of all, Jasmine, to you first, ladies first, and you, Andrew. How many seasons do you think HBO will fucking pull this thing out? We'll keep this thing going.
Oh, I already know. They already said 4.
They said 3. They said 3.
No, because if you count this one, there's 3 more. Because they're going to drag out the next season for 3 seasons.
No,
the next game for 3. They said 3 altogether. That's what I heard.
They said
that
they wanted.
Did HBO Studios officially state to the media or the public?
That's what I heard. Hold on, I can see if I can.
No,
find something.
They said. So the second
post-production right now, Andrew. They're in post-production right now.
The second game was going to be split up into season 2 and season 3 is what they said.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought they were going to do 3 seasons.
They're going to begin filming before the end of 2023. So at the end of this year, they're going to start filming. So if you figure they figure they're going to do the same amount of episodes next season 2. That means we'll probably get. I would expect we'll probably get the first episode of season 2 probably at the beginning of 2025.
I think technically they could, if they really wanted to go that route, they could make 3 seasons out of the second game because it is a long game, and to be able to really have people give a damn about Abby.
See, I think I think Pascal and the actress that plays Ellie, what's her name?
Bella Ramsey.
I think that they're so good together. Their chemistry is so fucking great. As Joel and Ellie, I think they could stretch this thing into like a 6, 7, 8 season deal if they wanted to.
No, I would lose interest the moment they decided to do that.
You don't want to overstay though. Yeah, you can't do that. I don't think so.
4 seasons from like the first one and then 3 of the other one because you can break up the game to give the flashbacks more depth for Joel and Ellie from the second game so that we can get more of Joel. So then when we get to the point of, you know, the spoiler from the second game, you would actually really be heartbroken more than just having 1 season.
Jasmine, HBO Studios has already shown and proof that like they would get like with Game of Thrones that they have no problem going away. They got past George R. R. Martin's books and just started making their own shit up.
Like I said, I wouldn't watch anymore.
I mean, there's no coincidence that that's where the quality of that show dropped off.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, no. I'm not saying it's a good move. I'm simply saying that based off of how fucking good season 1 was, I wouldn't be shocked if they did 6 seasons of this shit.
And I wouldn't watch.
I would. I'll watch all of it. I'll watch all of it and review all of it. I don't care.
I would watch it, but with an attitude.
I want to see the whole thing played out, even if it was 6 seasons.
I'd wait until it was over, like I did with Supernatural. I was like, fuck it.
I'll tell you right now, though, I don't care. You're still gonna have to pay all of us, and give us free appointments to the massage parlor too, at least 2 or 3.
Oh my gosh!
Right? If you want us to fucking review any new Willow season 2 shit that you decide to come out with in 10 years.
Did that show get canceled? Didn't that show get canceled?
Listen, it got canceled, and they should just burn whatever copies or whatever. They should just burn it and like take it off Disney Plus. The first season, it's detracting from the whole like Disney Plus platform. I'm telling you. Good. Hey, you know what? Honestly, Jazz, Cunt-Face Kit, the actress, her next role might be in True Hammer, right? It's possible.
Oh my god!
Oh, that was good, Andrew. That was a good one, bro. I'm telling you, man. You don't even know. You didn't see it. You don't even know how good that was. Jazz, was that not good?
You know it's late.
Jazz over here sleeping and shit. Anyway, so now give us a rating. Let's go. I'm going to start with, what a shock. A 9.75. Andrew, what do you got?
9 out of 10.
Jasmine?
9.
Yep, just like 9 inches, right, baby? Because that's how you do it. Because that's how Jazzy does it, baby. It's got to be 9 or above.
She just stopped. She's just done.
She's laughing. She's laughing. She's laughing. Anyways, folks,
I can't stand you.
She's laughing. Yeah. I make Jazz laugh. Whenever she mutes herself like that, so she's laughing. Anyways, folks, we love you out there very much. We do. We appreciate all of you. And you know, we honestly,
Wow. Như vậy thì
that is actually what happened, right? That was actually Brie Larson calling that dude, right? And he was like, "What? Fucking Brie Larson?" Fuck! He just threw his phone against the wall. He found out Brie Larson was going to be cast as Captain Marvel, and he was like, "Fuck that shit." Right? That was his reaction to finding out about it. He was like, "Hey, no, I'm just kidding. I apologize, folks. I love Captain Marvel, right? That's why I have the poster." But anyways, thank you very much, Andrew. Shout out to Andrew. Shout out to Geek News Network. We're gonna do any plugs. Everybody's tired, right? I gotta go smoke crack. I mean, shit, it's been 2 hours and 22 minutes since I smoked crack. That's a long time for a crackhead to go without crack. So, you know, and Jasmine, appreciate you, hon. Thank you for being here.
No problem.
Jasmine rocked the whole series out with me. Every fucking episode, like a trooper, like a fucking soldier, like Joel.
What?
Like Joel, baby. Our own fucking Joel over here. We're gonna call you Commando, baby. Jasmine. That's the way Jasmine, aka Commando. There you go. Thank you very much, folks. We appreciate you. Subscribe to the MCU'S Bleeding Edge. We're almost at 15,000 subscribers. I'm not going to be fucking content until we're at fucking 100,000, baby. I want that 100,000K. All right. And then I want 500,000K, baby. All right. Come on now. I want some side hustle income here. Come on. Let's go. Jasmine needs some money. She needs to get paid for this shit. It ain't right. She's too good. She's too talented to be on the bleeding edge and not be getting some money out of this shit. So come on, folks. Hook us up. Hit the bell. Be notified when we're live. We have a Facebook group again. People, right? We have a Facebook group again. Please follow us on there. We love all of you. We love The Last of Us. We love HBO Studios. Thank you very much, HBO. Peace. We'll see you later. Have a great weekend, everybody.
All right. See you, Jeff.
Are going to take off.
Some of them going to bomb.
Just like they've bombed in the comics.
What about this guy? You think this guy can make it for the Avengers?
One of Diamond Days, a ninja teaching flex. I need let me say the sign right now. Come on in here, ninja. This here's my ninja. Diamond Days Ninja School. Come on down. What we're going to teach you, hold that, Lord. What we're going to teach you in our first episode is a proper stance and a proper kung fu. And you got your Judy chop, all right? You got your karate chop, and you got your ninja chop. Now, what smart thing to do is like when you use a judo chopping, you gotta say it, for you beginners, like a Judy chop. Because what you don't want to do is like be a Judy chopping and a kung fu kicking, and there goes your leg. You know, there ain't much hauling for a one-legged ninja out there. Right there, hard as a rock, but let me show you something. What happened last time, baby? Don't put it in front of your face. I don't want to hurt you. But you got me? But what we're going to do here, we're going to work on the ninja chops. What we're going to do. You go a ninja chop. Well, now see, now sometimes it don't always work for a ninja. You know, but it practice makes it perfect. Don't go ninja nobody, don't need ninja. Alrighty? Now them things there, if I was put them in my pockets, they'd get me for concealment of a deadly weapons. They say you got your son fella coming at you out in the trailer park. Regular cannon you say? No, says I. Watch this, people. Yeah, we just rolling through the trailer park. What's that? What's that fella doing? Ninja start. Right there. That son fella jumps out behind a trailer on you. You know, you got to put them on out yonder like that. And you can't get him caught up in your ninja outfit, you know. And like if a feller's coming at you with...
Dude, that guy lived right next door to me, man.
Yo, what the hell was that weapon he pulled out there? Was that a crack pipe? Like,
it looked like a damn skull can or something, didn't it?
Where did you find that?
Listen, hey, that guy that he said that in, that is his interview tape for the Special Olympics Avengers.
That dude don't stand a prayer.
Oh,
that dude.
It's amazing that something like that that dude's probably popular as hell from that video.
Dude, that guy could beat Kate Bishop's ass.
Alpha Flight will whoop his ass. Puck will whoop his ass. Ninja chopping, man. Puck will whoop his ass. North Star beat his ass, and that's bad.
I was watching Andrew during that. Andrew just like put his head back, and he's like, "Oh man,
hell, man."
I already saw that clip, so I'm like, "Oh, this is gonna be like another minute."
Well, Nate, if you're saying you've got your own top 5 right in your head, go ahead and drop it.
All right, number 1, Spider-Man 3.
Sorry.
Number 2, Black Widow. Number 3, probably go with Hawkeye. Number 4, gotta go with WandaVision. Number 5, Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Okay. Oh, you know what? Earlier I wanted to mention that Marvel Studios will be okay at the end of the day, just as long as Disney doesn't bring me in and put me in charge of like some casting couch style interviews with the female actresses for the MCU and shit and whatnot.
We'd be seeing a lot of titties, wouldn't we?
Things might get interesting at that point. You know what I'm saying? You feel me, Renee?
Well, yeah, because you can farm out the males to me.
I mean,
and there you go, folks.
In terms of being excited to see this movie, do you feel like the trailers gave enough to explain what's kind of going on?
I think the star power alone is going to draw the fans in.
Oh yeah, Sally, I don't know how you didn't see Angelina Jolie. I mean, come on, man.
Which one is she again?
When Angelina Jolie is on screen, she stands out. Like,
wait, which one was she? Was she the blonde one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm confused.
Listen, if you're trying to tell people that you're bisexual, well, then you got some serious messed up radar or something.
Hey,
you can't like.
To be fair, Scarlett Johansson and Chris Evans were on the screen when I figured that out.
I'm just saying. I mean, you know, I'm not by myself, and I could tell like which guys were attractive during the scenes of the trailer and weren't and everything and whatnot. So
I just don't know what Angelina Jolie looks like when she's not Maleficent.
Okay, and
I need you to stop.
Okay, I'll stop now.
See, y'all are all overlooking. Okay, Angelina Jolie, yeah, she's fine. Hello, Selma Hayek.
Yeah,
I just don't want to say anything about Salma Hayek because the stuff I have to say is beyond Disney Plus rating. You know what I'm saying?
She's sexy. She's sexy.
That was her?
That's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, Salma Hayek.
Kind of like the narrator? I didn't realize it.
Yeah.
You can't miss her, man. Just look for the chick with the biggest tits on screen and she's there. That's her.
Of course.
Not hard.
And then go home and watch Dogma so you can see the striptease and everything's good.
And Angelina even gained some weight for this movie. Like, she doesn't look like a crackhead anymore like she did a couple years ago. She was looking rough, man. That would have been
Wait, which
rough
one? Angelina Jolie?
Yeah, she was looking rough, man, a while back there.
She looks great now.
Well,
she looks great.
I mean, hey, she does look really
You
great.
have to out me as bisexual. I mean, spoiler alert, I'm not straight.
Well, that's awesome. We're all about LGBT pride over here at the MCU's Bleeding Edge.
Let's all be gay here.
As long as it leads to me hooking up with some lesbians or whatever at the end of the night, I'm good.
Trust me, Jeff, the lesbians aren't interested.
You'd be surprised how many lesbians have been interested in me before, my dear. You got a lot to learn. You're a young girl.
I love it.
Shut up.
Believe me, those lesbians, man, 10, 15 years go by without any of that good D. You know, they start sniffing around after. Man, I don't know what was going on with me that night, folks. I'm telling you right now. Jermaine, brother, I miss you, dude. Your smile is just like just so I guess warming or whatever and whatnot. And just like your disposition and whatnot, everything is, you know, at least when you're on the bleeding edge, man, you seem like so content and happy and relaxed and shit. Of course, you're drunk all the time too, so like that helps, I guess, right? That helps, like, you know, get into that direction. But no, your smile is just infectious, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you're on the panel and you're having a good time and whatnot, like everybody has a good time, bro. You're good people. Jermaine is good ass people. I would plug his podcast on YouTube right now, folks. He would be the handsome, well-educated black man, gay black man there on the panel. There was Sally the MCU girl and Dave from Geek News Now Network, just like Andrew. And Jermaine, of course, is hard to get on the phone, hard to talk to on the phone and get a hold of. And he only comes to the Bleeding Edge like twice a year. So we're not due for him for probably like another 3 or 4 months, since he was just dying like 2 months ago. But I'll tell you, I'm not really all that happy with my my fashion rating for tonight, as far as how I calibrated my color coordination with this fucking Batman hat, my new Batman hat, and the shirt and everything and whatnot. The gray doesn't really flow with the pink, I guess, which I didn't realize. I thought it would, but it didn't. Right? I probably should have went with black, I think, but that's okay. Right? I mean, even Jeff S, aka True Knowledge, humbled host and creator of the MCU'S Bleeding Edge, you know, drops the ball here and there. So, right, as long as I don't drop too many balls too fast, we should be okay, USA, as Andrew said, to quote Bloodsport and shit, right? But guess what, folks? This would be, I guess, what you would call a sort of like a commercial break right now. That's actually active in a way, because we're still live and we're live stream. This would be the version of a commercial during a live stream if you ever had one. Because I'm actually bringing some other guests on right now, like after the show type vibe type shit, and we're gonna fucking jam out and rock out some bad made reactions and shit and whatnot, and just kick it and fucking talk some shit. So there you go. There's a little surprise to you folks, a surprise to all of you supporters, and yes, I'll even say, I guess, fans or like extended family or friends of the Bleeding Edge and whatnot, right? Again, that I see you know, on Twitter and Twitch right now, and even on our new Facebook page that only has like 3 followers. We still somehow managing to have like 16 live people right now. Thank you very much to everybody on Facebook. Thank you very much to everybody on Twitter Live. You know, we're not exactly killing it statistically on there, but like every show, when I look at the end of the show or whatever, or during the show, we always seem to end up with at least like, you know, 10 or 15 or 20 participants throughout the stream. You know, they may only be on for, you know, 47 seconds, but I mean, hey, it's something, you know, like, you know, I mean, it's as far as I'm concerned, it's positive. It's good. I don't think that there's a huge overall audience, like, of people that are sitting there on Twitter anyway to watch content or watch live streams personally. We don't do all that hot on Twitch, honestly, which I'm not all that happy with. Not that I'm like numbers driven. I just like to grow our audience on Twitch just as we've been on Twitch, right? Since the inception of the MCU's Bleeding Edge now, 2 years, we've been on Twitch. I've just never really put the effort and the time in to really invest any time into like our brand on Twitch and do the aesthetic stuff and whatnot and everything, right? With our actual, I guess, like Twitch homepage and shit and all that, to where like people would even like look at our stuff and be attracted to want to check us out, to tell you the truth. Right. When I first started doing the Bleeding Edge, Twitch confused me a little bit here and there when I would try to like pre-schedule shows and stuff. I would like run into walls and whatnot and not understand how to do certain things. So I just one of those things I gotta revisit. I just don't like the fact that we've been on the platform for like 2 years and we haven't been offered partner yet on there. Like for instance, like that does bother me. Not because I care about becoming a partner on there. Like I'm not worried about like the money or whatever. I would turn it down anyway because I don't like how limited the way that Twitch partnership deal works. I'd rather be on as many platforms live every show as possible. And I don't want to have to like wait or have pauses in between when I can put my shows up on YouTube or like other platforms and whatnot, right? And I want to continue having a podcast, right? Like I'm getting it caught back up now to real time with the actual show, even though all it really is, of course, is just our recycled, live streams as MP3s. We don't do straight audio podcasting. But there are people out there, honestly, like at least a couple times a month that do ask me directly or ask us directly on these social media platforms if there's an audio version of our show. When I put like 1 minute clips up and whatnot and everything of like stuff like I played to you earlier, segments and stuff and whatnot, everything, people catch them. I do get every couple times every month. I do get questions like that, typically from women. Since, I can tell you right now, and I'm not bragging or whatever, but in reality, if actually, and I could even show you, but I'm not going like gonna get all crazy. So I have screenshots on the podcast, and analytically, we've had like 2 month periods where our slash percentage wise between female to male has been like 67% female, right? 62% female, like 54% female. And this is over 2 months, 6 month periods, right? And I'm basing this off of like Spotify analytics, Google Podcast analytics. They're the ones that I consider to be like realistic and tangible. I don't think they're fake. I don't think they're played with or whatever and whatnot. I think they're legitimate. So I consider them real and tangible. And that I am very proud of, to be honest with you. But again, it makes common sense though, because women are more, they're less visual than men are, right? 80+% of all the views that occur on YouTube every day are by men, right? That's a fact and a truth. So, of course, on the YouTube end, I don't know about all the platforms because I've never even looked at the analytics of some of the other ones. But on YouTube, we usually do somewhere around, I think, way less than the podcast with women, but really good though, I think, for like what we cover. We usually do around like anywhere between 22 to 24, 26, 27, 30, 32% is like that's the best we usually do with women on YouTube usually. I think one time there was 1 month where we had like 36%, right? That was right in the beginning and we didn't even have that many views. Yeah, but I think that's good. I really do. I mean, honestly, I don't know for sure, but from the research I've done and from talking to other creators that we collaborate with, because you all know that we collaborate all the time. I'm pretty sure based off of talking to them that a lot of them don't do as well with women on YouTube, for instance, right, as we do. And of course, I think that overall that's because of all the women that we have on here, not because of me, all right, or because of like, the quality of our shows or like that and whatnot. I think it's because of the women on our shows and that quality that we deliver with it. Because all of our female guests and whatnot and everything, they do a good job. Like they're not, they're good at what they do. They're good on the panel, right? Alexis Hania, God bless her soul, that we missed on the Bleeding Edge, right? And I don't have a single bad word to say to her either, or about her or whatever, or anything like that and whatnot. Either way, and I'm not going to. We just, had some disagreements and whatnot and everything, and that's not why she's with us, unfortunately. I'm not happy about that. That doesn't make me happy. I miss Alexis a lot. I do. In fact, I thought about it earlier today. I did. I just thought to myself, like, damn, Andrew's coming on the show tonight. This would be a show where I would call Alexis right now. Like, what I'm saying? Like I had a moment in my life, in my day, it wasn't like an epiphany, but I had a moment of clarity earlier today where I had like almost like a a nostalgic feeling, a sense of like, oh, geez, you know what? Like, this is a situation where, because Andrew's coming on, I know that like Alexis likes Andrew, Andrew likes Alexis, they get along well. Andrew likes to come on with Alexis, right? For instance, like I care about that stuff with my guests. I do. And other creators and whatnot. I care about those things, like who they like to record with and stuff like that and whatnot. Like I know Arch Stanton, for instance, from the Podcast of Champions, he loves Alexis. He likes to record with Alexis. He does. But that's not why I miss her. I miss recording with her myself. I do. And she's a good moderator. She is. She did a good job moderating over here with us. I was very happy with the way she moderated and hosted. So I wish her nothing but the best over at Religious Broadcasting Network. And of course, please, you know what? For once, folks, I don't have individual content, I guess, really to like plug, because I never do, of course. I do the Bleeding Edge. That's it, pretty much. But I can actually plug the Whiskey Rebellion podcast, okay, on the Religious Broadcasting Network and on W2Mnet.com and the W2M network. Essentially, the Whiskey Rebellion podcast is a project or creation of Mark's that he came up with out of him and I having a conversation about just trying to get together and record more, right? And getting me back in on the Religion Broadcasting Network, shows here and there more. Because for any of you who have never seen Mark on here or don't know what I'm talking about or anything like that, or anything about me, for instance, or this is your first time ever watching one of the, our Bleeding Edge videos or whatever, our shows, Mark Rutledge is a long-time content creator. I think he started podcasting in like 2003 or something, 2002, right after 9/11 or some shit. He's a good friend of mine. He lives down here in Southwest Florida, just like me, but he's farther up north than I am. He's not like right down the street. He's a couple hours away. He's a good friend of mine. Right. Like, at least I believe that, like, I consider him a good friend, right? I hope he like appreciates my friendship. Right. I do, but I think he does. He knows that I value his friendship. I can tell you that. And we enjoy recording with each other. We do. I like recording with him and he likes to record with me. He does. And I think that he's just a good dude. He's a good guy. And I'm younger than him and whatnot. I have a lot less years in the game than he does, and he knows that. And so he likes to try to help me improve, and he wants to try to give me opportunities, to be on other shows and stuff and whatnot. He's that kind of guy, that kind of creator, right? That supports other creators and whatnot and all that. He's a good man, good father, right? Good husband. He's an honest man. And either way, that's where I met Alexis Hania, right? Our longest tenured female guest at the Bleeding Edge that we've ever had. I met her through Mark at Religion Broadcasting. But basically, long story short, basically when I started the MCU'S Bleeding Edge, I met Mark, and he was very gracious and very kind enough to like bring me in and let me do movie reviews over there at the Religion Broadcasting Network on Damn You Hollywood podcast, right? And that's how I met Robert, Cooper over there and whatnot and everything. And that's how I met Alexis, right? That's how I met Jesse Starcher. And now, of course, they've all been over here. They've all been guests on the panel here in the Bleeding Edge. Jesse Starcher has guest moderated a show before on the channel, right? On the Friday night show, he's guest moderated the show before. I love you, Jesse. I've never been able to get Robert on here, unfortunately, but I will eventually. I've asked him before, and it's never been something that's worked schedule wise, essentially. But anyways, my point simply is that the Whiskey Rebellion podcast can be found if you want to check us out, I guess like on audio version on any directory. But I mean, the Religious Broadcasting Network home base is Spreaker. Spreaker, Spreaker. So you can find us on there. I think we only have 2 or 3 episodes so far. But essentially, Mark created the show so we can all get together. So the group of us would do it like sort of an all male kind of show and talk about different stuff that I do here on the Bleeding Edge that he doesn't do like typically on his shows that he hosts. We can cover some different content, some more like real life, more serious, more like real time, like impactful type stuff, than we do kind of like in what we both create here, like out of the Bleeding Edge and on the shows he hosts. And that's what we've done so far. Like our last episode, we covered an article ranking the top 20 best world war movies of all time, right? And had like an open discussion about it. Mark basically kind of like moderates and hosts, and then he'll delegate to us and have us have individual ones of us bring our own segments in too, that we then kind of present ourselves, right? And basically after that, we did an article where Mark kind of summarized it and then asked us questions that we discussed. An article talking about in present day, the things a father should teach a son to be a man, like to be a real man, to be a good man. Today's current place on the path of our society and culture currently, which was very interesting. It was a serious conversation. Our shows are typically very serious. There's not a ton of humor on it. It's not like the Bleeding Edge. There's not a lot of joking. It's typically a lot of like, we talk some shit here and there, but it is more serious and it is more like probably intellectual, based or themed than we are here at the Bleeding Edge. If anything, we go a little bit more meta on shit. But either way, it's a Whiskey Rebellion podcast. And I really enjoy being on there. I mean, Mark was kind enough and everything to even like list me as like a guest co-host, which is really cool of him to do. We all are. I believe like our main team members basically are, of course, as I told you, Jesse Starcher, who's with the Religion Broadcasting Network and W2M, net.com. And essentially, I'm going to pull it up right here off of Deezer podcast directory. Bleeding Edge is on Deezer. Love that name. So there you go. That would be, of course, the episode I was talking about right there. That's what we did just recently. We're only doing one a month. And essentially, like I was saying, you've got Jesse Starcher on there. We had Andrew Graham this time. There was actually 5 of us instead of 4. Usually it's just the 4 of us: Robert Cooper, Jesse, myself, and Mark. But we had Andrew Graham on. Andrew Graham's great. Just to let you know right now, you should check him out. He's a great movie reviewer, right? Really good cinematically, right? Sort of like quasi-cyber. But as you see right there, that's our podcast. That's our show. It's on the Religion Broadcasting Network. It's on W2M Net. Now, W2M Network has a YouTube channel, just like Religion Broadcasting does. So if you want to see the video version, just go on YouTube and look them up, and they're right there. Right? But basically, it's something I'm doing right now, right? That I am doing outside of the Bleeding Edge. And I just never occurred to me to mention it really before, honestly. I'm not really much of a plugger, to tell you the truth, folks. It's not my thing. I don't know how I do as a salesman, to be honest. I think it would depend on what I was selling. I've never worked in any kind of line of work like that before. I never have. So, I wouldn't really know. But either way, really quick here, I'm actually going to throw up a Bandmate song while I'm waiting for William, of course, from the host and creator of the Geek podcast, along with the host or co-host of multiple other shows and podcasts and whatnot on ACER Sports Network and a bunch of other stuff that he covers. And he's over at Geek News Now Network as well. I think he's actually running the all the audio stuff. He's the audio wing of the network. I think is all him, like the podcast or whatever. He's running that part. But I'll ask him about it when he comes on. Either way, I'm just gonna go ahead and pop off and blast out a Bandmate reaction right here during the live stream, so I can gratuitously then edit it out and then put it out individually as a straight up Bandmate reaction, like a Bleeding Edge reaction style type Bandmate reaction, which will be dope as fuck and multi-purposeful. I'm tripping over here, but basically, what I'm going to do is, and I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be honest right now. I've listened and watched this video once before. I have. The song is about us. It's from the band Bandmate, my favorite band from Japan. a 5-piece all-female rock band that Cyber and I are going together to go see in May. It'll be the first time that we're ever going to hang out in person ever since we knew each other. Or since we, I started the Edge. So, folks, for those of you who don't, know much about or have never watched anime, for instance, where they play a lot of like J-pop and J-rock and whatnot as like intros and outros of like the episodes and shit like that. Right now, currently, I'm not going to sit here and try to say that I'm networked or plugged into like the current music scene or something like that, because I'm not. But honestly, from everything I hear in the comment section and the people I talk to and the YouTube videos I watch, the reactors I watch and whatnot and everything, it appears basically that from what I'm hearing that basically like at least all the best live rock bands and live metal bands out there these days are coming out of like Japan, right? Or like the Nordic states or whatever, right? Like weird spots, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, countries you wouldn't expect something like that to come from. Well, that's where that's coming from. Right. And, I'm not going to sit here and like fanboy or whatever and start dropping a list, but there's a lot of really freaking good bands coming from Japan. I can tell you right now, there's a lot of good all-female bands from there. But then there's some really good, like solid rock metal bands that are like a mix of male and female and straight male, all coming out of Japan. There's some really good music coming from there. But this is about us, and it is definitely different for bandmate. I'm more popular.
It makes me feel nostalgic. My heart will always be with you. And let them all. 明日が見えない不安に溺れていて何もできない不甲斐なくてただ切にただただ切に願う日常もろと日々変わってくこの広い世界でも僕らは生きる大丈夫こらここにいる一人じゃない
Oh man. ACER. Oh, I'm telling you, folks, this is such a perfect song for oh shit, I can do that? I can just put it right there? Holy crap. You folks, look, again, how true knowledge could you possibly be right there? That to utterly be over here like bitching to people like on every other day about how on StreamYard I can't really pull off really solid reaction videos because of their layouts. They don't really like equate to your typical creation video like look or visual look. And at the same time, all I had to do was just like move my freaking mouse around and try the different shit a little bit and whatnot and play around, and bam, here we go. I found the exact thing that I was trying to accomplish, like on other platforms and whatnot and shit. I thought you couldn't do on a streamer. Well, there it is. That basic effect of simply be able to put the video and the song over there in the corner with me on the side. That's all I wanted. So there you go, baby. True knowledge, right? In by definition, right there, right? It's literally for like 2 or 3 months straight. I've been looking for other 2 months straight. I've been looking for other platforms to do reaction videos on and shit and whatnot. Like I even paid. Okay, I paid a yearly subscription already for KindMaster. Okay, the editing software app or whatever and shit, right? Just so that I could literally start making reaction videos with my Android and iPhone cell phones, right? And just use KindMaster for the reactions and whatnot, right? Because of the fact that I liked how you could do it that way, or like with my cameras. like with one of my Canons or something like that, my Canon M100, Canon M50, right? I've started free trials. I went ahead and paid up for a month's, the $10 a month subscription for the new type of professional or whatever level they call it, like Google Meets or like Google Meetups or Google Hangouts or whatever they have. I was actually on it as a guest on our good friend Andre's podcast / YouTube channel. And he has that as his platform, and I liked it a lot. I was like, oh shit. I figured, oh, you know what? This will be a good spot for me to do reaction videos, right? Oh shit, look at this dude. I'm all big and shit, and he's all small. What up with that, William? Wow.
I don't know if you can hear me or not. I'm on very old equipment. How you doing, man?
Oh man, I thought you were Jesus Christ there for a minute. You sounded so loud on my external speakers, man.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, I jetted them all up for Band-Aid and shit and whatnot and everything. Then you just came out and started talking, and I thought Jesus Christ was talking to me.
How you doing tonight?
Yeah, your voice was fine, dude. Over here, I'm overthinking Jesus is speaking to me for the first time in my life. I'm like, damn, of all moments now? What? Like William pops up and now Jesus Christ is speaking to me? That's got to be a message, brother. Right? That connects to The Last of Us, the relationship between Joel and Ellie and everything. That's the kind of friendship that me and William have. Right? Like that, baby. What's up, bruh?
How you doing, man? Everything going okay?
Hey, you know what? Better, man. Every month I'm feeling a little bit better than I was a while back, man. I was hurting. So
yeah.
But hey, you know what? The strong ones like us, eventually, you know what I'm saying? We figure it out. We get through it, whatnot, everything,
Oh, we keep it going. We keep it going. That's for sure.
For once, I just finally had to just reach out for help for once in my damn life. You know what I'm saying, or whatnot. And that's what I needed to do. It was the right time for me to just fucking finally give up and stop trying to be that man and whatnot that can't ever ask anybody for anything. And it was fucking asking for help that helped me out and got me fucking back on track. So yeah, man. You know what? You already know I don't bitch and complain to begin with, but right now, dude, I feel more creative right now and everything than I have in like fucking can't even remember when.
That's good. It's good
and bad, right? Sometimes I have so many different ideas pop in my head in one day and whatnot that I'm just like, some of it's, it's not even, some of it's like shit where it's like, if you couldn't even do it, it's not even, it wouldn't even be tangible to pull off some of the type of fucking like projects I've imagined in my head, right? Content wise. Right. It wouldn't even work. Nah, man, what's going on fucking Geek Gauntlet these days?
Everything's going good, man. Everything's going well. We've been doing some really good shows. Talking about various things. We do talk about The Last of Us. I haven't really been watching it, but Kat and John, they watch it.
I know. I watched you not last Saturday, but the Saturday before I was there. I just didn't say it in the comment section. I figured I would go silent.
Oh yeah. So we talk about it too. I don't watch it, but Kat, John, they watch it. And Diamond's familiar with the game, so everything's going well. Still doing all the news. We try to get caught up on the news, rumors, games, gaming, anime. We try to cover a wide gambit of stuff, and that makes it unique.
I was already telling everybody in the audience is going to catch the video and whatnot, everything like what y'all do and whatnot, and how busy you are and how much shit you got going on and all that and whatnot, and how many shows your co-hosting and all that shit.
Man, I podcast 4 or 5 nights a week, man. So
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
You're just like Mark Rutledge, dude. You and Mark.
It's crazy, man.
Recorded every fucking night. Hosted the show every night. Yep. Yeah. I'll tell you, at one point, man, Mark Rutledge was fucking, I swear to God, dude. He was recording like, no bullshit, bro. Like fucking 4 or 5 different fucking shows every night. Like,
Dang.
you know what I'm saying? Like 6 days a week and shit. And then he finally stopped. Now he doesn't do that shit anymore. But at one point, he was killing like that, man. I was like, bro, damn.
It can be mentally taxing on you from time to time because I also have a job.
Hey, you got a job, everything too, right? Like, I mean, he was also still.
Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely tough. And some nights, I have to take a break from time to time. Like my Wednesday show, a really good podcast. I didn't do it on Wednesday because I had family over. But there's times, man, it can be taxing on you. That's for sure.
I know, and honestly, folks, I have so much admiration for William, and I do dislike his podcast enough to where a lot of times what I do is, since Saturday's a non-recording night for me, always typically, right? I put the show on and I work, right? It's a good connection for me, like a good, a good motivator, I guess. You know how it is, how stuff is with me, William. I like to try to structure things and whatnot, and like schedule things and find connections and reasons to kind of like work sometimes and whatnot, just to motivate myself, because sometimes I'm low energy, man.
Right.
I just don't have any gas, I get burned out or whatever. I'm having a bad day, physically or whatever, whatnot. There's been a national fucking Adderall stimulant, what do you call it? Manufacturing issue. Man, it's been going on for like 6 months plus. Where again, those of us that have like bad ADHD, like I do, we can't even get our Adderall, man, at all. Like they don't have the refill. When you go for your refills, they don't have any, and they don't know when they're going to get it again, right? For any of it, you can't even just change to something else. They don't have anything. I'm assuming it probably has something to do with China. I have no idea. I never really deeply looked into it. But it's getting better. It's starting to improve. But I put the show on. I put on a show. That's why sometimes I look on the comment section, because I'm just working. I've told you that before too, haven't I, William? I'm listening to you guys in the background. You know how that is. I'm sure you probably like to listen to certain shit, right? When you make content and edit and whatnot and everything and all that.
Oh yeah.
Content and all that. Dude, have you noticed how fucking popular Larry Bird is to react to on fucking YouTube right now and lately for the last couple months? Holy shit.
You said Larry Bird?
Bird, yeah, man. How many fucking young people, especially black young guys and young black women, are doing reaction videos and getting hella stats, watching that Larry Bird mixtape shit and like the Magic Larry Bird shit, that documentary, right? Damn, that shit was good, bro. Damn.
Jordan's the same way. When you go back and look at a lot of Jordan's mixtape stuff, he's the same way. He gets a lot of views too.
Yeah, you know what? I watched the Bulls thing or whatever and whatnot. I never watched the Jordan mixtape stuff. I never watched any of it yet. I haven't. I've been watching the Bird stuff. I watched the Bird Magic documentary. I cried during everything and whatnot. It was really fucking emotional, I thought. Did you watch that?
People forget how good Larry Bird was.
Oh, God.
The defensive player of the year at one point. One of the best overall players.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole premise. That is that he's the GOAT. Like that's what a lot of these young grads. He's a GOAT.
He can pass the basketball very well. He could shoot the three. He wasn't a great 3-point shooter because the stats don't support that. But he could shoot the three. He could shoot the three.
He won. Remember, he won 3 fucking 3-point contests.
Yeah, he could shoot the three for sure. He was just a great overall player, and that's what people forget.
His basketball IQ was the highest possible.
Oh yeah, and him and Magic held the NBA down for a long time until Michael got there.
Yep, they gave it the spark that then Michael came in and then he took it over. And then
he took it over.
That's what blew the NBA up and whatnot and got the popularity going to where these players are making the money they're making now.
Exactly.
So those three, right there. Those three.
Yep.
They're the reason right there.
Yep.
And that's one thing I do respect a lot about LeBron is if you watch LeBron in interviews and whatnot, when he talks about Bird and Jordan and Magic and Isaiah and whatnot and everything, he's very respectful, right? And very fucking appreciative of them, right? And very what's the word? He's very cognizant, right? Of how good they fucking were, right? And how different the league was then than it is now. Right?
Yep.
You don't play around and play games or dance around about that that was a different NBA. Defense was different. But shit. The Bird played and Jordan played and whatnot. You can't do any of the things that people did defensively back then.
Oh no.
You can't even hand check it now. You can't even hand check. It's an instant foul.
Yep.
No. When Bird played and honestly, when Bird played, hand checking was part of the game.
Yep.
Right? And Bird was slow. Charles Barkley was probably quicker and faster than Bird. What? No, wouldn't you agree?
I don't know about Magic, but he was probably quicker than Bird.
Oh, yeah, no. But Bird, Barkley was faster. He was quicker and faster, I think, than Bird was. From jump. If you matched up age to age all the way through careers, I think, because Bird got really slow. When he got injured, when his back started getting fucked up.
Yeah.
slow. He already was slow.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and he wasn't quick either. Right? His moves were about quickness.
No, he was never about he didn't depend on his athleticism per se to do what he did on the court. He depended on his skill set and his basketball IQ to dominate the court the way that he did. And people forget too, the thing that really helped him was playing on those Celtics teams. He had Kevin McHale was an automatic 2 on that low block. He had the chief Robert Parrish down there with him too. So he had a support. He had a very good teammates that helped support his cause out there in terms of winning basketball.
Oh no, he had DJ at the point guard, right?
Yep.
At the end of his career.
And it's Johnson.
Yeah. Not at the end of his career, but he was like older though. I think at that point, right? He was in his like early 30s, you know what I'm saying, and whatnot. But he was still nasty, right? He just didn't score as much as he used to in his early, younger years or whatnot in the NBA because he didn't have to. He had McHale and Ainge. Remember they had Danny Ainge too in his prime.
Yep. They had Danny Ainge too. Yep.
Danny Ainge was no joke.
Shout out to Danny Ainge.
Nah, if he played on a different team than the Celtics at that point in his career, he probably could have averaged like over 20 a game, I think. You know what I'm saying? It's just that in the Celtics offense with all the stars he already had, he was not an option. He was a fourth or fifth option when he was on the court. He was never like, you know what I'm saying?
They played good team basketball, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. No, but you know what? Listen, most of the teams back in that era all played good team basketball. That was NBA. That's how you played. Right? You did pass to the open man and all that and whatnot. Being a selfish player was not a widespread thing at that point in the NBA. It was a rarity, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't think it was well viewed at all by other teammates and whatnot and stuff like that and whatnot back then. Like they didn't like it. Again, totally different NBA. Right?
Completely different. And I love those Celtics teams. I love those Lakers teams from back then with Magic and Worthy.
Cooper, man, Michael Cooper was nasty, dude. He could shoot. He was nasty on defense. He could guard anybody.
Oh yeah.
Right? He could guard. You know what I mean? Like seriously. And then you see Bird take some of those fucking shots in that mixtape where he's dropping fucking like turning around back, falling, turn around, what do you call it? Fadeaways and shit, right? Like, over Coop, like and shit and whatnot. Like straight like over top of him and shit.
Oh yeah.
I mean, seriously, man, he was accurate as fuck, and he had a soft touch too.
He did.
He could use both hands. Remember, he had that game where he said, "I'm only going to use left hand that night."
Yeah, I remember that game.
He could use both hands, but you're right. He wasn't extreme. He wasn't super strong. He was strong, but he wasn't a really good rebounder because of his strength, right? Or because he was able to box like guys out with weight or like strength like that and whatnot. It was some Dennis Rodman type shit. It was all about basketball IQ, right?
Basketball IQ and positioning yourself for the rebound.
Yes.
And that's sometimes, these players nowadays
or IQ.
Players nowadays don't want to look at the fact that I'm just going to jump over everybody and get every rebound there is out there. No, you have to position yourself to get those rebounds. You have to fight that dude to get that rebound. Position yourself on that block to get the rebound. And a lot of these young kids nowadays just want to I'm gonna leap over everybody and get this, that, the other. No, you have to position yourself to get that rebound.
That's just the way the league is right now with all the 3-point shooting and everything and whatnot. And like there's no true centers anymore that play in the post and all that shit, right?
Nope.
All 4, 5 shoot threes and shit and all that. So rebounding is different now than it was back in the 80s and like 90s and shit. Like shit was grittier then.
Rudy Gobert is a throwback. Is Rudy Gobert had played? If he played back in the day, he might be more successful. But right now, he's playing in today's NBA, and today's NBA really isn't conducive to him.
I haven't seen him enough recently in like the last 2 or 3 years to know where he's at offensively, whether or not he's evolved from like the last time I've really seen him, as far as his abilities from a post-up offensive level, right? To where he would be able to be anything more from a scoring standpoint than like a Mutombo.
He's still
like a 13, 14 a night kind of guy.
He's not that He's somebody who can block shots and get you some rebounds, but offensively, no, he's not going to give you what you need.
No. They give him the ball here and there, like they do. I mean, they will. I think I've seen like losing the Jazz. I have seen them throw into him in the post. Right?
Oh, they'll throw into him, but what will end up happening because he has no turnaround jumper, he has no fade, and then like that, he ends up passing the ball right back out. And now, with the way the game is now, he clogs up the middle. So a lot on defense, he's great to have because he's bothering people coming into the lane, shooting jump shots, bothering them. But he's still a big, huge liability on offense because he makes it hard for your Anthony Edwards. He makes it hard for your Karl Anthony Towns over there with the Timberwolves. He makes it hard for those guys offensively to get into the paint and score. And I kind of
now wait a minute, Karl Anthony Towns. Wouldn't he? Isn't he more athletic than Gobert? Can't he actually put the ball more and shit like that?
Yes, he's way more athletic than Gobert. He's a better offensive player than Gobert is.
No, I know he can shoot the three and all that. What didn't he have a season where he shot the three at like 40% plus or something like that?
I think the highest I've ever seen him shoot, I think it's like 38, 39%, somewhere in that realm. But he makes it hard for Edwards, who likes to drive into the lane and get his points, because he clogs up the middle. And I never liked that signing, and I never liked how much draft capital they gave up to get him. I did not like that at all. So
I mean, honestly, I never actually. Again, I don't follow the NBA tight like you do. Well, how many number one picks off cuff do you think they gave up to get him?
If I remember correctly, they gave up like 2 or 3 first round picks for Rudy Gobert.
And wait a minute. Did they take on his contract when they got him, or did they have to sign him after they traded him?
They took on his contract, I do believe. Let me see here. Because I don't remember the trade exactly.
They have some good financial assets to be able to give up to be able to match that money, because I know Gobert was getting paid by the Jazz.
Okay, let me see. The Timberwolves announced they had acquired Rudy Gobert from the Utah Jazz in exchange for guards Patrick Beverley, Malik Beasley, and forward Jared Vanderbilt. And the draft rights to Wesley Keisler. Minnesota gave up 2023 first round pick, 2025 first round pick, 2027 first round pick, and 2029 first round pick.
No way. 4 first round picks unprotected?
That's ridiculous.
Wow.
That's ridiculous. And they're doing a 2026 first round pick swap. So you tell me where that makes sense.
So one of the first round picks is a swap. Is it best or worst?
It's gonna be 2026. And it'll probably be best or worst. If you got the better pick, we get it.
Is that part of the 4 or is that added on?
That was added. That was part of it before. That was part of it before.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. So at least one of them is a back and forth.
Right.
The other 3 are just straight individual unprotected first round.
Yeah, unprotected first round picks going to the Jazz.
Yeah, that's crazy. And what number did fucking Gobert get drafted at?
That's what Danny Ainge does. He likes to get draft capital, but my issue with Danny Ainge, he never uses it on the back end.
I didn't know that T-Walls had number 1 picks expendable like that. I thought they just had like your normal average number of picks. I didn't think they had like an abundancy of number 1.
Well, it's spread out amongst different years.
That's a lot to give up, man. You know what?
That's a lot.
But wait a minute, though. Am I? Tell me if I'm right or not on this, William. You would know better than I would. Am I correct in saying that what's coming out of the draft currently in the last couple of years, like the last 5 years or so, right? The younger players are not as high quality and NBA ready as players maybe were before that and years before.
Well, I think the thing that we're looking at a more athletic type of stuff, a more athletic type of player this time around than we did back in yesterday. Your draft in the 80s is completely different in 2000 and in your 2000s and 20s. Your players now are more athletic, they're stronger, they're bigger, they're faster, but what they lack is the X's and O's that the players in the 80s have. That's what they lack. And
if we could drop the Knicks from back in the day when the championship Knicks that lost to the Houston Rockets in the finals. That team, right, or that Rockets team with Otis Thorpe, Kenny Smith and shit, Gasol, and the Dream, right? Or that all defensive Pat Riley Knicks team with Mace and Oakley and shit. Imagine Oakley in the current NBA, bro. Oh my god, he'd be fucking disgusting. And then Ewing, bro, and Starks and shit and everything, and Derek Harper, or like the Magic with Shaq and shit. When he was young, bro, as fucking brute as he was, Kenny shit, bro. I'm telling you, I swear that they would eat these fucking teams up like breakfast. Seriously, who the fuck would be able to stop Shaq in the fucking in the post currently in the league? Gobert could not stop Shaq.
No.
Shaq would back him right down the fucking to the basket and dunk on his ass.
Prime Shaq was just stronger.
No, Karl Anthony Towns would destroy Karl Anthony Towns would get owned by Shaq.
Oh yeah.
The league's so soft. Yeah, it's not even that seriously, because Karl Anthony Towns is 7 foot plus and weighs like what, 250, 260?
I mean, really, any big man in today's NBA would get destroyed by Shaq. Because Shaq was playing at 310, 320. And somebody.
Can you imagine if he just a bonus in the league now? Oh man.
Outskill a lot of guys. He would outskill a lot of guys nowadays.
His strength like Shaq and his ability, his skills.
Oh yeah.
No, what are you gonna say though with Shaq? No, seriously, how do you think he'd do in the NBA now? He'd kill it.
He'll kill it. I mean, the free throw thing would still hurt him, but but he would kill it. And but 310, 320 and can move like that. I mean, if you go back and look, his prime was what, probably 99 to 2003, 2004, something like that. Whoo! He was just sick. He was just sick.
Imagine Tim Duncan in the current NBA right now.
Well,
I think he'd be nasty.
He wasn't as physical, but he's Mr. Technical. So he's definitely somebody who would get over with the X's and O's and know every nuance of the game.
No, he had his overall low post offensive game is different than like Shaq's, right?
Oh yeah, it's completely different because Shaq depends on being physically dominant. Tim Duncan never did depend on that. Tim Duncan
was a face you down, straight up face you up post player and whatnot, like LaMarcus Aldridge. Shoot
somebody,
rager, pump fake and go around type, post player with that ability.
Oh yeah,
on dudes and shit, right?
Oh yeah.
No.
Tim Duncan was very good.
No, he had the soft hands. He did, right? He had really, really soft hands. He could do a good hook shot with both hands from distance. He had really good low post skills. Good shoot, good passer. In the post, right? That's the thing I've noticed too, is that the current post NBA centers, they can't pass.
Well, that's true too. And you have to also understand that a lot of people Jokic is very good. But a lot of people are forgetting that when you take a center nowadays, back to the basket game like Shaq had is no longer being taught. They're being taught to face up to the basket. I know. They hit the jumper. So a lot of times you have a traditional center who has a back to the basket game, kind of like a Shaq, or to a lesser extent a Rick Mahorn. It's not going to be appreciated as much as it was back then.
No, that's the thing too. Like you were saying, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of players out there, if you think about it, like where you're talking about like Gobert, right? And his ability to be an interior defender, right? And one of the predominant current NBA low post inside D defenders as far as shot blocking, rim protection and whatnot, right? Him, who else is out there? Jokic's not a shot blocker. You got Capella is still in the game, right? And he's got some of that too.
But also don't forget the Greek freak and Giannis. Don't forget Joel Embiid, who's playing very well right now. He might win this.
He's better defensively than he is offensively.
And he might end up winning the MVP too. He's playing that well.
I can't let even think about that. And you're right, Embiid is like, if not for the injuries, right? His defensive skills are fucking top notch all around. Like as far as his size and whatnot, and his height, his weight, how big he is as a post player.
It's a big boy.
Serious defensive abilities. I mean, he is like an anchor, like a Garnett type style defender, to where like he's a team defender. What I'm saying? Like the cat in the defense type kind of like defender, where like he could call shit from like the background and whatnot, right? Talk a lot. right? Communicate, defense. He's like that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Multifaceted, right? And he can even guard. He can even do some perimeter guarding and defending and whatnot. He's got some quickness. He's got some like lateral ability. At least he did. Last time I checked, he can move side to side.
Well, he can play some out. He can play some out on the perimeter. He can definitely put up an occasional three every now and again. Giannis has gotten himself to where he can also shoot from out there.
You'll get from mid range and outside, and from the three than Giannis can, right?
Well, I would say mid range. They're probably about the same. Okay. But I say his outside shot from the three might go to Embiid, but Giannis has been shooting those threes as well, and he's improved a lot. And then you look at Joker, you look at Jokic, my favorite player in the NBA, and again, he's one of those players who doesn't predicate his game after his athleticism, because he's going to lose a lot of those one-on-one battles, but it's about skills and X's and O's of the game that gets him by. And if you go back and look at it for Denver, he's what you call a point center. He brings the ball up. He brings the ball up sometimes. He brings the ball up sometimes and everything.
These Denver teams that he's one of these MVPs and they're not doing anything in the playoffs. Like, I mean, did that put any talent around him at all?
Well, they're leading their team in the West right now, and they look to be shaping up to be a number one seed unless Phoenix gets KD back. But right now, I believe Denver is in that driver's seat in that division. Jamal Murray's playing well. Michael Porter Jr. is playing well.
Jamal Murray's the only good thing that came out of like the when Jokic first got drafted and first came to the Nuggets, that team they had put together and whatnot. He was the only decent thing that came out of it, to where he evolved into a really solid player. Jamal Murray. Gary Harris fell off.
He did.
And I mean, and honestly, Kenneth Reed fell off. Like, he just died.
Right. And right now, Denver, they are 47-23 and first in the Western Conference. The teams behind them are the surprising Sacramento Kings, but Mike Brown doing a great job.
Oh, shit, and they're second too.
They're second place in the West.
Wow,
they're playing. DeAndre Fox is playing really well, and Mike Brown got those boys really playing. They're gonna make somebody. They're gonna make somebody play in the playoffs. I just don't know who.
Fuck 2K for not having goddamn Charles Barkley in NBA 2K23. Okay, and fuck them for not having. I'm serious, man. What the hell, dude? How you gonna have classic rosters and shit and whatnot? Now have Charles Barkley. All right, come on now. Like, they need to figure this stuff out. There's no Charles Barkley, right? Come on now. There's no KJ from the Suns. There's no Kevin Johnson, right? At his prime, he was nasty. Okay. There's there's no shit. Who else? There's no There's some ones that really piss me off. There's no what do you call it? Shit. I'm having brain fog. I'm trying to think. There's a lot of players, a lot of them that are left out of their what they have for the classic players, and it pisses me off. It does, because trading them is hard to try. It sucks. You have to find YouTube videos and shit that can show you what you're supposed to be and all that and whatnot. Right? It's hard to do. It's time consuming. Right? You gotta try to make them look like as much possible like the player. I had to create Mason the other day, man. You should see the version of him that I ended up with. Like Anthony Mason, I can tell you right now. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you.
Yeah.
He ain't looking like no Anthony Mason. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna sit there and watch 4 minutes of a fucking video just doing his eyebrows and shit and his hair and all that crap. But I gotta sit straight though. You know what I'm saying? But come on, you can't have classic teams, right, from certain years.
Yeah.
You can't have the Knicks team from the 90s where that took on the Rockets without Mason. Right? That makes no sense. There's no Pacers classic teams at all from the 90s, right? There's none of those teams with Smits and Reggie and Mark Jackson and shit, right? Dale Davis, Antonio Davis, none of that. They're not on there. Dale Davis is out of the game, okay? Right? There's only one version of Smits. Vern Fleming isn't on there. There's the Trailblazers team they have, their classic Trailblazers team from the early 2000s. Zach Randolph and Bozzy Wells and Damon Stoudemire and shit, right? Detlef Schrempf was on that one of those teams, I think. You know what I'm talking about.
Do you take that classic team from there? Do you take that finals team that played against Detroit? Would you think that might be more of a classic team when they had Terry Porter, Jerome Kersey?
Yeah, they have one of those years of that Trailblazers team on there.
Okay, good. Okay.
You know what though? The one they have, I think, is I think it's a 92-93, right? And again, it's missing players. Some of the bench players aren't there that should be on the team that are important bench players. They're not on the team.
Right.
Like Mark Bryant's on the team. Buck Williams is on there. They have Kersey. He's pretty nasty. I think he's an 85 overall. Right. But he was nasty. Kersey was pretty talented.
Kersey was good.
They had Cliff Robinson when he was young.
Buck was too.
Oh, Cliff was nice. He was a nice 6-man.
Buck was nice. Buck was nice.
Oh, Buck Williams, fuck yeah. He was again, that's the kind of player that he'd have no place in the current NBA.
Nope.
Right? He was very valuable in the 80s and 90s, Buck. What he could do as a power forward. But power forwards aren't like that anymore. Oakley like that. The Oakley types. The Dale Davis, Antonio Davis types. Right? Mason, right? Where the fuck would Anthony Mason even fit in this current league?
He'd be like a Draymond.
But Draymond can at least shoot the three to where you had to up on him a little bit. But Mason, Mason could not shoot from three.
But if you look at today's Draymond, not championship Draymond, because Draymond is far from those years. Years. Yeah. So he fell off. But Draymond is still somebody who can rebound, pass the basketball, set screens, things of that nature, and that's a lot of that stuff that Anthony Mason did back in the day. So that's why I made that comparison.
Would you agree with me? I think that Draymond is actually his better passer than any of his skills.
What was that?
I think Draymond's a better passer than any of his other individual skills.
Yeah, he's a good passer for a big man. He's a good passer.
Yeah, I think he's a better passer than he is a rebounder. I do. Again, high IQ guy. Very, very high level NBA IQ. Basketball IQ, Draymond Green, right?
Yeah.
Very, very good at being preemptive and thinking ahead of the game.
Yeah.
And thinking that, thinking 2 seconds, 3 seconds ahead of plays, right?
Oh yeah.
Rotations and shit, and pick and roll situations and scenarios, right? Puts the time in watching tape, right? No what direction guys have to go off the pick, right? Or what direction they step back to shoot. Shit like that, right? High IQ guy. Now, I think that he'd do okay in the back of the classic NBA in the 80s and 90s. Draymond, he'd fit in, right? I mean, I'm not saying he wouldn't stand out like unless he was on a good team like he's been with Golden State.
Yeah,
he would have made it. I think he'd fit in with the.
He would have been okay. He would have been okay.
Yeah, he would have been a small forward probably, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he'd be a small forward. He wouldn't be a power forward. Mason was a damn small forward.
Yeah, he was small forward.
Yeah, and power forward. I mean, Mason will be a center now. Mason. But can you imagine Mason? Shit, Oakley. Oakley would step on the court in the current NBA and they give him a foul.
Well, people forget that Knicks team had you had Mason, you had Oakley, I forget
Prime Starks.
You had John Starks. Yep.
Prime Starks, who was a elite like one-on-one perimeter defender. They could guard any top scorer. Right? He was not afraid of anybody. You know what I'm saying? Not afraid of anybody. None of them were.
Yeah.
I love Pat Riley. I love listening to Pat Riley talk about like how much pride he has into that team, that Knicks team, and their mindset and everything and whatnot. That he drilled that into them from jump. We're gonna be the toughest, nastiest fucking team in the NBA, right? And play the toughest, grimiest, fucking hardest defense possible. That's gonna be our shit. Toughest, strong, nastiest. That was our deal. And he loves it. He loves talking about it, right? He like beams when he talks about it and shit. I love it. I love Pat Riley, man.
Yeah.
Because he's just again high basketball IQ. He knew what he had to work with that roster. Right?
He did. Hell of a coach.
Yeah, that's
hell of a coach.
Right? I mean, if he had a squad like, with some players that maybe were more talent, bird type, skill level type players
Mm-hmm.
with real pure skill, like like scoring ability and whatnot, right? Pure
Right.
scores like Mello and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
Doncic, right? Like that to that level.
I feel you.
They never gave Patrick Ewing anybody like that. What do you think about it?
They didn't.
No, they never gave him a straight secondary scorer that could. I mean, Stars kind of. I mean, when did they really ever pair him up with a real second option that could actually like when Houston brought Drexler in with Dream, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, the way that their roster was always geared, it was more defensive orientated,
right?
All their best players, were defenders.
Yep, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, and if you look at the stats too, for some reason, all those damn good ass players they brought over from Dallas, from the old school Mavericks, like Harper, right, and Black.
I remember that Derek Harper.
They dropped off so fucking hard.
Yeah.
Scoring wise, and offensively, when they came to this for some reason, bro, look at the stats. I'm telling you, dude, crazy.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, Harper dropped from he was dropping like 18 a game, 19 a game and shit the year before he came to this, right?
Right.
Rolando Blackman, bro, he was dropping 20 a night.
Rolando.
Yeah, and then he came over to this next season, 11 points a game. It was because of the style of basketball they played.
Well, you guys still have some of the greatest players in basketball history. You guys, Willis Reed.
Oh yeah.
Bernard King, Earl the Pearl Monroe from back in the day.
Yeah.
Amari Stoudemire, a little bit more current.
Oh yeah, and of course Clyde. Is probably the best Dick of all time. He's probably the best, honestly.
Clyde Frazier.
Yeah, Clyde, they have Clyde Frazier rated overall as the best overall on the all-time Knicks team on NBA.
I don't like Frazier on the announce booth, but I do respect him as a I do appreciate him as a player, but I don't like him as an announcer.
Doing color commentary? No.
Yeah, I don't like him doing commentary.
They still have him in there too, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, MSG. Man.
I don't like him on commentary at all.
Nah, they team him up with these good ass fucking guys that do the other guys that they like Breen and shit and whatnot, right? Breen started with the Knicks, right? I used to listen to Breen on the fucking radio. Listen to Knick games on AM radio and shit back in the day, bro. Seriously, dude. He was fucking covering the Knicks on the radio.
Right.
AM up in New York, AM 620. I think it's called or whatever and whatnot, right? The Fan or whatever they call it.
The Fan, yeah.
The New York. That's how I used to listen to the Knicks, the Rangers, right? The Giants,
right.
All hell yeah,
right.
man. Nah, man, you know what? Honestly, when you think about it, the Knicks have some really great players. It's unfortunate. It is. As a Knicks fan, I am really disappointed that, literally, at this point right now, I know that they've been doing good. They've been on a hot streak and shit since they picked up what's his name from Portland, that Shooter Hart. But dude, I mean, look, if I remember correctly, doesn't he have an option on his contract next year where he can just leave the team if he wants?
Who you talking about?
That Hart that they traded for from Portland, the Knicks. They gave Reddish up in that number 1 pick.
He might have an out on that contract.
Contract this year.
He might have an out.
Yeah. So how's that a good deal for them?
Well, you gotta hope that you entice him to stay. You have to put him in the atmosphere for him to want to stay with you and extend.
They overpaid for Brunson, man.
Well,
he's not that good.
Well, I ain't never. Well,
You beg to differ?
It's different when you play with Luka versus coming to play with Julius Randle. It's a difference. And I'm not trying to put down Julius Randle, but he's no Luka. Luka is a top foreign talent, and he was the second option in that Dallas offense. He gets over to the Knicks, and it's a little bit of a different team. You have a Julius Randle who's going to get his shots. You have Derrick Rose coming off the bench. It's a little bit of a different role. Now Brunson has been playing well of late. I think he had an injury that he's I think he had an injury the other night that he's dealing with. But he was been playing well as of late. But it's a little bit different between that Dallas offense and that Nick offense. It's so much different.
They didn't trade D Rose already?
No, D Rose still on their roster. That made me mad because I thought before the season, I thought Derrick Rose was coming back to the Bulls. But he decided to go to the Knicks. It's like I said, come on, man.
I thought I saw a YouTube video where one dude said that Rose asked to be traded or whatever, or that they said that they were going to trade him or whatever. Like they let him know that they were going to trade him.
I didn't see that.
Oh no. I mean, honestly, is it? I mean, in all reality, with their current roster, would they be better off playing younger players and just letting him go?
See, here's the thing with the Knicks. They're in no man's land. You in the East.
They're not good enough to really contend for like a title.
Yeah, they're in no man's land. They're in the East, and Boston's better than you. Milwaukee's better than you. And if you have to play one of those in a series, one of those teams in the series, you're not going to win.
No,
you're not going to win.
Especially with if Brunson's got a guard like Kyrie Irving or something like that, right? Seriously, man.
He might have, the thing that I put them, Boston is just, I don't think in Boston they lacking an identity, but in terms of superstar talent with Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, yeah, they got superstar talent. And you look at the Bucks, they're just so well balanced. They got a great team.
They draft good players, man. This don't.
Yeah, they got a big front line. They just got Jay Crowder over from the Suns and from the Nets. I'm sorry, they got Jay Crowder from the Nets, and I love Crowder. He's a 3-and-D type dude. So Crowder, he's gonna come and help. He's gonna help Milwaukee out. And they're so big and they're so disciplined on that front line, and they're very disciplined off the bench. That's like San Antonio. It's like San Antonio Spurs East. What you do with the Bucks.
When you look at other teams, right, and like their has played players that they have on their teams versus the Knicks, it's just not right. It's not It's not a good matchup. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the quality teams in the NBA, they're like high, you know, highest paid players are good players. They're like, you know, elite players. All of this like highest paid players are Jalen Brunson, Mitchell Robinson, RJ Barrett type. I'm sorry, but RJ Barrett is not. Like he's been what is he 24, 25 now?
I think he's like 25 now.
I'm sorry, but like I'm telling you, I've seen enough of him. He's never going to be an elite player. He's never going to be an elite scorer, right? Like if it was going to happen, would have happened already. As far as I'm concerned,
yeah.
The talent's there. He's athletic as all day, right? Strong, quick, fast, right? Tall, lengthy. I mean, honestly, you think he'd be a beast?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be one. I did. I was like, damn, this guy's got game. He can post up. He can pass. He can rebound too. But he just doesn't really like. You don't see him blowing it up, man, killing it.
The thing with RJ did I think that might have sort of kind of hurt him just a little bit. If I'm not mistaken, he only played 1 year at Duke, and I think by him only playing that 1 year. Which was at 20.
He came in this at age 20. I know that.
20 because he played there from 2018 to 2019. I think just playing 1 year might have hurt him and toward his development.
I see. Yep. This goes back to how, like I was saying to you, if I understand correctly, I believe that the last couple of years drafts, there's just not as many NBA prepared, ready players coming out of them.
Right.
We usually would see. Is my point, right?
Yeah.
And this roster is unbalanced. It's not cohesive. They don't draft well. I thought they were really going to turn that around, but they haven't. I'm sorry, but again, Mitchell Robinson. I'm not. If I'm correct, didn't they already go ahead and sign him long term? Didn't they give him the extension when his rookie contract ran out?
I think they did, and I think that's a mistake. I wouldn't have done that. Good.
No, I mean, I'm sorry, but to give him any kind of close to a max contract to hit for him long term, he's not. He's like Gobert. He's less offensively gifted as Gobert is.
Yeah.
Right, and he's not that elite of a defender. He's not that elite.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, but and then on top of that, you've got Barrett and Brunson.
Yep.
Right, and then I mean, at that point, if that's your top three, if you've got Randall, Barrett, Brunson, as your top three, right? And I'm sorry, but you better have a really good secondary cast, bro.
Oh,
like, seriously, fucking solid secondary options and players and whatnot to work with on your team, and they still have that.
Oh yeah,
no, they're
I just don't like the. I just don't like the makeup of the Knicks, and like I say, it's a first round out. Unless they get paired up with somebody like the Hawks, who has their own woes right now.
What about Obi Toppin? This is like he's going to leave the Knicks after this year. They're not. Are they going to trade him or what?
I don't know what they're going to do with Obi.
It's even worth it.
I don't know. I mean, he conduct. He's an okay player. He can dunk the basketball. He's done a little bit for him, but I don't know.
Yeah, but he ain't no team going to give the Knicks number one pick.
I don't know.
Hell no.
I don't know.
No.
I don't
Hell
know.
No.
But Obi has at least has shown you that he's very athletic.
Shit! Oh, he can jump out of the gym.
Yeah, he's done. He and again, the only thing that you can really look at it with these players is they're young and very inexperienced. And I don't know if you can. Sometimes I don't know if we can really hold that against them as much.
I don't know how long Obi played in college, but I do know. I believe that the last year he played in college before he came to this, I think he actually came in second in the whole country collegiately as a scorer. I think he was the second leading scorer in college basketball the year before in college he came to the Knicks. So Toppin he can play.
He can play now, yeah.
No, again, but the thing is though, at the end of the day, I thought Toppin had potential to where he was going to grow in a ball and become somebody that could rebound more, right? Be more well-rounded, right? Learn how to face up and actually start to use some jab step moves and some different, setup moves and pump shots. Start to develop more of a consistent mid-range jump shot and like a little 3-point game, right? To where those head fakes and those shot fakes would work, and he could just straight quick dudes, right? And put the ball on the floor a little bit here and there, and just quick around moves and shit.
Well, at 6'9", coming out of Dayton, and pick that number 8, you definitely would think that he would be. You would definitely think that he's somebody who will average more than 9 points a game. Back in 2020, back in last season, 2021, 2022. So we'll see. We'll see what he does. He's young. He's only 25. So we'll see.
But they buried him on the bench because of that fucking stupid contract they gave Randall.
Yeah. And like I say, everything goes through Brunson and Randall for them. And Derrick Rose coming off the bench. So we'll see. I just think they don't have a talented enough roster to knock off either the Bucks or the Celtics, while we bull junking around, they might not have enough to knock off Donovan Mitchell and the Cavs. So we shall see. We shall see.
Do they still have do the Cavs still have that center that they drafted? I think didn't they sign him long term. What's his name? The Nets had him, and the Nets traded him over to the Cavaliers. What the hell's his name? I like him.
Are you talking Jared? Are you talking Jared Allen?
Jared Allen.
I can find out if they still have him. Give me a
he's
second.
nice. I like him, man. I do. I've always liked him. He plays hard. He can rebound. He can shoot a little from the mid range, soft touch.
Yeah,
he's not really. He can do a little bit. He's not really gifted offensively, I think, either. Right? He's not like he's not a big scorer.
No. He's more of a defensive type of guy.
No.
But he's more like a glue guy.
No, but he's athletic to some extent, isn't he? He can jump a little bit.
Oh yeah, but he's more of a glue guy. Okay, let me pull up the roster real quick. I think he's still there.
I would think so. I mean, shit, he can't be that old.
Jared Allen, there he is. He's still with them.
Okay, yeah, I know. They lost Kevin Love.
Yeah,
and they've got what's his name, Garland.
Right? Yeah, Derek Garland is really good. But I don't blame Kevin for leaving. It was time for him to go.
Oh no. And they've been trying to go into more of a youth direction anyway in Cleveland, haven't they, for years?
Yes. That's why they also got rid. That's why they also got rid of Andre Drummond too. So
did they trade marketing too?
Yeah, well, marketing. Yeah, marketing is on. He's in Utah now.
Yeah,
he's killing it. He's killing it over in Utah.
See, that surprised me that they traded marketer like that. That they traded.
It don't surprise me because he ain't do nothing for my Bulls.
No, because they traded for him. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? To then trade him away.
Well, he didn't do it. He wasn't happy with Chicago, which is why he got traded. Yeah, he didn't do it. But at the same point, he didn't do for the Bulls that what he's doing right now for the Jazz. So
yeah. Is he actually finally putting up some solid numbers, some real deal numbers?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Because he's got that 20 a game plus kind of like game in him. He does, right? And he can rebound a little bit. I mean, he is like 6'10", isn't he, or 7 foot?
It's like 6'11", 7 foot, something like that. Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! Let me see. I found a screen right before you came on where if I go, just by myself, right? This is the shot that I've been looking for reaction videos. Is like you know I'm talking about the image on the side deal that you get for most reactors, most good reactors. But they don't have anything like that for two of us though. You know what I'm saying? It's all they have it for me and you, or for like what I usually do, like what I used to do quite a bit collaborations that I've been trying to get Brett to do for like a year and a half or whatever. When I do them like this, bro, even it doesn't matter, especially if I've got I've had up to 5 people on them before, man. And dude, this just doesn't work for a reaction video.
It
People
don't
be able to see us more than this, right?
Real quick, just to let you know, Markin is 7 foot, 240 pounds. That's a big boy.
Yeah, 7 foot 240. That's right. Yeah, I mean,
shit. Boy.
I'm sorry, but at that point, I would hope that motherfucker, if he plays 30 plus minutes a game, will be able to pull down 7 or 8 boards a game, bro. Come on, man.
Right.
Seriously.
All right. What we looking at here?
Looking at Bandmate, man. We're gonna close this out on Bandmate reaction so we can carve it out.
Okay.
I can do what I told you and go ahead and give you the MP3 and the MP4 files yourself. That way, you've got some reaction videos of your own with me doing Bandmate, and it's something you could do for your own individual content.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, add a little bit more to your resume, brah. To your catalog. You feel me? Something different. But I'm changing it up though on you though. See, normally, I will go straight to your typical Bandmate hard rock, kind of soft metal, kind of like feel type song. I'm actually gonna hit you off. I'm gonna hit you off with two. I do these reactions quick now. Now that I'm actually getting more practical about whatnot, about trying to make them long as fuck. I'm trying to be sensible, logical about it. I do them quick. We watch the whole thing, and then you react off rip, the whole fucking song. I don't stop, pause it, nothing. So I'm actually gonna start you off with more of a ballady, softer, kind of more popish track, right? And then I'm gonna throw one of their more harder type songs, right? One of their more metalish. Just kind of contrast.
Okay.
Folks, just to be clear, I'm gonna hit reset right now. This is gonna get edited out and clipped and whatnot and shit, baby. I'm like, hey, me and William need to eat over here, all right? We in the game for the numbers, baby, but we care about them numbers, motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
They matter.
Yeah.
I'm one of these clowns out there talking about, on some white knight proud shit, talking about I didn't get into making content to not get monetized. I didn't get into content to get views. Fuck all that shit, man. Fuck that shit. Come on now, pussy ass motherfucker. Look, if you want to compete in content creation, you gotta get stats, bro. You know what I'm saying, ladies?
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? If you want to compete and shit with the big dogs, you gotta fucking have stats.
That's true.
If you want sponsors and shit and whatnot, if you want advertisers and shit and all that, you gotta have stats.
That's
true.
What
they want to see. That's all they give a fuck about. They don't care.
Very true. Very true.
They don't care what color you are, who you fuck, any of it.
Very true.
That's all they care about. Numbers. There you go.
Yep.
And I'm telling you right now, sending a picture like that of that right there in your media kit will help you too with that. That's always a big hit.
That ain't gonna.
That'll do you every time.
That ain't gonna help you, no. She built like the number. She built like the number one.
Oh man, I'm telling you right now, old Bree, baby, Captain Bree, baby. I saw a YouTube video the other day. I saved it for later for another day about there's a movement or a petition being put together or whatnot to recast Captain Marvel.
Oh man, they need to do that quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Dude, I heard that the Marvels the screens of the Marvels have been terrible. Seriously, have you heard about that?
No, I haven't heard about that yet.
I heard that Tiana Paris and Brie Larson have gotten into it.
I believe that. I believe that.
Shit, yep. Me too.
I believe that.
We talked about it before on the show. We talked about the fact that like there could be tension there between Tiana Paris and between Brie, right? Right? Because look, I mean, because Tiana Paris is coming, baby. Monica Rambeau ain't no joke.
No, she's not.
I mean, seriously, she killed it in WandaVision.
Oh yeah, she did.
Folks, William Morgan, creator, on a podcast, getting his first taste of the ladies and the maids over at Bandmate. Historic moment right there, baby. Bleeding edge history and shit. This should be on the classic squad, the 2K23. Right here. Crashing video.
It makes me feel nostalgic.
That bass.
My heart will always be with
Psyche.
you.
Great harmony, man. Oh, listen to that. He says that.
It makes me feel nostalgic.
You stupid.
Oh man. Please don't even laugh my ass.
I like them though.
Look at that bass line, man.
Yeah.
She's playing one solo. Right here, man. Like crescendo with the harmony there. Ooh, it's good. See what I enjoy about doing these play-ins is that why I always do like 2-3 of them with everybody. I love seeing the contrast, the reaction of you and other guests that will come to me as I change them up.
Oh.
Look at the contrast, bro. Killing it. Transition, please. The lyrics are very uplifting.
That bass line is amazing.
The stage was awesome. I love it.
It's good stuff.
I love how they bring back that techno track right there at the end like that. They put that in there. Right there.
There we go. I like that.
What'd you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah? Good?
I like them. They're good.
What'd you think of those harmonies and those and like I was saying, the build up, and then when they would unleash those crescendos and those harmonies? Right?
Nice.
Oh, man. Now
that bass player is amazing.
Oh, Bisa, yeah. Oof. Were you feeling what I was
is.
saying when I said that it felt like she was playing a solo the whole song?
Mm-hmm.
You hear that shit?
She was amazing because she was strong. She wasn't a weak bass player. She was really
man.
Very strong.
No, she could play. You could see.
Yep.
The she plays with.
Yep. And you can actually feel it. I mean, I'm on an old HyperX headset. I'm on an old mic. I'm on an old, it's not that old, but I'm on an old laptop. But I felt all that from that song, all that emotion from that song on this older equipment. And I still felt all that emotion. I think it was just great.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So, like, basically, you couldn't hear. Could you not hear that very well?
I heard it fine. But I'm just saying the way it converted itself over to me. I thought the song was great. But the bass and the bass was just exceptional. The bass player was just exceptional.
The volume level itself was good and it was quality enough. You could hear the different instruments and shit like that.
Yeah. I can hear all that. But just the emotion they put out and singing that song.
Yeah. Oh no, definitely. Yes. No, it's really raw, right? It really is. And honestly, it is very uplifting. And when you do look at the subtitles, which I know I kind of covered up a little bit here and there, if you had a chance to read any of them like here and there, I don't need to personally. I mean, I just love her voice.
Right.
It's good enough for me, right?
Right.
But there are people out there that need the lyrics. They need to be able to know what somebody's saying. So I get that, right?
Yeah.
I think that and you'll see this across the span with them, that all their lyrics are geared towards positivity, upliftingness, of evolution, evolving in a positive way. Except people, right? Like, regardless of what they're into or who they date, right? Or like, have romantic relationships with or whatever, right? Except people who they are. You know what I mean? Like that's one of the lines that she said, and like, multiple, like 2 or 3 times in the song.
Right.
And people who they are. And that you have to understand that came out. That was one of their first live performances they did without an audience, of course, because it's right after COVID.
Right after COVID.
Yeah, right after. So they wrote the song, I think, for that moment, like, about us as not in a relationship one-on-one, about us more as like people, right? Like we need to move forward. We need to like, not dwell in the past, right? I think that was the vibe of it, I believe. But, what did you think of Psyche, the lead singer? Other than the fact that
she was
really
good. She was good. She was really good. She was really good. She was really strong. Crescendos very well. Strong voice. Didn't hit our highs perfectly. No cracking, which we all appreciate.
That's funny. You know what? I'm gonna grab my headphones really quick and whatnot, folks.
Okay.
Because that was like a poppy kind of ballady type song. All the other bandmate stuff is fucking like hardcore, and it's a lot louder. And as many of you folks that are like, I will say fans, yes, but like more like friends and extended family of the Bleeding Edge are out there. Of course, you should make sure, without question, that you go check out on YouTube or Twitch or anywhere you want to, basically any platform. You can call it podcast. With William, actually see what it's like with him moderating, hosting and shit and whatnot with his team and shit, because they are pretty damn informative and good at what they do, right?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Right now, I'm surprised William eventually, if William wanted to, if he did 3 or 4 shows a week with Geek Gauntlet, I think he probably would put up bigger numbers than we do, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I mean, if anything, probably down the road, you never know. Maybe he might. He's got you put a good squad together over there, man. You have.
Thank you.
Diamond does a good job too. I like Diamond.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Diamond is our resident streamer. And what I try to do is keep everybody in their realm. Janae is my anime buddy. We both love anime, so I have her do anime. And Diamond, we both love video games, so I got her doing all the video game news and things like that. But they also chime in on everything we talk about. And I really love those guys, and I hope we can do Geek Gauntlet for a long time.
No, that's what honestly, William. I think that's one of the many things that I connect with you on a level in our friendship, right? Not just as traders, is that you have the same type of mindset and mentality, similar like I do, just in your own way, right? You're William is very much an individual, just like I am. He very much cares about that. He just doesn't talk about it as vocally much as I do, maybe. And he's not long-winded as fuck like I am. He can actually say things with 4 or 5 words instead of 77 like I do, and be just as effective, probably more than I am. So at that point, you can see how probably he's probably more truly defined in a true knowledge sense than I would be, probably, if anything. But either way, earlier during the show we were talking about I was talking to one of my guests from Danny J. You know Danny.
I remember Danny.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
One of his peeps, Jason, came over and did one of our Mandalorian episode reviews the other day. And shit, man. When I talked about later on about the show, he was all he could talk about was how much he enjoyed kicking it with Jasmine, right? Our grimy as fuck transgender, regular guest that we have and shit. You haven't met her yet, have you?
No, I have not met her yet. Mm-mm.
No, you haven't. And I told her multiple times about you. She met Andrew tonight from GNN.
Oh,
right?
Cool.
And he told her I asked her at that. I'm like, Jess, tell Andrew how much I brought him up with you, and then once you met with me, how many times I've mentioned his name and how much I like him and enjoy recording with him. And we're good friends, right? I'll do the same thing with her with you, because she told Andrew, she's like, all the fucking time. She's like, I hear your name at least 2 or 3 times a week, right? Oh, I can't wait till Andrew comes on and you get to record with them and all this shit. Well, I've done the same thing with Jasmine with you. And we were talking about about how the guy Jason Gunner, he liked Gunner too.
Okay.
He's like, what's your one friend's name? Hammer? I'm like, fuck, you know what? I was like, yo, I should call Gunner right now, bro, and tell him that you called him Hammer. He might want to change his name. He might want to change his name to Hammer, bro.
Change his name to Hammer for real.
Yeah,
that sounds
man.
That sounds a little bit cooler.
Yo, that's dope. I was like, yo, Hammer? That's dope.
Yeah, that's a little bit cooler. Yeah.
Bro, I'm telling you, man. And so at that point, I was like, oh, what if I became Hammer? True Hammer. Right? I was like, that would be the perfect fucking title for a Skinamax softcore porn movie. Right? True Hammer, right? Seriously, bro. That'd be dope.
Oh my goodness.
Yo, Andrew was a dope. Having Andrew on earlier tonight during the fucking finale review of Last of Us was a trip, bro. Andrew's a dope.
Andrew's a good dude. Andrew's a good dude.
He's such a good contributor, man. I can't believe you haven't had him on Geek Gauntlet yet, bro.
I think it's more of a scheduling type of deal.
It must be.
But yes, I will work to get him on. He's a cool dude.
No, it has to be a scheduling thing. I think he actually records his podcast on Saturdays.
Mm-hmm.
I think he does, and he works too, right? And everything.
Yeah, he works too. Yeah.
You know how damn busy he is.
Yeah.
No, he either co-hosts or hosts 2 pods on his own.
Okay.
I don't think they do a lot of episodes. They only do 1 a week, right? But
right.
Doesn't he do like a Star Trek one or something?
I think he does a Star Trek one too.
Doesn't he? Yeah.
I think he does. Yeah. I think he does. And he also writes, and he's also writing for GNN too.
Yeah. And he has a gaming podcast.
Yep.
Yeah, most definitely. No, Andrew's dope. And I'm telling you right now, William, I mean, you're a busy guy. If you ever get around to watching The Last of Us, man, damn. It was a good series, bro. The finale was dope. It was killer, bro.
I'll check it out.
It was good, man.
I'll check it out. I'll get to it eventually. I gotta get over Star Trek Picard first.
Yeah, I know.
This season has been amazing in Picard.
I know they've been playing the commercials and playing the trailers constantly, dude. Constantly on TV, man. Everything every time I watch, I keep hearing it. When I'm laying down in the bed, like half asleep or whatever, or in the morning, kind of half watching. Bam! I'll hear that trailer again, that commercial again.
Picard has been amazing so far this season.
Yeah, they brought back everybody from the old show, man.
Almost everybody. Yep.
No shit, man. I know, bro. Seriously, they brought almost everybody back. The only ones they didn't bring back was Data, right? Or what's his name? Jordy.
Jordy and Wesley Crusher.
Yep, that's it.
Yep.
Other than that, they got everybody else. They did.
Everybody back. And if you didn't get Jordy, you at least got his daughter, so you can't complain about that. So
I know, but I still rather have Jordy.
Yeah, I would have Jordy too.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, and Data was like what? I mean, honestly, he was probably one of the top 3 most favorite characters on that.
Oh heck yeah!
Star Trek, right?
Heck yeah! And I wouldn't be surprised. And I wouldn't be surprised if they brought him back.
Well, is this the last season?
I don't think so. I think he got renewed for a 4th. Because we're in season 3 right now, so I think he got renewed for a 4th. I have to ask Shaw.
What about the other one that has that really attractive tall young African actress?
The other Star Trek series?
Yeah. What are they? Are they? Did they get renewed for a 4th season?
From what I understand, they got canceled.
Oof.
Yeah.
That surprises me. I'm actually kind of surprised. I guarantee. I'll tell you right now, my boy Jermaine. You met Jermaine before, haven't you?
Not sure.
My boy Jermaine, that created Trekker's Delight podcast and YouTube channel is probably crying inside on that shit, man.
You're talking about Star Wars Discovery.
Yes.
Yeah.
With what's her name? Is it Sakaria Green?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. And yes, it is. And yes, I just looked it up. It got announced that it has been canceled. They hasn't discovered. They haven't came out with the reason why it's being canceled, but they just said it's being canceled, and this got announced on March 3rd.
Hey, I'll tell you right now, she leveraged her time on Walking Dead. Great, man. Perfect timing when she left it, whatnot, and everything. Right? She came on and she did like what, 2 seasons, 3 seasons, and then bam, she worked that Star Trek shit right off that bitch. Right?
I like Discovery though. I don't know. I guess the viewership was low.
No, listen, I'm giving her props. Yeah. I got hella respect. You know what I'm saying? Like seriously, a lot of people actually thought that it was not a smart move for her to leave The Walking Dead. They thought that it
ended up being.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, nothing. I mean, listen, I only watched. The only reason I know about that show is because, of course, Jermaine's my boy. So I went over on Trekker's Delight and shit and whatnot, right? I watched half a season of season 3 or whatever for like a review show on there with Lord Deathbed. I brought him out. I told you about it before. I brought Lord Deathbed out of that bitch twice. And like
you told me. Him
and I were fucking around. I was talking all kinds of crazy shit and everything as usual. And I watched that whole half a season, and she held it down, bro.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, honestly, she wasn't the problem with the show. I didn't think.
No, I don't think she was either. I
like her as the captain.
I think it was just, I don't know, low viewership that probably got it canceled.
Well,
not being promoted right.
Again, I didn't watch the first 2 seasons, so don't get me wrong. I missed a lot of stuff, right? I missed a lot of character development and all that shit and whatnot, you know. So it's hard to pick up a series like that.
It is.
But from what I watched, it looked like the secondary characters around her and the secondary plot lines that they were working with, and even the main premise of that season 3, what I saw, it really wasn't all that interesting to me.
Yeah.
Right. It didn't really do much for me as far as like what they were. Yeah.
That could have been it too.
No. And honestly, you gotta remember too. I don't know you know this probably more than I would. Like when the Star Trek called that Picard was on? Was it Generations? Was it what was it called?
It was just when he made his debut, or
what was that first? What was that first original Star Trek series called? What was
Next Generation.
Next Generation. Yes, that's right. Now, Next Generation, it had good writing. It had good villains, right?
Mhm.
Like seriously,
Mhm.
great secondary characters, right?
Mhm.
Great chemistry between the characters on screen, right? Like they
Mhm.
worked well together. They seemed cohesive. I didn't see that in what I saw of that show.
I got you.
Right? Yeah.
Right.
It didn't
Right.
work like that. It didn't flow like that. Episode to
Right.
episode.
Right.
It seemed very up and down.
I got you.
No, so anyways, what would you okay. So we did Bandmate, we did About Us, right? Now, again, that's more of a softer, like poppier kind of I don't know what would you call that? Ballady kind of like
more like a ballad.
Yeah, like
more like a ballad type song.
Yeah, with some R&B, maybe like pop influences to it or whatever, right? With the drum, with that drum beat and everything, and but that's as far as Misa goes, yeah, she's a beast. But again, too, with that song, that's a vehicle for her, right? Because there is no place or any spot in there for electric guitar solos and shit like that in a song like that.
Right.
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't fit.
Right.
Right.
It wouldn't.
No.
It wouldn't.
No. But you got to give hats off to Miku, right? Is the rhythm guitar, the one that was playing the acoustic guitar on that, and that was doing most of the backup vocalist work. The secondary vocalist work. Her harmonizing with Psyche is absolutely unbelievable. Right? Like,
it was
what I'm
good.
saying? And generally, she's the one. She is a like very valuable and does a lot as a as a backup singer.
Right.
In the band.
Right.
Now, but
Right.
she's the rhythm guitarist. Konami is the lead guitarist. Now you'll see her in this one. Now we're gonna do Domination.
Okay.
This one's actually got solos in it and shit and whatnot. In that one, you didn't get to see her do much, really. Again, because there were no solos. It wasn't that kind of structured song.
Okay.
Same thing with the drummer, Akani. Most people, when they hear Bandmate and see these videos at first, they're the ones that she and her and Misa, the drummer Akani and Misa are the ones people are attracted to. Though that's or Konami, the lead guitarist, are the ones that they're like, oh shit, that's dope, right? But Akani, the drummer, is nice, man. But no, check out Domination. And just contemplate, I guess internally, probably, right? The contrast to what we already got from them.
Okay. Okay.
And tell me what you think of the difference and again, too, of them live, right? Because this is a live video right here. It's official live. Now, of course, this is mixed, right? Like the sound itself.
Yeah. It's gonna be.
Right? Yeah. This isn't gonna be raw fan cam audio.
Right.
So I just want to put that out there, folks. It is. I mean, this is professionally, leveled and like produced audio, but it is still live.
Okay.
And they you already noticed, I'm sure they have great stage presence.
Oh yeah, did it.
Miles, bro.
Having a good time, showing it. I love it. They're out there. The thing with me, when you look at female performers, no matter what they do, I love that they show emotion, not just going through the motions or whatever they're doing out there. I love when they show emotion. Just like female wrestlers, I love it when they show emotion of any, and not just going through the motions or the process.
Sure. Yep.
The show emotion, because that emotion carries through to the fans and get them up and get them going. And that's what I like about Bandmate, because all that feeling, all that emotion is coming straight at you and it's getting you involved with what they're doing. It makes you feel like you're part of the crowd. And that's what I appreciate about them.
Well, that's why I like to have people react to the live songs instead of the official music videos, right?
Yeah, because you can't get into the videos like that.
No. I mean, seriously, like, wouldn't you rather see what they're like in real life? Like, if they could actually play and shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you could do anything in studio, man.
Right?
Like, I mean, seriously. Now, you could say, like, anything. When you start layering the voice and shit and everything and whatnot and all that.
Oh, yeah.
And looping the audio and whatnot and all that crap like they do now.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, and I don't know this personally because I'm not that traveled or whatever, right? Bro, I had Ryan Meir, that's like one of the top reactors that does Bandmate and all of the you've heard his name probably, I'm sure. He does all of the fucking big Japanese J-rock bands and shit, J-metal bands and all that. He has to all that like outside the U.S. music that's popular. And he's in that whole network and circle of those different reactors that all live together and shit, right? Like
Right.
they play instruments. I just saw a video of him playing that first song with other
Mm.
reactors. He plays
Okay.
bass on it and shit with a chick singing with it and everything and whatnot. Right?
Okay.
He came on the panel a couple weeks ago, bro.
Cool. Cool.
And I told him on the show that the reason why I've been chasing him for over a year to come on the show is not just because I like Bandmate just like him. It's because he's one of the 2 reactors that I saw that one day, right? That got me into Bandmate, that brought music back into my life for the first time in 8+ years, right?
Okay.
He's one of those 2 reactors that got me into Bandmate. It got me into making my first reaction video ever to Bandmate.
Okay, cool.
He was one of the 2.
Cool.
Right? So that's why I just thought he was a dope reactor, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I wanted him to know that, right? Like, I made it feel, I think, a little weird and a little awkward. It did. You know what I'm saying? It did. For me to, like, and you know, I usually like to get into my personal business and whatnot and all that.
Right.
My past and whatnot on the show, and I'm not going to do it right now.
Right.
But honestly, folks, bottom line, you know, like, I've had some things happen before in the past that I've had to go through that have been really difficult in the past. Just like a lot of people, right? Just the stuff I had to hit was really fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like some real like rough shit. And of course, I'm TrueKnowledge, baby. I'm always with a smile and whatnot. I love making content. You can tell how much I care about all the other creators, the guests that come on. They're all my friends and whatnot. I love to death. I do anything for them. But I'm telling you, man, you know, it's powerful to know that 2 people are responsible for bringing something like music back to your life.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And then to be able to bring one of them on the fucking show, bro.
Yep.
To have that vehicle, to be able to have him on the panel like that, man. Fuck,
Yep.
man.
Yep.
That's powerful, bro. Seriously, man. Like, that's inspiring for me.
Oh yeah.
Personally.
Right? I understand.
Yeah, like, that means a lot to me. So, like, you know, I'm sorry, Ryan. I'm sorry I made you feel awkward, Ryan. You know what I'm saying? You're not my fucking hero, bro. I'm telling you right now, dude. But you know what I'm saying? But you did do something really solid for me that one day, man. You know what I'm saying and whatnot. If not for you, I don't know if I'd have that poster behind me. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm very proud of that poster, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, it's no joke, William. Like, I've tried to listen to some of the old music I used to like, the old rap, the old school rap you like Biggie and, you know, Notorious and whatnot and shit, and Pac and whatnot, and Snoop and Dre back in the day when he dropped Chronic and shit. Chronic was fucking first rap album I ever bought, bruh. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, hell yeah. I used to fuck with NWA and all that shit, bro, and everything and whatnot, dude. Ice Cube.
Right,
you know?
right.
Hell yeah.
Right.
Busta. Nas.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Twista, Jay-Z, everybody.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
Whitney Houston, baby. Mariah, right? TLC. Yo, I love me some TLC.
There you go.
Love me some TLC.
Can't beat TLC.
Aaliyah, bro. Aaliyah, man. Damn, we lost.
Yeah. God rest her soul. God rest her soul.
Talented as fuck, man.
God rest her soul.
God, she had an amazing voice.
Yep.
She was powerful, bro. Great vocalist, man. Really talented.
Rest in peace.
No, rest in peace, man. It's unfortunate, really. But fucking En Vogue, baby. I fuck with En Vogue.
Yep. I remember.
Yeah, dog, En Vogue. Hell yeah, bro. But no, so what'd you think of Domination, man? I mean, like you said, dude, Misa kills it. You're right. I mean, Misa kills it, bro. Doesn't she just look cool when she plays?
Yeah, I like songs that are kind of heavy in guitar a little bit, particularly in J-pop. When you go back and you look at a band like Ozone who did the Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds.
That's right. You have all that anime experience and knowledge and whatnot. So you've been fucking with J-pop and J-rock since way back. Since way before I even knew about it.
Yeah, you go back and you deal with Ozone back in the days of Yu-Gi-Oh 5D. It's on that close. If you go back and look at the anime, I can't stand Sexual. It's sorted out online, but because the way the anime is, I call it Sexual Assault Online. There you go. I call it Sexual Assault Online, and I don't like the anime, but to open it.
You're talking about season 2, man. Come on.
Oh, season 2.
Season 2 was garbage, bro.
Trash. But I will give that theme song props. That theme song is the theme song smash. I'll give it.
From Lisa, bro?
Yes.
Shit? Oh my god. Adamus and shit?
Yes.
What's it called? What's the other one?
The theme song from SAO Claps. I like the theme song.
Oh, the first season, the classic one? Oh
the classic one.
Oh shit, man. You got Adamus? Lisa's no joke, bro.
I mean,
wait a minute. Is Ozone the group she was with before she went solo?
No, she was never part of Ozone. She's always been on her own.
No. Wasn't she with an actual pop group before she?
I think she was. I think she was before she went. She went out on her own, but it wasn't with Ozone because Ozone's always been dudes. They've never had a female vocalist with them.
Ah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got you. Okay. What the hell is that? What is that Lisa song from that first season of Sword Art Online?
Hold on one
That
second.
was that first season of Sword Art Online is good, man. I won't lie to you, William. I just watched it again in the last couple days.
I just don't like the anime.
Dude, season 3 Alicization was sick, bro. World of Underworld, bro. That shit was dope.
Oh.
I thought the animation was great. Great fight scenes, great action scenes. What is that damn song that's driving me crazy? There's Adamus, and then there's fuck.
What about Crossing Field? Lisa's Crossing Field. Mm-hmm. Lisa's Crossing Field. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
That was outstanding. Outstanding.
Dude, have you ever seen her live?
I saw one live video from her. Yes.
Bro, she is fucking crazy sick as an entertainer live, bro. Oh my god.
Go back and I can't remember the name of the group, but I remember the name of the anime. Go back and watch the High School of the Dead thing. You would love that. That fits. Yeah, there you go.
Yo, she is so good.
She's awesome.
They love lasers, man. Yo, I paid to go see Lisa.
She's awesome. She is really awesome.
Look at that crowd. Yo, Japanese people love music, man.
They do. Look at the crowd.
I'm so jacked. That looks like such a fun concert.
Yep.
I even like that skirt too.
Oh yeah.
Look at her. The band's not bad either.
Don't you feel all that power and all that emotion coming to you?
She's the one that's doing it. She's got the crowd on her.
All her.
Bandmate would never put Psyche out like that in front like that. She's not to that level of entertainer.
Nope.
She's got that whole fucking crowd bigger than Bandmate got.
Yep.
Look at her pumping her fist and shit and all that, man. Yo, she's bad. Dude, any fucking anime can fucking do good with this shit.
Told ya.
Oh man, yo, I'm telling you folks.
She's amazing.
I'm telling you right now, it's crazy. I didn't even think about it until now, William. Until you mentioned it, until I really thought about it for a minute, and I remembered how much anime you've been watching for so long. You've been knowing about fucking J-Rock and you've been knowing about J-Pop and J-Rock and shit since before Baby even existed and shit, probably.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? Because Baby
Yes, sir.
in 2015, I think.
Wasn't it like 14 or 15?
Either 2013 or 15.
Mm.
What year was the first season of Sword Art Online? What, 2012, 2013?
I want to say 2012. Yeah.
Damn, that's a long time ago. At least it's still in the game, bro. She did the intro for fucking what's it called? Just recently for Garage.
Yep.
For Demon Slayer, bro.
Yep. And I love Demon.
Demon's off the hook, bro. Demon Slayer
That's
off
to
the hook.
that. But Demon Slayer crazy. Attack on Titan. Shout out to Attack on Titan, still doing his thing. Shout out to the second season of Vinland Saga. Shout out to them. Man.
Did you go up early in the morning and shit and whatnot and all that so you could watch that fucking episode, that first episode of the last part of the season?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, I stopped watching Attack on Titan after season 2. I got a couple episodes into season 3 when they go over into when they switch it over to to the Marley side.
Yeah.
And I lost it, bro. I lost the you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? You know how I got started though? This shit's dope. I got started with it not from buying and reading the anime at first. I got it from the YouTubers that would actually read the anime and display the anime in their videos, right?
I got hooked onto it by a buddy of mine. Got hooked onto it,
and then I started buying some of the actual anime, the manga itself, right?
Right.
Before they even made the anime. You know what I'm saying? Right. You know what I mean? Then the anime came out and it was sick, bro. Right?
Yep.
But no, like see, that surprised me now. A friend of you turned on to you to Attack on Titan.
Yep. A buddy of mine turned me on to it.
Before it came out or after it came out?
After it came out.
Okay. All right. So when the manga had already been out and everything and whatnot.
Manga's already been out and everything, but by the time I got a hold of it.
Yeah. No, let me ask you a question now. A couple people have asked, one or two different people actually. Jasmine, you know Jasmine from Rizzle. Did you ever meet Jasmine, my buddy?
I don't think I did.
All right. I know him from Rizzle, that platform I used to fuck with when I first started with content creation. He's told me before, and again now, he's young, right? And he lives over in Silicon Valley and shit, so I don't know, but he was trying to tell me that that the dude that wrote the manga is some kind of fucking like hardcore anti-Semitist or whatever and whatnot. I never got that vibe.
Well, I never got that vibe either.
No, I mean, I know that I obviously anybody with a brain and like any fucking kind of basic knowledge can tell that the names of all the characters are German. It's fucking obvious. They're basic, direct German names. It's clear.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, you can't even be more fucking. Some of them are Japanese, right? Or Asian, right? A lot of them are straight German. Like, anybody would know that. Anybody that's above the age of like 30 would know that. I would think. You know, those are German names. That's the difference between, and that's the thing, dude, with the youth. Right? They wouldn't know. That's why Jess probably got that shit from Twitter. I bet. How much you want to bet?
I bet you. That sounds like some stuff you get off Twitter.
Yep, because he's never watched it. He don't watch anime, right? He's
Twitter's
never read it.
trash.
He's never read the manga. He's never watched the show. This is just what he heard.
Right.
There you go, folks. That's how toxic Twitter is, right there. That's why I asked you.
Twitter's trash.
No, because I know you fuck with anime like that, like you said, just like today and whatnot and everything, hardcore. Folks, William has watched more anime and shit in his life than like I ever will times 10.
I remember one of my first animes. Believe it or not, my baby sister. You haven't met my baby sister. My baby sister really got me into anime with an anime called Mo Diver, and from that point, I've been hooked on anime ever since. And there's some anime I like, some anime I don't. But as a general theme, I love it. SAO, I just don't like it. It's not that good to me. Baruto, I don't like it. It's not that good to me.
Now let me ask you a question. I never thought about this. Having you as a resource like this is actually very valuable. Like this, I don't have any background on anime overall in terms of like I know, for instance, that like just because I looked it up, I came across the article that season 3 Alicization did get ranked by a couple of like what are considered, I guess, like pretty accurate, legit media, like publication websites that do the anime rankings per year. They did get that Alicization, that third season, I think it was in 2019 or whatever. They did get put in like a lot of top 5s and shit.
Yeah. But you gotta be careful though, because there's a lot of anime out there that will turn you astray. Like Shield Hero, for example. I love Shield Hero the first season, but when the second season rolled around and the whole emphasis was on Nephilim, it just lost me completely. So you gotta be careful of anime because a lot of anime nowadays is going toward the way of harem anime. And it's not like anime from the old days where it was built on good storylines. Like Move Dive was built on a good storyline.
Look at the inconsistencies, right? So you tell me. I'm not even a hardcore anime fan. You know that. My entire anime resume is utterly is that I've watched all their Shippuden. It's my go-to. Like, you know, anime is my go to sleep shit. That's what I go to. I either watch anime or lately I've been watching more DC animated. The Gun Saffron DC Slate shit, right? And us reviewing the DC animated.
Right.
Don't forget that we're doing that, man.
I haven't forgotten.
Yo, we're finally doing our 2022 MCU release rankings.
Okay.
Next Friday and the Friday after that, we're gonna do two installments. And we're gonna do all 9. There were 9 in 2021. There are 9 in 2022 if you include Mobius. Dude, you should come on, man. You should jam.
I gotta go back and watch Mobius. I never watched it, so I need to go back and watch Mobius.
I know that sucks. Bro.
I never watched it.
I know, and I've got to watch it too now. I do.
It didn't look interesting to me.
I know. I'm not looking forward to it at all, bro. I'm not. I'm actually kind of put down about it, bro. I already had to watch Willow and review it, bro. That was already depressing enough, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I thank God and shit when Jasmine sent me an article the other day, Johnny Fuent. Shout out to Johnny Fuent, bro, from Fuent Talk with Johnny Fuent, whatever the fuck his podcast is called, the motherfucker. He's a good guest, man. You'll get a chance to meet him eventually. Good people, man. He sent me an article letting me know that they canceled fucking Willow season 2, bro.
Yeah.
I was like, thank you, Lord. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? I took that Willow t-shirt and burnt that motherfucker.
I still get I still get hate on my feelings for Hawkeye.
Oh God.
I still get hate.
Listen,
and it's fine. I'll be the bad guy when it comes to that. I'll be the bad guy.
There are so many other creators and whatnot and everything that come on the bleeding edge, bro, that bring up you with Hawkeye, man. That associate you with fucking Hawkeye. When I talk to them, bro, either they bring it up or I bring you up or whatever and whatnot. I don't talk about you all the time and shit and whatnot. But like folks, I won't lie here. Like, look, again. A lot of y'all do know I have admitted I am disabled. Like, that's why I do live with my family and shit and whatnot. That's why you see me up in my room. I've showed it before. Dodger's right next to me. Our what's up, Dodger? Our third silent co-host is right here as always. And riding shotgun, right? But no, I mean, I bought a new car, bro. I got my Kia Soul finally that I wanted to get.
Cool. Congrats, man.
Hell yeah, I've been getting after it, baby. I was already killing it, fucking numbers wise in the bedroom anyway to begin with. The cars, I finally bought the car because I was tired of fucking. You know what I'm saying? I was tired of turning chicks out. I finally bought a car, bro, so I could take a break.
There you go.
Get out and fucking just chill.
There you go.
Because if I stay here, man, just bang chicks.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I can't help myself.
Right.
It's too easy out there. But anyways, sorry about my fellow brothers out there and whatnot. But y'all are slacking or some shit because. Man, when these bitches get done with you, brah, and they meet me, brah, oh, fuck. talking about Attack on Titan, bitch. I'm talking about they get true hammer, motherfucker.
But yeah, but you got to be careful because it's one or two things are going to happen in anime nowadays. One or two things. It's going to be harem anime or it's going to be a bunch of fan service.
Now, the harem anime, you're talking about the more like sexual, like, is that what it is? Like,
yeah. Or and then you're looking at a lot like I'll give an example. And the thing that makes me mad about this anime, it's a ton of fan service, it's a ton of harem bait, but it's really a good story underneath. But you have to be able to get your way through that stuff.
Though.
Watch High School DxD.
There's so many different animes that are start with the words high school, bro. Why you be able to find it?
You'll be able to find High School DxD. It's on Funimation.
There's 17,000 different high school something.
It's on Funimation.
I'm just messing with you. Is Funimation free?
No, I pay for the premium. But you can also watch some of it on YouTube and Hulu as well.
That's what I was gonna say is that I have pretty much all the major platforms. I have to, you know what I'm saying? Just because I do like I do the Whiskey Rebellion podcast. I was promoting earlier until you came on. We're over there at Religion Broadcasting Network with Mark now. Now that I'm finally like, doing better and whatnot with that bad stretch of insomnia I had, bro, that kind of put me down for a while. Dude, I guessed it on 4 different pods last week, man.
There you go, man.
Hey,
that's what it be. I guess it on the pod on Thursday. I did
nice.
I did what was it? I did a basketball podcast. At the last minute, old boy Justin asked me to come on his show, and from the sidelines, he asked me to come on his show, and had a good time. I was only on for about 45 minutes, but I had a good time.
That's another thing, folks out there, that I applaud William on, and again, I simply like, you can think what you want of the shit I say, or make fun of me because I call myself TrueKnowledge or whatever, or make fun of me like William did because he embarrassed the shit out of me because of how bad I sing and shit and whatnot when you're singing like a little pussy and shit. Like, after that, like I'm a little bitch and shit and whatnot or something. I like, it's okay. That's all right. You know what I'm saying? But even though, William is one of my good buddies, so like, it's not like it hurts my feelings or they have laughing at me and all that. But no, it's all fun and games. It's all for good here and whatnot, and for positivity over the bleeding edge. You like to talk some shit. But no, I tell people all the time, William, about you that like you have that same shit that I got going on where like we just naturally are inclined to be are so authentic that and so dope and like real that we can just fucking jam at any time, baby. If we're awake and shit and active enough and whatnot to be able to jump out and get it, we can get it.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Most def.
Yeah. Yeah. As long as we don't get thrown on some shit that's totally fucking out of our realm of even fucking being able to talk about or cover, at that point we ain't gonna go.
That's what I can't do it. I'll let you know. Like The Last of Us, I hadn't watched none of it, so I'm not gonna put myself in that spot.
No. Come on, what are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That made no sense. Come on. Nah, I'm sorry. That'd be like that dude Kevin that came on and fucking didn't watch the episode of Moon Knight, but still showed up to review it or whatever, bro. That'd be your Kevin moment, William. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it would be.
Yo, you don't want that, man. You know what I'm saying? I can't imagine that Facebook Live I did on his ass and shit helped him a lot. You know what I mean?
Right.
I can't. I have to believe that. Honestly, motherfuckers better watch out. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. I would not bullshit nobody. Whenever the 3 times I've straight Facebook Live name drop motherfuckers, you don't even know how blown up I get on everything. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, fucking blown up by creators and shit and whatnot. And every single one of them, same shit. What did that dude do? Right? What did he do? What did he say? Not me, right? Not like, you know what I'm saying? What did Jeff, not like, there's no question or anything. It's like, oh shit, what happened? What night was that?
Right.
You on the show, what, you know what I mean? Like, what did that fucker do? What did he say to Jeff?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, dude, I'm that real, man. I ain't about it like that. I ain't trying to kind of conflict and shit during recording and shit.
Right.
Or try to embarrass nobody or disrespect somebody, some host or some co-host or their team and shit. Fuck that shit.
I feel you.
Nah.
I feel you.
You drop off at that point, man. If you're gonna sit there and fucking get angry and stupid and shit on somebody's show.
Right.
Come on. No.
You're right.
We all make mistakes. We're all human. But at the end of the day, though, bottom line, folks, you ain't going to find that many natural people like William that are that real and have as much game and skill and shit and whatnot. And he's got a lot more time in the game than I do, too. Right? Which I, so I look up to him from that standpoint because he's a lot more. He's got veteran status in content creation. I don't.
Thank you.
I'm not even I'm not even at my 5-year mark. And I don't know what the rules are, but I have to believe that 5 years is not enough to start like dropping debt on your ass in content creation, right? I think 10 probably sounds a lot more.
I'm in 13.
Yeah, I was about to say I think 10. Once you break that 10 barrier, maybe you can start to add some legitimacy and start adding that to your shit. But 5 ain't enough. I'm sorry.
You gotta keep moving. You gotta keep. Yeah, definitely gotta keep moving. Definitely gotta keep growing.
Bro,
Definitely.
Look at Cyber, man. He's been on YouTube for like fucking 12 years, bro. He's finally. We're trying to get up to 1,000 subs finally, man. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. There you go.
But I mean, do you know how it is? You've seen some of the YouTubers that have been on for 10 years and then broke out.
Oh yeah.
Right? You've been watching. Yeah, but no, you tell me. That second season of Sword Art Online, the Gun Gale bullshit. That was that harem shit you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Where like every fucking chick on there wanted to bang fucking.
Yeah. The second season.
Yeah. Even his own sister, his own
sister.
His sister or whatever, shit, whatnot, want his ass, what his
told him to his face in the house.
She loved him. She loved him. Or whatever.
Yeah. That was some sick stuff, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
And they her titties all big as fucking shit too.
And it's like, but there's stuff out there too. Like I was saying earlier, when you look at High School DxD, if you get through the fan service and you get through the harem stuff, It's an actual good story, but you have to get through that stuff first in order to get to the meat and potatoes of that good story. So so you have to be careful with that. High School of the Dead is the same thing. High School of the Dead, you had to get across, you have to get past the storyline to get to the storyline. To get to the storyline, rather, you got to go through some harem stuff, a little bit of harem stuff, definitely a bunch of fan service. But once you get past that, you have a very good storyline there. So have to be careful on what you watch. There's one out there right now called what is it? Reincarnation of a Slime. I never got into it after watching the first episode, but I know a lot of people that love it. And then you got your old standbys. You got your Dragon Balls out there. That's still going strong on YouTube with Dragon Ball Superhero. That's still going. You got a lot of fans. You got a lot of fan fiction out there for Dragon Ball. And you gotta be careful with Dragon Ball too, because some of the fans would just turn on you quickly. I've
got to look online real quick and whatnot because I want to tell you what I've watched, and there's 2 of them or 3 of them right now in my head that I can't think of their title that I actually really liked. That I think I want to know if you watched them too. Let me just look real quick. No, that second season is Sword Art Online, right? Did you ever see any rankings or anything with that? Did it ever get like ranked as like the worst anime of the year? Or
See, I never saw it. I never saw any rankings for it.
Okay, because like I mean, that's crazy. That's the thing about anime is like to be able to be that like up and down like that to where that first season of Sword Art Online. Now that shit was a hit, right? It was a smash, wasn't it?
It's all right.
Is it like a cult thing? Because I thought it was dope.
It was more like a cult thing. I
think
think
it's a go-to for me. Like it's like Naruto to me, bro. It's like ice cream. You know
I think another thing too. A lot of the age of consent over in Japan is different than the age of consent here. So I think a lot of it might play into what their anime ends up being too.
Okay.
Because that age of consent over there is a little bit different.
Where? In Japan?
Mm-hmm.
Why? What is it, man?
They do. I want to say it's 16, but I'm not entirely sure. But I want to say it's 16.
Dude, I don't want to have this with a 16-year-old girl, bro.
Hell no. But hell no. But I think that's why the anime, particularly Sword Art Online,
that would scare me, man.
Well, based off that
would scare me, bro. I'd be too scared. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but I think that's why Sword Art Online and some more of those hair anime over there is written like that because the age of consent is different over there.
Well, either way, though, I was to say to you is though you already know. I know that you've read and you've seen how the like for instance the X-Men. The reason why I always like joke around about like Rogue and doing a threesome with Rogue and Storm and like Jean Grey and shit and like Cyclops and shit, bro. Bro, if they fucking drop Cyclops right and shit into the MCU, dude, when they bring the X-Men in, bro, Cyclops could be fucking sick, bro. Sick, dude, sick. Cyclops nasty, bro. Damn, she's nasty.
But the thing of
bro, how they penciled those fucking those women, bro, and drew that back then with Marvel, bro. Oh my god, they all had triple D's, big asses, waists, right?
Well, you have to understand, they were drawn that way to gain interest. We saw that when they came out with doggone it, I think it was Starfire's daughter, and she was kind of like drawn in a woke interpretation of it, and the comic didn't sell well, because no one likes woke stuff.
You know what? No, I agree with you. You already know how I feel about that woke shit. So you get started, but no, you know what's crazy though? Look, and again, I'm not trying to say that I'm gonna be the next fucking Miss Cleo or some shit or whatever.
Oh, me neither.
No, you know what? I did call it, bro. I fucked up on She-Hulk. I thought She-Hulk would be the best Disney Plus series we got last year. I did. The shows I was on and on our show and whatnot, when we talked about it, you know, I said that before in the past. I thought She-Hulk could be really good. Some breakout shit. But I did call it on the Podcast of Champions, bro, Miss Marvel. I did. I was like, for some fucking reason, when they asked me to drop my contribution, I'm like, what are your dark horse? Like, what is your, like your fucking, like, your B pick, like, my breakout kind of like series out of this shit that's coming out, and like after that Comic-Con event from San Diego back in whatever it was. What was that? Not 2020 or 2019 or whatever.
2019, 2020. Yeah.
I said flat out Miss Marvel. I was like,
Mm.
I think a lot of the comic book fans are gonna hate Miss Marvel series because of the comics, because how badly it did in the comics, the character. It didn't sell, just like Captain Marvel and shit, right? But even worse. I was like, for some reason, I have no idea why. I mean, I like her outfit. I like the colors. I like the uniform. You know what I mean? Like, I like her powers. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I think that might be a really solid series. I really do.
Right.
I don't know if it'll be well received, but I think it'll be good. And you know what?
Right.
Dude, I thought it was the best fucking thing that Disney Plus did last year for Marvel. Better than Moon Knight, better than anything. I did. At least better produced overall.
Yeah, but
right.
I think it was better produced. My favorite was
written. You know what I'm saying?
WandaVision. I still love WandaVision better.
I'm talking about last year alone.
Okay, last year alone. Gotcha. Yeah. I got you.
The reason I've got this poster, okay, besides the fact that it's fucking just a great shot in general, I think personally, I think it's beautiful. I wish it looked better in my like space or whatever, whatnot, but it doesn't, unfortunately. The reason I got the Miss Marvel poster, right? Because, dude, I'm telling you right now, I wear my Miss Marvel t-shirts with pride in public, baby. I love to. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I do. Like, I don't wear my fucking Thor Love and Thunder t-shirt, bro. Fuck that shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I still think that's a bad movie.
I said today during the show I'm gonna wear it sometime on a Sunday, cover Marvel or whatever on the show just to fuck around. But I'm not wearing that shit. I would wear that shit with shame.
I still think
shame.
I still think that movie was bad.
Yo, I'm telling you right now, bro. She-Hulk was fucking a joke, man. Bro.
Yeah.
How you but I'll tell you what though, it was genius for them to drop George from Seinfeld up in that finale like that, bro. You know what I'm saying?
That's cool. That was cool.
Yo,
that was cool.
I'm telling you. I mean, I thought he was called Scar in the comics and shit. He was Hulk's son, but all of a sudden George popped up.
Yep.
Seinfeld and shit. I was like, what the fuck? Like, goddamn. Shit. Then you had the Predator in Wakanda Forever and fucking the what's it called? The Power Rangers too. Oh man, I'm telling you, bro. Wakanda Forever was not good, bro.
No. It made a mistake. It made a huge mistake because they, instead of focusing around the Black Panther,
you
they
agree
focused.
with me? Didn't you always agree with me? I think you always agreed with me, didn't I? You know how much I said that it was not a good idea to have what's her name, Shuri. That I respect that actress a lot. She's great as Shuri, but you know how much I hated that. I was like, it's not going to work if they put her in that suit.
Well, the thing about it, they tried to make her tougher than Black Panther himself, and that was always a mistake in my opinion. But I do like the fact that, you know, Angela Bassett played her role. Yeah, she died in the movie, but she played her role very well.
Oh, yeah.
But I think they made a mistake. Rather than focusing on Black Panther, they focused around Chadwick, and I think that was the biggest mistake of that movie.
See, oh man, you know what? I didn't think about that either.
Because go back and look at it. You mean to tell me we are in Wakanda, the most technically advanced place ever, and they couldn't beat a heart virus or a virus? Period. That's bull jive.
Yeah. Yeah, and what the fuck were they calling? What kind of name were they calling Namor in the fucking movie? Tutu or some shit or whatever?
Yeah, they changed this whole character.
That fuck is that shit, man?
That's not my name. That's not my Namor.
Dude, his name is Namor, bro.
That's not my Namor.
And I'm sorry
from that movie.
I don't know if this is true or not, but some creator on the show told me that like it was all about money. That Disney didn't want to pay for the rights to be able to use the word the label name Namor all through the film.
I don't think they used Atlantis either.
No, they changed it to something else. They did.
Yep.
And they made they gave some lame excuse about how they wanted to separate Namor from Aquaman. Well, at that point, wouldn't you fucking call him Namor? Not
Exactly.
Not Watutu?
Exactly.
Come on now, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but like, and then like fucking M'Baku, right? Is just all of a sudden he turns into this little bitch. When fucking Shuri becomes Black Panther and shit, he's this little bitch all of a sudden. You know what I mean? Like, she runs her mouth at him and shit, and he just like fucking like bows down and like sucks her dick real quick or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Dude, when did M'Baku become a little bitch?
Oh yeah.
How much sense does that make? In the first Black Panther film, he almost killed fucking T'Challa.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? From jump. But now he's getting domed by fucking Shuri. You because she smoked some fucking sacred crack heart or whatever. Or some
Oh yeah,
or some shit.
Oh yeah, we ain't gonna talk about Ironheart. We ain't gonna talk about her,
bro. Oh my god, I'm telling you right now, I'm starting the petition next week, right, to get rid of Ironheart. All right, I want to know who the one fucking person was that actually asked Marvel Studios to give us Ironheart. Please, will someone tell me? Anybody that's out there, dead or alive?
I don't get it. I don't get it.
William is messaging me in the private chat. I think it's time to wrap it up. You're right.
Oh
William.
Yeah, I'm getting.
Sorry, brother.
I'm getting. You're good. You're good. We haven't done anything in a minute. So
listen. Hey, no, you're right. And you know what? I appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming
Anytime.
out and banging with me. But yo, hey, honestly, man, fuck, dude. You and I have never just opened straight kicked it and recorded together one on one until now. I don't think like this.
I think this is the first show.
And just open it up and let it roll, dude. Holy fuck, man. We jammed out some good content together, bro.
Oh yeah. First show we've ever done by ourselves. Mm-hmm.
Damn, dude. We covered some widespread shit right there, bro.
Yep. We sure did.
That was fun, man. I love that shit, folks. I did. I hope you all enjoy it too. Honestly.
We gotta do that again.
All you people that seem to love us in video form, if you manage to stick around for 4 hours and 55 fucking minutes, damn, William, fuck it, man. You know what? Damn, it sucks. We're still like 30 minutes away from like breaking the record for the bleeding edge. I would have loved to have broken the record with you of all people.
Man.
You know what I mean? Like, come on now. I'm telling you, if Cyber was here right now, bro, he would be like, can you imagine the dirty looks he'd be giving me and shit right now? bro, he would be like,
what in the world? What's going on here? Shout out to Cyber. Happy wedding anniversary. To Cyber. Shout out to you, man.
Good call, William. All right, folks.
You my boy. So shout outs to you. Happy anniversary.
Shout out to you, Cyber. All right,
yes.
I'm gonna close it out, William, just like this, baby.
They're going to take off.
Some of them gonna bomb.
Just like they bombed in the comics.
What about this guy? You think this guy can make it for the Avengers?
One of Diamond Days, a ninja teaching flex. I didn't let me say the sign. Come on in here, ninja. Here's my ninja. Diamond Days Ninja School. Come on down. What we're going to teach you, what we're going to teach you in our first episode is a proper stance and a proper kung fu. And you got your Judy chop, all right? You got your karate chop, and you got your ninja chop. Now, what smart thing to do is like when you use a judo chopping, you gotta say it, for you beginners, like a Judy chop. Because what you don't want to do is like be a Judy chopping and a kung fu kicking, and there goes your leg. There ain't much hauling for a one-legged ninja out there. Right there, hard as a rock, buddy. Let me show you something. I'll have last time, baby. Don't put it in front of your face. I don't want to hurt you. You got me? What we're going to do here, we're going to work on the ninja chop. So what we're going to do. You go a ninja chop. Now sometimes it don't always work for a ninja, but it practice makes it perfect. Don't go ninja nobody, don't need ninja, alrighty? Now them things there, if I was put them in my pockets, they'd get me for concealment of a deadly weapons. They say you got your some fella coming at you out in the trailer park, regular cannon you say? No, says I. Watch this, people. Yeah, we just rolling through the trailer park, what's that? Ninja start right there. That's how a fella jumps out behind a trailer on you. You got football out yonder like that, and you can't get him caught up in your ninja outfit, And like if a fella's coming at you with.
Dude, that guy lived right next door to me, man.
What the hell was that weapon he pulled out there, DM? Was that a crack pipe? Like,
it looked like a damn skull can or something, didn't it?
Where did you find that?
Listen, that guy that he said that in, that is his interview tape for the Special Olympics Avengers.
That dude don't stand a prayer.
Oh,
that dude.
It's amazing something like that. That dude's probably popular as hell from that video.
Dude, that guy could beat Kate Bishop's ass.
Alpha Flight will whoop his ass. Puck will whoop his ass.